Tonight. Okay, I got my book all crazy. Okay, I forgot my big one. Good evening, and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 19th, 2019. We do have a quorum. All council members are present with the exception of Mr. Bradshaw, who's been delayed on an overseas trip for his office. He was supposed to be here today, and he will be back on the 22nd. So I just wanted to let everyone know that. And if you could please stand, Mr. Councilor Hodu, would you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you. If you'll please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right. Just before we begin, a couple of things. Again, please silence your cell phones. These are kind of repetitive, but they're always good to repeat so we know. If you need to speak with your neighbor, if you'll please step outside into the foyer so we don't disturb anybody next to you. I would appreciate that. If you need to say something, please come to the podium and say it, rather than if you outburst, then we'll have to ask you to please leave the chambers. And our local rules say that you are able to speak on any agenda item. Please wait for the staff presentation, council discussion, and then we'll open it up for citizen discussion. So if you'll just raise your hand, we'll be more than happy to recognize you. Few things on the agenda. Well, I guess we'll come to that after the announcements. There's a few changes on the agenda. All righty, thank you. So, agenda item number 2, presentations. Number 1, administration of the oath of office to Deputy Fire Marshal Elliot Gangwer. Elliot, if you'll come forward. We missed you last meeting when we had the diabetes proclamation, so we're so glad you're here. Thank you. Yes.
Give me a second.
Good evening and welcome. We're so glad you're here. How long have you been here?
I've been here a little over 6 months.
6 months. Okay, very good. So we'll ask you to say a few things, maybe give us your background here. But I'd like to, in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, if you'll repeat after me, we're swearing you in tonight, Elliot, as the Deputy Fire Marshal.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you'll raise your right hand, please. I state your name.
I, Elliot Gangmore,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of Leon Valley Police Department Deputy Fire Marshal
of Leon Valley Police Department Deputy Fire Marshal
of the City of Leon Valley,
of the City of Leon Valley,
State of Texas,
State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state
and of this state
and the ordinance of this city.
and of the ordinance of this city.
And I furthermore solemnly swear or affirm
And I furthermore solemnly swear or affirm
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
that I have not directly or indirectly paid,
offered, or promised to pay,
offered, or promised to pay,
contributed, nor promised to contribute
contributed, nor promised to contribute
any money or valuable thing,
any money or valuable thing,
or promised any public office or employment
or promised any public office or appointment or employment
to secure my appointment,
to secure my appointment.
so help me God.
So help me God.
There you go. Signed by my hand on the 19th day of November, 2019, Mayor Chris Riley. Congratulations.
thank you
We're
very
so
much.
glad you're here. There you go. You get a picture and then
Can we get Chief Naughton up here and Assistant Chief Saucedo for the picture?
Chief, if y'all come on up. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, and then we'll get his
That was
family up
the
as
next,
well.
that was the next request. Thank you. And would you like to say a few words about
Sure, of course,
yourself,
of course.
your background?
Hello, everybody. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate that. My family, my shift, as y'all can see, a shift here with the fire department. I'd like to just say that I feel blessed to be here in the city under management of my captain, these two chiefs here, and I hope that I can contribute in some way positive to what we have going on here. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
We're happy to have Elliot here. He brings a wealth of knowledge on the law enforcement side, and he's a pretty good fireman, too.
Well, I thought that was interesting because it said police and fire. So you share them?
Yes, ma'am, we do. So under the police department's commission and rules, we carry his license. Of course, he's assigned to the fire department. But in the event that we have an operation that needs a fireman with special skills on the law enforcement side, we're lucky to have him. So in the future, we'd like to send him to specialized schools, and that way he can help us both out.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you. Congratulations, and let's recognize your beautiful wife and two children, two boys. Thank you for being here. All right.
Will you come up for a picture, ma'am, with your sons?
No, we don't.
You bet. I think I'm good here. Okay. Excuse me, here we go. I think that's all. Right. Yes. Mr. Johnson, did you have a comment on this particular agenda item? Yes, sir. Thank you all very much for coming. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the support from the fire department and police department as well for our new deputy fire marshal. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
William Johnson, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. I just have a little problem with the wording of that. It says, I have not pledged anything valuable. He's pledged his life, if necessary. And not enough people realize that our police department and our fire department, literally, our first responders are putting their lives on the line many times when they go out. So just the wording seemed rather strange to me. I haven't pledged anything valuable. Well, yes, you have, sir.
Okay.
You pledged possibly your life.
Okay. Thank you for that comment. Do appreciate it. All righty. Thank you. Moving then to agenda item number 2.2, monthly financial report ending October 31st, 2019. We have Vicki Wallace, our finance director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome. So glad you're here.
Mayor and Council, what she pulls it up. Basically, there's not a whole lot to report out on. Sales tax, as you know, for the month of October, November are accrued back to the previous fiscal year. So you'll see basically, whoops, it went too far. You see that we only have collected ad valorem taxes, no sales tax. You won't see that until the December report. So you can see basically the license, permits, fines, and fees. Majority of that is red light camera money and municipal court. The miscellaneous revenue of 93, that's the 79,000 that we got back out of the litigation. So
Right.
when I get to the
ED.
EDC, you're going to see it show
I
up
saw that there.
Right.
What was our sales tax then? Do we have that final number for
1.68, what we did for the end of the fiscal year.
1.68 increase over 2018?
Yes, over 20, yes.
2018 to 2019, 1.68. Okay, thank you.
So as you can see, I mean, there's pretty well tracking there. The water and sewer fund, of course, we only have a half of a month that we can actually report on because the billing that we do in the month of October, half of it gets accrued back because it is for September and October. So all of their expenditures, the majority of them, it's all personnel cost because we also do AP all the way through the third week in October. That majority of it gets back to fiscal year 19.
And is that tapping fee new development? Is that what that reflects? The 194280? Right. Okay. Thank you.
For the community center, of course, there will be no hotel tax that's going to show up until the next quarter. And the little bit of revenue you see is the rental on the community and the conference center. The little bit of expenditures is personnel costs. The EDC, the 79,000, that's where that shows up now and breaks
Okay.
it out for you.
Right. Now, I was wondering, where is our reserve? We're not going to show that?
No.
Because we showed it at the last.
Well, I only showed it in there because someone wanted to see where it came back in. So now I've never showed it before. I just showed it because you asked for it to be showed on there. But we're going to end up probably with about a 600,000 fund balance for that.
Okay, but will that remain in this fund?
Yes.
The
yes.
economic
what we do
development.
At year end, basically what happens at year end, it's a revenue in the general fund and it's expenditure in the general fund. So I look at what that is and whatever the difference is, if more revenue than expenditures, that goes and I book it as a reserve. I hit the general fund balance because the revenue is going to hit there and then make the other offsetting entry to the EDC reserve.
Okay, so on total available 79,749. That's only what's happened this month, but there is
Sales tax, yeah.
there's another reserve that's not shown of about 600,000. Okay, very good.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
And so, of course, you won't see any sales tax till the December
Right.
report on this one.
Okay.
For the red light cameras, for the month of October, we did 205. We did 16 for late fees, which is trending about average what we've done over the last year. The little bit of expenditures that you see, the top one, mostly majority of it is personnel, a little bit of supplies, a little bit of contractual, nothing major here. Impound lot, they did have an auction at the very beginning of October, and they brought in $34,164, which was very good. And the majority of that, of course, is also personnel costs. The 305 would be your advertising that they actually did for that auction that they had. And that's it.
All right, very good. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Any questions from our council this evening on the finance report? Okay, anyone from our chambers have a question regarding the first month? It's very light,
Not a
like
whole
you
lot
said,
there,
but
yeah.
anyway.
There won't be
okay.
a whole lot until, well, you'll see your sales tax.
Okay, and when is the audit? Would that be in January, February? February, okay, of the FY19.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your help this evening. All right, moving then to agenda item 2.3, presentation and provide feedback to staff regarding the development of requests for proposals for planning services to update the city's current comprehensive master plan. And we have our Community Development Director, Brandon Milan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Excited to be presenting a draft proposal for a request for comprehensive planning services to do an update to our city's comprehensive master plan. As everybody knows, the comprehensive master plan is the guiding document for the vision of the community. The last update that we had was in January 2018, and so we're pushing 2 years there, and there's several elements that we need to update based on current happenings in the city, and also to facilitate some other planning efforts that are going on. And so the full draft RFP is in your document. It's 12 pages long, so I'm not going to go over all that. I'm just going to hit the high points tonight and hit the background of comprehensive planning. We've talked a little bit about the background and the purpose of comprehensive plans and what they are previously. The city's first comprehensive plan was created in 1970, but was never really formally adopted as the vision of the community. The city first adopted its first formal comprehensive plan in 1986. The plan was just primarily narrative-based and had some maps, but didn't really address the physical design of the city. That's not uncommon for cities at that time. The 1986 plan was updated in 1992. And in 1992, the plan, we had a conceptual thoroughfare plan, which spells out a plan for our streets and how we get right away from developers. And we also, that plan introduced neighborhood planning areas, which is something that we still have, and we're still obviously very focused on our neighborhoods. The 92 plan received updates in 1999, and in the comprehensive plan received similar updates in 2003 and 2009. Like I said, most recently our plan was updated in 2018. And so, in most of our comprehensive plan, they've generally, in the 2018 plan, it addressed the conceptual approaches of previous plans, but it was kind of objective-based. The plan didn't address urban density, mixed use, infill, development, redevelopment, or even fiscal impact at all. The plan also didn't really address the physical design of the city, and it didn't adopt a new thoroughfare plan. Those are very important things. The plan was mostly objective-based, and so it served its purpose for us, but we really need to go back in and address some of these things that we really haven't ever addressed through a comprehensive plan. PowerPoint's getting hung up here. So just a little bit of background. Why do an update? Well, first and foremost, the city needs to update its zoning code. We need a modern zoning code. We've done a lot of updates over the years, but our zoning code still, in terms of the bones and the structure of it, it's still the original format from the early 1970s. And so we really need to go on. Lots of cities are going and updating their zoning codes to reflect the types of developments. Most cities are seeing mixed-use development these days. We're certainly seeing interest in that here in Leon Valley. Fiscally, economically, and also in terms of what kind of development cities are seeing. We're seeing mixed-use development, and our comprehensive plan really isn't addressing that. Neither is our zoning code. And so, as I've mentioned, in order to do a zoning code update, you need to have a comprehensive plan which is informing that zoning code. So I've always called comprehensive plan as the dog, the zoning code is the tail. The dog wags the tail. So we need to readdress this comprehensive plan first and fill some of these gaps in it. Also, we're currently working on a massive joint effort with the City of San Antonio, TxDOT, and other private entities to come up with a vision for Bandera Road. And our comprehensive plan isn't really addressing Bandera Road at all. It generally has some guidance as, we need to do a little zoning fix here or there, but it really doesn't spell out a vision. What kind of development do we want to see on Bandera Road? What do we see the vision being? Do we plan to keep what's there, keep some of it, redevelop a lot of it? So that's a big aspect that the comprehensive plan update needs to address. It needs to inform this Bandera Road planning process because it's currently not doing that. And again, the city has never had a professional plan. The city has never gone out and hired consultants. It's usually something that we've done in-house. There's definitely, resourcefulness to that, but I think that, based on how much growth we're seeing, and based on the nature of the pressures that we have on the city, it's time to go out and potentially contract with a professional planner or architect to have a professional plan done. Originally, staff, it was our hope that we could do this internally, but day-to-day, pressures are just, we're not able to get it done there based on the day-to-day business that we need to be conducting. So, and that's why most cities go out for consulting services. Again, what's this process look like? Overall plan process, we plan to overhaul the entire code within the next 2 to 3 years. We're not going to do it all right now. We're going to kind of take it in small bites. This RFP is intended to be the first phase in this update process. Let me see. PowerPoint's lagging here. There we go. There we go. So what are the guiding principles going to be? Most of our comprehensive plans have sought to maintain the existing character of the city. I've been working with the Zoning Commission. The Zoning Commission has been highly involved in the formation of this RFP. We had 2 meetings on it. And so this RFP, and also through the Zoning Commission's guidance and direction, is seeking to create a plan that seeks to physically transform the city in a fiscally, environmentally responsible, architectural, meaningful, and socially responsible way. So we're seeking to do something very innovative, very creative, and very unique to the other planning processes the city has ever had in the future. Also, our comprehensive plans have typically been limited to goals, objectives, but has never really been heavy on implementation. That is a key thing. And so we're going to really focus on implementation and treat this plan like a strategy-based plan, sort of like a business plan. What's the problem that we're trying to solve? What are our challenges? So we're going to look at having a plan that seeks to identify problems with the city, come directly up with solutions, forecast the impacts, fiscal and social, environmental, and physical, and come up with methods for tracking our success. There'll be methods for tracking where there will be responsible parties, including me, zoning commission, city council, different boards and committees. And that's how you implement a plan. What's the framework look like? Well, currently in our comprehensive plan, it's pretty similar to most plans. We've got land use, transportation, neighborhoods and housing, economic development, quality of life, and environment. We're not going to tackle all these right now. Just a second here. There we go. What we're going to do is divide our current plan into two sections, 2 volumes. We're going to have a core plan and a supplemental plan. So the focus of this RFP is the core plan. These are the most critical items. So in the core plan, we're going to look at addressing identity and market. What does the city want to be? That's identity. What is the city plan to be? What's the vision for the city? We don't really have any documents or any plans on file right now that says what we're shooting for, what the goal is for this city in the next 25 years. What kind of city do we want to be? So that's what identity and market will address. The market, what's the market like? What is the market demanding right now versus what kind of market do we want? So we need to make those decisions. Do we want to accommodate the market now, or do we want to say, you know what, this is the market we want, and we're going to work to build that market and be very selective with the kind of development that we accept in this city? Growth and change, that's another core planning element. Where and how does the city plan to grow? Once we decide what we want to be, then we can decide where do we want to grow? Do we want to infill? Do we want to grow up? Do we want to grow inward? Do we want to keep, what kind of character do we want in this city? And growth is not just physical. Growth is economic as well, and fiscal. And again, fiscal impact. This is something that's very critical. What are the fiscal impacts of desired growth and change? Again, we need to look at future land use plan. We have an outdated future land use map that is not directly addressing the kind of development that we're seeing in this city and directly addressing the kind of development that we want. We're going to be looking at transportation, but not in this RFP. We'll also look at milestones and metrics too, for tracking. Supplemental plan elements, we're going to leave alone these elements that are currently in our plan, and those will be our supplemental planning elements. We'll look at going back around and circling back around and talking about those for the next 2 to 3 years. So what's the timeline look like? We're a little bit behind. This is the timeline from last meeting, so I think we can add about 2 weeks onto all these. So pending feedback from council tonight, hopefully we can get our RFP issued by the end of this month. And so, like I said, I would just add about 2 weeks onto these since we've had about 2 weeks since our last council meeting, and we tabled this item then. Worked with the zoning commission to look at how we'll evaluate the consultants. Here's a scoring system. I think, looking at, have they demonstrated, has the consultant that submits for the RFP demonstrated they understand our special needs? What's their experience on similar types of projects? What are their fees going to be? That's very important. And what kind of projects have they done that emphasizes relationship between land development patterns and fiscal impact? Again, project timeline, I think if we can get started on this in early December, we have a really good shot at wrapping this up in 6 months. That's aggressive. That's a goal. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. That's just what we need to shoot for. I think within 6 months, it's a typical process. With that, that's what our RFP looks like. That's proposed. Happy to take any questions and feedback from the council.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So the consultant will be on board from December to June 2020? Is that the time frame?
Yes, ma'am. That's
And
the
we don't
tentative
know
timeline.
how much, but do we have a range of a budget for this consultant that's in the FY20 budget?
We don't, and that's part of the reason why we're coming to the council tonight, because we need to discuss about where those funds would come from.
Okay.
I think tentatively those funds would look to come from our general fund, but I don't. That's the thing is I don't know exactly how much this is going to cost, and that's why we're going to do an RFP. And if you look in the draft, one of the provisions is the fee schedule process. we requested that that consultant to specify fees for the individual aspects. So we're asking them for a very itemized list of fees. That way we can decide as a zoning commission and as a council, okay, what are the most important things? What things can we maybe still do in-house and try to save some money, and that way we can kind of dial back whatever the proposal is and then maybe contract them for some of the things that's just really difficult for us to do, or maybe it really makes the most sense having a highly qualified consultant do. So we've structured it so we can be really selective and
Okay.
take a scalpel approach to it.
So we won't get this back before the end of the year then? Probably not.
No, ma'am. Pending
Okay.
council's direction tonight, we'll go ahead and issue that RFP. Just really want y'all to be in the loop on it. Have the zoning commission and the council in the loop since y'all eventually okay the contract in the
Okay.
end.
Other than the zoning commission and the city council, do you plan on having any other public outreach to get feedback from the community?
Absolutely. In the RFP, we've set up a structure in there for the zoning commission to be the primary. We're about to have a planning and zoning commission, and that's another reason why we're transitioning them to a planning and zoning commission. So the planning and zoning commission will be the primary steering authority for this plan. That's kind of traditionally how it's been with other plans. And so they're going to steer the process. They're also going to make the recommendation to the council for the selection of the consultant. They'll be using that criteria. And so they'll evaluate that, not staff. I won't be evaluating it. The Planning and Zoning Commission will be. And then they'll make a recommendation. So they'll be the steering process. In the RFP, we've proposed to do something similar like what we're doing with our mixed-use project. Maybe have 2 council members that are specifically appointed to be liaisons to this process, and be present at zoning and planning and zoning commission meetings. And then what we've kind of drafted out a tentative process for additional steering groups, possibly have a neighborhood steering group and a business steering group. We left that a little bit open because I think that's something that we can expect our consultants who are very specifically trained in public engagement to give us guidance. And we can tell them, look, we've got some fantastic neighborhoods in this city that are very involved. We definitely, want to take the opportunity to create a really great process so each neighborhood has the chance to come in with their own individual concerns. But we kind of left that open for the consultant to advise us on what they think the best public engagement process would be. But we did, at a higher level, decide Planning and Zoning Commission is the steering authority, in whatever neighborhood steering committee, stakeholder committee we have, or business stakeholder committee we have, they would be kind of inputting and reporting back to the Planning and Zoning Commission what their findings are, what their progress is.
Okay, so we don't know exactly how we're going to get the citizen input yet. We have to hire this consultant, and then, because I know we have limited people who come to the zoning commission meeting and limited people who come to the city council, so I'd like to be sure that we spread that out
Absolutely.
further so we get more, because this is, identity and market, people all have an opinion, so that's,
Absolutely.
like to hear from them.
Like
Okay.
I said, larger cities, like 100,000, 150,000, it's difficult to go and talk to every single neighborhood. And so they'll usually have a series of meetings that focus on concepts where everybody's involved. But in a small city like ours, where we have very active and energized neighborhoods, we have the opportunity to really go to each neighborhood and have those ground level, just intimate conversations. And so that's going to be our guidance to the consultant to say, here's what we want. We want to go directly to each neighborhood and know what did this neighborhood want and how's that unique to this other neighborhood. And we're going to let them decide how to structure that process.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Mr. Milan this evening? Yes, Councilor Alcacer?
All of that you just talked about was basically detailed pretty thoroughly in your report. So, but I had asked you some questions that I had before. I just had one. Are there people out there who really are interested in doing this type of thing?
Absolutely.
Are there many groups?
Yes, ma'am. There are lots of planning consultants. I just went to the Texas chapter of the American Planning Association conference a week and a half ago, and I got to see lots of really talented consultants that are doing great work. They're all, a lot of them focus on different things. Some of them focus on the fiscal aspect of things. Some of them focus on urban design. Some of them are a little bit more generalists that deal with larger communities. So I think there are lots of consultants out there that, provided they submit for this RFP, would do a fantastic job on this project.
Well, it'll be exciting if it happens as you hope.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone from our chambers like to have a comment on this particular agenda item? Or a question for Mr. Milan? Okay, so then we look forward to hearing back after the first of the year on our RFP process and the selection.
Yes, ma'am.
As we go forward. All right, thank you.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it. Moving then to agenda item number 3, the city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor
You
Council.
bet.
Mr. Cox is finally ready to present the audit's final report, and he will be doing that the first meeting in December. The
Okay.
agenda for today was looking a little longer, and so I asked him to hold off until the first meeting in December. And so just wanted to give you a heads up on that. It's looking really, really good. I want to congratulate, where's Vicki? There's Vicki, there's Floyd. Congratulations to our finance department for receiving the Certificate of Achievements for Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association for their comprehensive annual CAFR report. This is the highest form of recognition that you can receive in government accounting. So Leon Valley has received this consistently. And so we're very proud of our recognition. Bear County has let us know that their contractors went around last week to mark the locations where the equipment is actually going to be installed for those floodgates or the halt gates that we've been talking about for years now. This is so they can call the utility locate service, that 811 number, before starting their digging operations. They're still not sure when they're actually going to start the work in Leon Valley, but they wanted to alert us that this was being done, and if you all have questions about why they're out and why they're sticking the little flags in or whatever, that's what the answer is. Right now, they're looking at possibly starting the first week of December, but that is for all locations. We don't know where Leon Valley is going to fit into their overall schedule operations. Movies in the park. We've had this for several years now, and I think Marty Bell's, I don't know where she is. She's done a great job at it. But she has talked to the pool committee about moving the movies over to the pools, because we have to move them a lot of times anyway because of the flooding in the park, or the park's wet, or there's too many mosquitoes or whatever. We can control it better if we move them by the pools, and we would just go back and forth between the pools. So we're just wondering, before we started signing contracts, if we could get a consensus to do them across the street from the park at the pool, and then at the other pool from the council, rather than at the parks, and then moving them at the last minute like we've been doing.
Would it be just in the summer when the pools are open, or it would be, I think last year we did it
She has
November to, April maybe, or I can't remember.
no.
Was it all year?
It's throughout the summer and into the early
Throughout the
fall.
summer,
Yes.
okay.
Mayor Council, this year they will actually begin Memorial Weekend, which is the weekend of May the 23rd, and the kickoff movie is Finding Dory. So it'll be fun to take some of your grandchildren too.
Okay.
And it's just, you don't have all the high grass, so you don't have as many of the mosquitoes. And of course, the chlorine around the pool helps. Plus, we've already, of all the movies that we had, and she's not here, and I'm going to guess we moved more than half, right? So anyway, we'll have a more stable location.
And do we still have Senator Menendez and it used to be State Representative Rodriguez helping to support that effort, or no?
Mayor, Council, I don't know the answer to that question, and she's not here. I don't know where she went. But I will definitely find it out for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We have, for 4 years now, been talking about succession plans, talked to you about them every year during the budget. And during a staff meeting the other day, we talked about the fact that the city manager doesn't have a succession plan. And so we talked about developing one. We had a meeting with all the department directors, and so we're going to fix this. We're actually going to assign half of the departments to ACM Caldera, and then I'm going to appoint a second ACM to do the other half of the departments. There will be no pay increase. This is simply all directors have been afforded the opportunity to apply. This is just so they can get experience. And so we've got a plan, as Vicki always likes to say, in case I get hit by a bus, we're ready to go. And so there's no budgetary impact. It's just A, for the person to get the experience, and B, for us to be set up that way for a succession plan. So I just wanted you to know this was coming down the pipeline. I've had 3 directors apply and given me some really impressive letters and applications. And so I'm excited. I've already talked to 2 of them. I've got 1 more to talk to, so I'm excited about that. And that, I believe, concludes my report.
I have one more thing to add, because you won't add it on your city manager's report. But I'd like to congratulate our city manager because she was nominated by her region, which encompasses all the counties all the way up as far as Gillespie County and as far south as LaSalle County, as City Manager of the Year. And we're pretty confident that we'll take the state nomination as well.
Thank you, Crystal.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, anyone else have a question or a comment for the city manager on her report, either from the dais or from our chambers?
Yes,
I
do like the idea of a succession plan for the city manager. That's great, and it gives the employees an opportunity to learn. And
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then we will move to agenda item number 4, citizens to be heard. As per the change in our rules of decorum, citizens to be heard have 3 minutes. It was changed from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. So if you would please come and state your name and just where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
And Mayor, when you're finished, I have a citizens to be heard as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi, Mr. Price. How are you? No, you don't need to sign up. Just go to the podium and state your name and just where you live, not specifically, just generally. And good evening and welcome.
Mayor,
Yeah.
City Council, Leon Valley guest. My name is Stephen Price. I live at 6300 Rue Marie Lynn, on top of the hill right behind the church on the rock. I am the deputy chair for Bexar County Democratic Party, Commissioners Precinct 2. I'm also the precinct chair for my precinct. So I represent a whole bunch of the folks here in Leon Valley and beyond. I got a notice yesterday at my apartment that the fire chief has asked us to remove all barbecue pits from the property. I had a conversation with him yesterday. I don't know if he's here or not.
Mm-hmm.
He was here. We went back and forth. I think it's really unfair that us, the residents, have to give up our barbecue pit, our barbecues, our Sunday afternoons, and find someplace else to go barbecue because there's too many fires or whatever. The reason was that we changed this. Now, it's not a change because it's very clear. It says that we're not to store our barbecue pits or burn them within 10 feet of the building. So what I got from the apartment manager yesterday was, no, you're going to have to get rid of your pit. And mind you, my pit is a steel, one of these old-fashioned metal quarter-inch steel pit. I'm disabled, as you know, both fake hips. I can't move the pit by tomorrow. And I really think it's unfair. I think we're going to have an issue with not only the fact that I'm disabled, but I don't know what everybody else in the complex is going to say about it because it just happened yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to talk to too many people. But I'd ask you all to reconsider. I don't know if this is something new to the council that the council put out, or if just the chief took it upon himself to enforce the ordinance in another way. So the verbiage is very clear. It does not say that we need to remove the pits. store the pits 10 feet away from the building and don't burn on the building. I asked them to come out and find a safe space for us or a common area where we can possibly go and barbecue. If not, I'm going to have to go down to Rimkus, take a grill, a picnic basket. Right? It's unfair, Chief. So I'm asking, I don't know, Chief, I'll talk to you later, but if I'm lodging a complaint, that's what it is.
Okay, very good. Chief is here. Maybe he could address that factually or by the ordinance as well. Chief, good evening, and thank you for responding.
Mayor and council, this is not a new ordinance. This ordinance has been in effect for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
We have, just in my tenure, made several attempts to get the apartment complexes in compliance with this rule. And what the rule says is that you can't store or have a barbecue pit within 10 feet of the building, stairs, and anything combustible.
Mm.
That's what it says. And that means the building, that means trees, that means the yard, that means the stairs, that means all of this. The comment that Mr. Price made about where are these people going to barbecue, that's up to the apartment complex to provide a safe, non-combustible area. It's not up to us to go find one for the complex. We've worked with these complexes for months now to bring them into compliance. A barbecue pit, I don't know if y'all heard the news yesterday. There was a barbecue pit in Kirby attached to a house, not attached, but next to a house. It burned that house and it burned the neighbor's house down. The last big fire I worked in Chavano Park came from a barbecue pit pushed up against the house that got into the soffit in a, $800,000 house and burned it. This is a tremendous issue in Leon Valley. A lot of these apartments have no built-in fire protection. And when we put barbecue pits next to the building and they get used, there's a potential for that building to catch on fire and loss of life. This is a straight life safety thing. This ordinance has been in our code, in the International Fire Code, which we adopted. It's been in there for 25 years that I know of. It's nothing new. San Antonio has an individual ordinance stating this exact same thing, very specifically. And it's not only about using the barbecue pit, it's about once you get done with it, pushing it back up with hot coals next to something. The apartments need to provide a space to do that, or community barbecue pits, but the code is very clear. I have a copy of the code. It says exactly what Mr. Price said, and that's it. And we're enforcing it. It's an issue for us. We have 6 firefighters on duty minimum at all times. And these apartments can be 3 stories. We had a fire in Mr. Price's complex last week when somebody threw hot coals in a dumpster and lit that on fire. I know that that's an accident. But a 3-story wood frame building that people live in, if that catches on fire, the initial response is going to be 6 guys to rescue everybody out of it. I don't think what the fire code says, this was made by somebody else. I'm not shirking the responsibility. This comes from the International Fire Code. This is everywhere in the United States. This isn't Texas or San Antonio or Leon Valley. This is a national code. And just so y'all know, even if y'all didn't adopt this code, it's adopted in the state of Texas. And in the absence of a code, this code goes into effect. So it's nothing new. It's being enforced. We've attempted to enforce it for the year that I've been here on several occasions with that specific complex, and we have not had compliance. And we sent out a letter saying, we are going to come after the apartment complex after that fire we had last week. I went around and I took 12 pictures in one row of barbecue pits attached to the building, under the building, on balconies, pushed up against them. And it's a fire hazard. It's a life safety hazard. You know, we don't want our residents to have to flee in the middle of the night or in the middle of the day.
Certainly.
Because of a fire.
Okay.
And that's it. And it goes for every apartment complex we have in the city of Leon Valley. We're enforcing the exact same thing, regardless. And if we go to a complex that doesn't have any, good for them. It doesn't affect them. But barbecue pits are an issue living in an apartment.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it, Mr. Price. So I think work with your apartment complex for a common place that you can barbecue. Excuse me. I need for you to come back to the podium because we are recording this meeting. Thank you. If you have another follow-up comment or question. Thank you, and I'm okay. Very good.
So the chief made a comment, 25 years, I've lived at that complex since 2001. There's never been a fire that I know of except for recently. So the ordinance says combustible, which means if it was wood, it could catch on fire. It's a brick building. My pit is 10 feet away from the building. I do not light it. I've lived there all these years and I follow the rules. You're misinterpreting the regulation, chief. So I'll take it from here and I'll deal with Justin and the legislature.
Okay.
It's your ordinance, so I'm not going to move the pit off the property. I want to put it 10 feet away from the building if you want it, and I'm not being smart ass. If you want to help me move it.
Okay, yeah, we need Mr. Price into the microphone, so we're recording. Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
Work with me, because look at me, I can't even walk.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please speak into the microphone because we are recording the meeting. And Ms. Posley couldn't get that last comment. Yeah, okay. All right, anyone else for citizens to be heard? All right.
Oh, okay. Well, can I do mine in a little bit?
Sure. There was Mr. Johnson wanted to speak, so I'll let him speak.
Okay.
And Mr. Riddle, okay, and anyone else? Okay, and Mr. Martinez, yeah, so we have several people that would like to speak at Citizens Be Heard. Good evening, Mr. Johnson, and welcome.
William Johnson, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. This may appear to be a little out of order, but I don't think it is. Item 7.2, discussion and possible action on ordinance amending the council meeting dates. Before that discussion begins, it says, first read was held 11/05/2019. I was here in council chambers. There was nothing read. The other items under ordinance, there was something read. There was something for 7.1 for the law firm. There was a lot for the planned development zoning district, and for the animal ordinance. There was actual substance that was there. The first read, unless somebody's redefined the English language, read means read something. There was no read. There was a general rambling, meandering discussion about, well, maybe we ought to change times and dates. I don't think that's my timer.
No.
So I take exception to the fact that it says first read was held. There was a discussion held at that time, but there was nothing specific presented to the citizens from the dais about what the changes were going to be. And the way the council has worked in the past, second read, you can enact something. There wasn't anything out there of substance for the people to be aware of that might be enacted. So I take exception to the use of the word first read, since there was nothing read, that there was nothing in writing, there was no document. If there was, then I solicit it to be read at this time.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. Yes, Ms. Bosley.
I can respond to that.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, a read is when the caption is read for the first time and the council discusses a first read ordinance. I did read that. It was 8.5 of the ordinance, or of the agenda, and I did read the caption. So that's first read.
So the
And
first
we
read
also
was
did,
just,
we also received a city attorney opinion to ensure that she was correct. And they
the
agreed with the
first
city
read is
secretary.
can just be a rambling discussion that doesn't have any specifics or focus?
That was not her definition.
I don't know about rambling. I mean, every discussion is a discussion of the council. It was a discussion, and the caption was read, and it was announced as a first read.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Yes, Mr. Riddle. Good evening and welcome.
Philip Riddle on Rusofi Street. I just had a quick question with all the fires that have been going on with California and specifically PG&E. I subscribe to the Leon Valley water system, and I was concerned that if we should lose power, is that going to affect my water? Or do we have backups for generators or pumps or whatever it is we use to get the water out to the houses?
Mayor, Mr. Riddle, we do. We have backup generators.
Okay, and also, does the city building itself have backup generators for their phone service, their computers, and all that kind of thing?
Mayor, Mr. Riddle, council, I know that the police department and the fire department do. I'm not sure about this side. Do you know, Dave?
I believe the generator is enough to power up some of this side.
Okay. First priority is going to be police department, though.
Sure,
Yeah.
I understand.
I just didn't know if it was enough for the whole building, but I know for sure it's enough for police department.
Okay. Yeah. Of course, where I am, we have a lot of tall power lines.
Yes, sir.
Which is the same issue they've had in California with starting all these fires around.
Right.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. Mr. Martinez, good evening and welcome.
Benny Martinez, Seneca. I've got two real fast items. Again, with the what Bill Johnson talked about, starting of city council meetings. If you look at the poll that Councilor Bradshaw put up on Next Door Neighbor, 67% of the people want the council to start at 7 o'clock. 24% want it to start at 6 o'clock. 3% at 3 p.m. and 3% at 5 p.m. And I know when I was on city council a year ago or however long ago, it was Councilor Alcazar that was insistent on starting it at 5 or 5:30, and we ended up compromising for 6 o'clock. So here she is again, trying to get the council meeting starting at a time that most citizens can't make. That's very unfair to the citizens. Imagine if you work downtown. Can you make it to a 5:30 meeting? The second thing, on the last item, the executive session, I don't think it was addressed properly in the agenda. It doesn't list the reason for the executive session, and if you go into the agenda packet, and it was an email again from Councilor Alcazar and seconded by Councilor Hody, that they wanted to discuss the implementation of the rules of decorum. That is not one of the reasons that you can have an executive session for. So, you know, that item should be removed from executive session and held in open session. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Mayor, Council, if I could, that item was drawn up by former City Attorney Denise Frederick, and hopefully the current City Attorney that I spoke with this afternoon is already aware of that item as well. So we have two attorney opinions that the item is fine.
Okay. Thank you.
And of course, according to, in all fairness to Habib, he will, if we go into executive session, then he will make that determination on his own. But we did discuss it this afternoon. So we have two attorney opinions already.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anyone else before we move on? Mr. Stevens, are you ready to, I don't know what you were waiting for, but. Oh, she's not back.
Yeah, she said
Crystal.
she needed to run my thing or check if the viruses.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we need to move on, and I know the next citizens to be heard isn't till the very end of the meeting. So, yes, Ms. Kinsler.
I have a citizens
yes,
to be
you had
heard that I
you had a
received in the
citizens
email.
report, yeah.
Ms. Kinsler, unfortunately, I will be unable to attend the above-mentioned meeting, which is tonight's meeting. However, I do have concerns and assume this note will be read during the citizens to be heard portion of the meeting. Hopefully, it will not take longer than the 3 minutes allowed. Recently, there's been a poll regarding the time to begin the city council meetings. Overwhelmingly, the vote was to start at 7:00 p.m. I realize most of the council members are no longer employed and can be there any time for these meetings. I believe there was even a mention of 3:00 in the afternoon. Is this just another attempt to leave the voters and their opinions out? Is this the reason that the voter turnout is so low in Leon Valley? I believe it is, and many feel there's no use. They do what they want to do anyway. It is time to consider the outcome of the poll and remember the council members represent the citizens that are not elected to turn on the voters and do whatever they want to accomplish. If you make it impossible for them to attend the meetings, then the council will have no problem doing what they want regardless of their earlier promises to voters. And in addition to that, certainly narrows the possible candidates for city council because it interferes with their employment hours. The removal of Councilman Martinez is over and done. A tremendous amount of taxpayer money was spent to accomplish the majority of the council members' wishes. Remember, this all started with the sexual complaint, which was totally disregarded in the end. But I feel we must to move forward and make sure an event like this never happens in Leon Valley again. I have lived here for over 47 years. I have never seen anything like this, and I hope I never see anything like this happen again. Please consider returning Leon Valley to the great place it once was. Thank you for allowing my concerns to be heard. Sincerely, Jackie Conrad.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So noted. Yes. Yes, you sure may. This is citizens to be heard.
I am a homeowner
Oh,
here in Leon
excuse me,
Valley.
if you'll state your name and just
My
where
name
you
is
live.
Leslie Bacon-Knopf.
Thank you.
And I'm a homeowner in Leon Valley since 1993. And I'm beyond concerned what's going on with the city council and the city manager. I have a question as to why and how in a city of 11,000 residents, taxpayers, that you increase your salary over $30,000 in 1 year and write a contract that renews automatically without any input from the city. Can you answer that?
Well,
Ma'am, I can answer that my contract is between me and the city council, and if you'd like a copy of it, you can do so in an open records request.
I already have,
Okay.
and I have not received it from Sandra here.
Okay, she's very behind.
Additionally, I would like to know how much have the taxpayers paid for all these investigations that you guys continue to instigate? How much have we paid in all of these investigations for attorneys that don't live in the city of San Antonio? They have to come back and forth, all of that. How much has the city residents paid?
Mayor, council, ma'am, I'm not sure what attorneys you're talking about that don't come from in town, but as far as how much the attorneys have been paid for the investigation.
I'm asking for the total amount of investigations that the taxpayers of Leon Valley have had to fork out for all of these that you and the city council have instituted.
I just needed to finish my answer.
Okay.
And so what I have done is I've done a pie chart in previous council meetings showing the council that exact number, and the total number of attorneys' fees was also presented throughout the summer at our budget hearings.
And do you think it's reasonable that a city manager of citizens of 11,000 makes over almost $200,000 a year?
Ma'am, first of all, I'm not going to discuss that.
Well, we already know. We do know.
Ma'am,
The citizens of
what I
Leon Valley
am going
do
to
know.
discuss with you is that our goal here, mine and the council's goal from the very beginning, was to get every employee up to market rate. Market rate not being Texas market, but market rate being Bexar County market rate. And so every staff in this institution or governmental agency is now at market rate, including the city manager.
Okay, and one of the open records requests that I asked Sandra to answer was, out of 123 employees in the city of Leon Valley, how many actually live here?
Mayor, council.
She would not answer my request because she said that she wouldn't give the addresses, and I said, forego giving the addresses. I didn't want the addresses. What I wanted was the amount of residents that actually live in Leon Valley that work here for the city.
I'll answer this last one, Crystal.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not an open records request. That's
won't
asking information from the city as to how many employees live here. That does not fall under open records request. She does not have to create a document to give to you. It's a document that's available.
You don't want to let the citizens know how many of the residents here you have hired?
Ma'am, that's not an open records request.
Okay. Your time is up, but thank you for your comments this evening. I appreciate it. All right.
Was there anything else with that one? Oh, okay. Okay.
Excuse me. Y'all need to both, all of y'all in the front need to leave on the outside to the foyer if you're going to speak. Okay? No, I didn't. I just heard. Okay, we just need to keep it calm. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Stevens?
Josh Stevens, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. But I just have a very short presentation. It's simple, sweet, and it's to the point about something that's later in the agenda, and I kind of mixed a couple items. So the title is, What do the Citizens Want? So I was looking through the agenda packet, and these are some very interesting graphs from Google Analytics. It's really intriguing to see, but as you can tell, I put the numbers over there. The graph is over here, but it tells you the amount of traffic that the Leon Valley website gets during certain days. And so you can kind of trend it to see what's, when's there the most traffic. Well, I highlighted the meetings and about how many people or different IP addresses or different, computers or iPads and stuff use it, and I put the numbers over there. So you'll notice September 3rd, regular meeting 71 people or visits, or that's the amount of traffic, and then 63 and then 64 for more meetings. And then so the next one, though, is really intriguing. It's October of 2019, the next month, and you'll see there's a huge spike in the middle of the month. And on the October 15th regular meeting, there was 942 visitors to the Leon Valley website. So one would ask, why is there more than 12 times the amount of traffic to the Leon Valley website that there normally is? Well, my hypothesis is that it has to do with this guy right here. And I think that October 15th was the day that we were going to be discussing his conduct, and a lot of citizens were very interested because they like Will Bradshaw. And why do they like Will Bradshaw? Because he is constantly advocating for the citizens in the community, and he's constantly asking them what they want and what do they want to see have done. And so one of the things he did is, if you'll go to the next slide, this was just referenced also, but he posted a poll onto the Nextdoor application. And I know that some council members are not privy just because of, however Nextdoor is set up. But you'll notice that more than 90% of participants out of his poll chose either 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. And so you would think that if you're a council member and you're truly wanting to represent the community, that given a poll like this, unless you have other convincing data, but given a poll like this, you would either go with the highest amount, which would be 7 p.m., or you'd come to the middle ground between 6 and 7 p.m., so maybe 6:30 p.m. But I find it very interesting that the council now wants to deviate from what the people actually want and what they've shown that they want by placing the meeting at 5:30. So that's the extent of my presentation.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Blackmore. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Blackmore. I'm a citizen of the state of Texas, born and bred, and citizen of Leon Valley. I want to apologize to Dr. Crystal for my attitude last meeting, Ms. Sandra, Ms. Kelly, the staff of City Hall, Ms. Charles.
Sorry, that was for the other person, not you.
I want to apologize to you, Dr. Rodriguez, Ms. Alcacer. All the rest of you, the heck with you. But I also want to say, the person you had pictured up there, you say he's likable. I don't like him. The reason I got upset at the last council meeting was because of the brochure that was sent out slandering the women and Mr. Hody. I want to apologize to you too. That's what got my blood roaring. I had a speech prepared. I was going to go down the list. My blood pressure got up and my anger got to me. I apologize to everybody except two people on the council. The one who was just pictured and the one sitting in the middle. Thank you very much. God bless the state of Texas. Leon Valley.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Blackmore. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Alcazar.
Albert Alcocer, Leon Valley. I've been here since about 80. I see, like we have one group of people that seems to come up at all these meetings, and it's a handful, and they seem to be super negative. They're keeping the city from moving forward because they're always looking back, and they have I'm not sure about their mission. I think they're unhappy with some results of an ex-councilman who, I hate to see that happen, but it did happen. You guys stood up to it. You took care of it properly. And you know how they say it's always harder to do the right thing than to lie and get by with all kinds of different innuendos. Polls and all that, I don't do Facebook. I do none of those things because I don't like them. People can put in there anything they want because they're not going to get punched in the nose or kicked in the butt. So they write whatever they want because nobody's going to correct them. Get up here, face people, and be yourself. Be honest. Like Monica says, it's nice to be nice, so be nice. Yes, the attendance of these meetings is going down. People tell me, we don't want to go. So how do we turn it around? You're driving the bus, Mayor. You can do it. We'll back you up.
Thank you, Mr. Alcacer.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll move to announcements by the mayor and city council members. Ms. Charles, do you have any announcements this evening?
Yes, I do. We attended the, what did we go to this? Census. The census?
Yeah, we went to the census meeting last night. That was very good. We're moving forward on that. So just remember, Census 2020, just around the corner, and everybody do their participation and communication to your neighborhoods to get that message out. We also attended the Boots and Badges event at Whataburger, and that was in spite of the weather challenges, which was very, very cold. It was a good event, and it was most exciting was when the helicopter tried to land, and it blew the barricades across where their landing pad was going to be. So he had to immediately go up and then circle around till they got the barricades laid down so they wouldn't blow. And then he came back and landed. So when he landed and he had gotten out, I went over and I said, "So how was the who is the pilot of this?" He said, "Well, it depends on what you thought of it." I said, "The pilot made a smooth landing." He said, "Oh, then that was me." That was a DPS pilot, so he did a great job. And then I have one comment. My saying for tonight is, "A man wrapped up in himself makes a very small bundle."
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
Just to back up, Ms. Charles, Boots and Badges was exciting. It was nice to see all the different area law enforcements, blues and reds get together. Gave us a great opportunity to see who is protecting us in our city, who is doing the best that they can to make sure that the citizens here in Leon Valley are getting their needs met. And thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
As a follow-up to the Boots and Badges, the comments since then have been that people wish they knew more about it, so if the city or whoever does the publicity could give them some advance notice. They said they would have loved to have their children go to it, and it was very nice. There was a lot of attendance, and it was multiple agencies that were there. Since this is the few days before Thanksgiving and we won't see you, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Riddle, for your shirt, and smile. You're on candid camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hody.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to just make a quick correction about the citizens to be heard being 3 minutes. The mayor mentions that it's 3 minutes. It can be extended to 5. We talked about that when we voted on it.
Right.
The 3 is simply to try to keep it at a reasonable amount of time so that we can get through the meeting. I'll stay as late as I have to, but that's not fair to the rest of the citizens. So 3 with the understanding that it can be up to 5 if needed.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hody.
So I
Appreciate
too attended the Boots and Badges function, and it was like being a kid again with all the fire trucks and the ambulances, and of course the helicopter was the highlight. I got to see it land and take off. It was, but that's just me. I also attended the Library Board of Trustees meeting this week for the first time, and the Sign Code Update Advisory Committee for the first time. A good bunch of people, and we thank them for their dedication. It's a lot of work. The staff Thanksgiving luncheon, I was invited to that on Monday at noon, and once again I was reminded of what a cohesive, helpful, accessible group of staff and employees that we have here, and they are accessible. So are they going to always give you the answer that you want? No, they haven't always given me that. You know, when I was just a citizen, you know that, Ms. Kinsler. But, you know, you move on and you try to work with them and talk to them. Don't just assume what you read on Nextdoor or you hear from somebody knocking on your door. Talk to them. It's okay.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to, the Boots and Badges were great. It was just so freezing cold. I just couldn't stay I think I stayed about an hour, but it was so cold that night. But it was a great event as well, and thanks to all of those people who put it together. You couldn't help but miss it because there were so many lights with all of the cars and fire engines and stuff like that going on. But yeah, I think more publicity would be good. We had a wonderful Veterans Day ceremony at Leon Valley Elementary, and Chief Savaggio was there with his granddaughter, and they did an outstanding job honoring the veterans for Leon Valley Elementary. And Senator Menendez was also a guest speaker, and it was a wonderful event. I'm glad we were able to attend, Chief. Really want to emphasize the Bandera Road Work Group Tech Stop meeting. This is where you can come on Wednesday, December the 12th, I believe. No, 11th, from 5 to 7 at the conference center. You're going to hear a lot of data, but you're also going to be able to give your feedback to TxDOT. They want to hear from you about Bandera Road. There's been no decisions made. It's just been all collecting data as far as, I'm trying to think all of those numbers that they come up with, but traffic counts and light synchronization and Bluetooth data. It's very, very interesting, very technical. So please come because Bandera Road needs to be fixed and we need to have a say. So I'd love to see you there.
Mayor, if I can just supplement what you just said, the meeting you were just talking about starts at 5 o'clock p.m. at the conference center.
Right.
Okay.
5 to 7. I have on our agenda under consent, John Marshall High School Band had asked for an in-kind donation, and I've received an email from them this afternoon, and I wanted to read it. Dear Mayor and City Council members, the John Marshall Ram Band would like to respectfully rescind the request for the in-kind grant for our Marshall High School Ram Band Winter Dance that we had requested for this December 20th, 2019. When we first requested the in-kind grant last year, our high school cafeteria was under complete renovations, and you also generously approved the use of your community center. We truly appreciated and enjoyed it. This year, the Marshall High School cafeteria renovations have been completed. We were unsure if it would be available for us to use. Today, November 18th, our band director, Mr. Kevin Tabb, informed us that the cafeteria is available to us and we will no longer need to request the in-kind grant or use of the Leon Valley Community Center on December 20th. Thank you so kindly offering your facilities for our use. We remain grateful for your service to our community, and we look forward to continuing to work alongside you all in the future. We are especially excited about the Christmas tree lighting event this December and the movie in the park and any other events. We would love to collaborate with you all. Again, thank you for everything. Sincerely, Rebecca Vera Reed, who's the John Marshall Band Booster President. So thank you for that. And so that reminds us, yes, happy Thanksgiving. Hope everyone has a wonderful Thanksgiving with your family and your friends. We have a lot to be thankful for. But the following Monday after Thanksgiving at 5:30 in the Community Conference Complex, we will have the annual Christmas tree lighting. So we hope to see you there. And yes, John Marshall Band will be there, as well as the Leon Valley Elementary, the middle school. Why am I blank on them? Anyway, right there on Evers Road, they'll be there. Pat Neff, thank you. They'll be there, so we hope to see you all there. Okay, so that's it for the announcements. And let me move then to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that would like to remove any of the discussion items, with the exception, of course, now number 4 is deleted as per the request from John Marshall for discussion? It would be agenda item number 6.1, 6.2, or 6.3 for discussion. Okay, seeing no one, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
I make a motion that we approve consent agenda 6.1, 2, and 3.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Charles and a second by Councilor Alcacer to approve consent agenda item 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to number 7, ordinance. Before we actually get into reading that, I would like to ask the council, when we put together the agenda, I did not hear back from Mr. Bradshaw until the Thursday following when we met on Wednesday. And he would like to be included in that discussion of 7.2, and I would like to ask if we could move 7.2 to the following meeting, 12/3.19, at the council's discretion. So that's a request. And I don't know if we need to vote on that now, or just when we get there, we could do that. So when we get there. Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. I appreciate the consideration. So then moving to ordinance number 7.1, Ms. Pusley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley City Council approving the city manager's appointment of the law firm Denton, Navarro, Rocha, Bernal, and Zecht, P.C. to provide legal services as city attorney and designating a city attorney and assistant city attorneys.
Thank you. Ms. Kinsler, is there any updates on ordinance number 7.1?
Mayor, Councilor, no updates.
Okay, very good. Any questions from the council? All right, and so what is the pleasure of the council on ordinance 7.1?
I move that we approve 7.1 as presented.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Hody to approve ordinance 7.1 as presented. All those appointing Denton Navarro Rocha as the city designated city attorney and assistant city attorney for our city. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. So, Mr. Habib Erkan Jr., he will take his place to my right, and we welcome you. Thank you. Would you like to just say a few words about yourself?
Sure.
I mean, you're not a stranger
Well,
to
no,
Leon Valley because y'all have been our city attorney before.
That's correct. Back in the 90s, when I was a assistant city attorney for the city of San Antonio, I actually was your prosecutor.
Oh, really?
And so I've been working with you for over 20 years. And our firm has been your city attorney and has worked on special projects for a number of years. And I want to say on behalf of the partners and the associates of our firm that we're very honored to have been selected, and we look forward to working with the city going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much, and welcome. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And Mayor, Council, just so you know, next meeting, we will do the swearing in of the prosecutor and the attorneys as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Then, Ms. Postley, if you'll go ahead and read ordinance number 7.2 again, and then we can discuss about moving it to the next meeting. Thank you.
An ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, Article 1.04, City Council, Section 1.04.001, meetings to change the meeting dates and times, providing repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Mr. Habib was just saying it's a motion to postpone to 12/3/19 due to the absence of our council member. Yes.
So is what I would float is that we go ahead and discuss it today as listed and then have a third reading.
Oh, okay. All right. How do y'all feel about that?
I would like to present, because I don't think we will need a third reading, so I would like to present from that standpoint. I took the things that we did discuss, not rambling, and am proposing the following. The last thing Mr. Bradshaw said was he wanted the meetings to be 2 hours instead of 3. But nonetheless, I'm proposing the 3-hour maximum, and anything that's continued past that, will carry over to the next meeting, that we do a 30-minute pre-meeting, which would start at 5:30, and the 30 minutes again would be the maximum. The staff, I believe, will work on minimizing what's on it, and like grouping presentations, grouping honorary things for 5 or 6 people from the same department can get there at the same time to go within the time frame. It also allows for the fact that if we start the meeting at 6, anybody who might not be able to make it could be there at 6 like we've been doing. In addition, having a time frame, maximum 3 hours, will help everybody. Our meetings have become really ridiculously long, 5, 6, 7, even 8 hours, and we don't even take breaks unless we make it, we have to do a special request just to get a break. It's just not fair to council, to the residents, to the staff. Nobody stays for the long meetings, even when they start out with us. So it will also help with the cost of attorney's fees that everybody keeps trying to make like it's a bigger thing than it is. The staff that some people don't want to consider do have to be back here at 7 the following morning for the most part. When they have to stay past the times, they get to make it up at other times, but then they aren't available for everything. They're missing out on various vacations and things like that. In fact, it's another agenda item, trying to change it to adapt. So my proposal would be tonight to go with the maximum 3-hour meetings and starting the pre-meeting at 5:30 that would deal with the items like happened today where the fire marshal was named and sworn in, and the staff can also hopefully cut down on some of their presentations, just make it more succinct so we can get within that time frame and make the meetings more palatable to everybody. So that's why I don't think there's a need to have a third meeting. It's just a basic request.
All right. Ms. Charles?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's really, we're not changing, so we're just having the pre-meeting at 5:30 for the honorarium and certificates and awards and things like that. So if you have somebody that's getting one of those, I am sure you'd make an effort to be here. Then the meeting would begin at 6 o'clock like it has been all this time. So, and I think all the people that have been coming and the people who want to come can make it by 6 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Hody.
So I just want to make sure that I understand that if we start at 5:30 and it's the presentations, let's say we get to 5:45, it's quick presentations, would we have maybe a 15-minute break and then start at 6?
Yes.
Or make sure that we have, the types of items, not that anything is unimportant, but the types of items that are more presentation-like? I've got no problem with that, especially if Mr. Bradshaw wanted 2 hours and we're saying 3, which I think 2 is not long enough. I can't believe I just said that. But the 3 hours is fine, and I would agree with that. I don't think that's unreasonable, and I don't think Mr. Bradshaw would either, unless he was trying to get it changed to a really later time, which I don't want to do.
Well, like to hear from him. That's why I wanted to postpone it or go for a third reading, because I think his input is valuable. 5:30, I've got a little problem with that because we have no room for an executive session now at all. It'd have to be afterwards. You make a good point that we could start at 5:30, but then we get finished in 5 minutes. We have to wait around till 6 to start the regular meeting. So I think we should still start at 6 and just keep it to 3 hours. And I think we can do our best, including presentations. I'm for shortening the meetings for sure. Again, it does put a crunch on people who are working. I mean, people that are retired can probably make it at 5:30. And I think I can't speak for him, but Mr. Bradshaw was saying it's difficult for him to get here at 5:30 because he gets off work at 5. So anyway, I'd still request a postponement to December 3rd to get the input from Mr. Bradshaw.
Mr. Bradshaw had previously told me that with his new job, most of his work when he is here he could do from the house. So I think there's just some misinformation or something happening out there. The idea also was things like the finance report can be on the consent agenda unless there's something special that we need to take off for it. If there were a lot more people have attended since we changed it from 7 to 6, and just if you go to the analytics that are in there, if you look at the average time, the shorter meetings or the other meetings were 2.5 minutes. And the October meeting that was referenced was the average time that anybody even looked at it was 1 minute and 28 seconds. So yes, we do have people looking at it and showing some interest in it, but their interest is nominal. And the one good thing, the advantage that anybody has, they can watch it at any time they want to, and obviously they don't care to watch too much of the meetings. Spending 1 minute and 28 seconds. The bounce rate, I'm not sure what that means, but I guess you bounce from one thing to another like we do in our life. Anyway, it's not a major change. It's a thing that we can try. If it doesn't work, then we can try it another way. But when we are having things, you see the people here much before 6, so it would be easily done for having it at 5:30. So I would just like to try it, have see how well we do, and see if we can, some of the naysayers can stop their naysaying. If it doesn't work, we can always change it back.
I would just like to add something too. Councilor Bradshaw also did the poll on Nextdoor, and there were 137 respondees. So that wasn't a significant number, the 67% out of the 137. So I think he would be just fine leaving it as is because he was able to make the meetings as they are.
Well, we don't know since he's not here. I just respectfully disagree about putting the finance report in the consent agenda. I mean, that is our primary purpose. I know the manager had suggested that to me this go around, and I said, no, we are responsible for the budget, for the spending of the money. And I think it's very important for us to look at it every month and have those questions and have our citizens be able to respond. So that's my feeling on that. I think it's very important.
The finance report doesn't take that long. What I've been told by your budget officer is that the council will take it off for a few years, and then it comes on for a year or two, and then it comes off again. It's been on and off since they've been here. And so I was just trying to go back in the past and see what you'd done before. But it's always available. It's always online. We're very transparent with that. So either way, it doesn't take long.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
But I just like, if we can leave the finance report on. However, if there's an attempt to make everything succinct, it'll work out. I mean, we can reduce the meeting that way.
Okay. Anything else? Ms. Joseph, did you have a comment tonight?
Yes, I did. Lynn Joseph, Trotter Lane. I just had one comment that, two. I believe Councilman Bradshaw said he wanted 3 hours. He was all for a 3-hour council meeting. Just wanted that correction. We could double check on that. And then from what I'm hearing, what y'all want to do, it sounds like you just want to streamline everything to where citizens will not have that much capability of input or given information what's going on in the city. You keep referring that, oh, they can find it online, they can go look for it elsewhere. The sole purpose of the city council meeting is to inform citizens, not take it away from them. And I just, Mrs. Alcacer, I don't see where what's your idea of moving forward with this? How is this moving the city forward, other than cutting the times so that you don't have to spend so much time here? That's what it sounds like to me, coming from what y'all are saying. How is this moving forward? Where are you going with this? Citizens want to know that. I just got through walking the streets, talking to people. We all did. And citizens were quite concerned about, where are you going? What is it you want to do with the city? Other than strip it down and start all over, I guess. Is that your concerns? Citizens do want to know that. And I realize you're saying that there's only a few nominal people that look at that. There's a lot more that look at it later. They don't just log in at that time. So I really think you need to give the citizens more consideration. You have just kind of pushed us aside and shoved us under the rug. And that's how citizens are feeling. So,
Right. Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Yes. Good evening and welcome. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, council members, city manager Drew Power, Canterfield.
Okay.
I'm just asking for some clarification with the 5:30 to 6 for special awards and ceremonies, and then the 3 hours starts at 6 and goes from 6 to 9, or is it from 5:30 to 8:30 for the 3 hours?
I'll defer to Ms. Alcacer since this is her proposal.
The max, 3 hours is the maximum that we have the meetings, and the intent was to go to 6 to 9 for the meetings. So that'll be maximum, though. Some may end. Occasionally, we have one that'll end in 20 minutes. Doesn't mean we have to be there. But we've never had a pre-session that went less than 30 minutes. So that's why we went with that. So I don't think we'll be sitting around.
So the 3 hours starts at 6 and it goes 6 to 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's
Yes,
all. I was confused on the times in the 3 hours.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for clearing
Yes.
that up.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. All right.
Mayor.
Yes, Counselor.
And I just want to make it clear, too, there was no comment about reducing the opportunity for citizens to be heard in any of this. So that stays.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Mr. Stevens?
Forest Oaks. I just have one quick thing, and it's Google Analytics. It's a clarification because you maybe shouldn't make assumptions if you don't know what you're talking about. But the average session duration and both the bounce rate are not even going to be useful at all, because if you've ever streamed a council meeting, you know that it pops up in a new pop-up window, and that's JavaScript, and it skews everything on Google Analytics. So it's going to make all of the numbers that are below like meaningless, essentially, because they don't show you anything. So I would take by this that the average person spends about 1 minute and 28 seconds before they find the appropriate council meeting to click on, if that's the page that they're running the analytics for, which I'm making the assumption that's what it is. So,
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And let's see, we have Ms. Martinez. Good evening and welcome.
Pat Martinez, Seneca Estates. I believe Will has the right to be here to voice his opinions instead of someone else voicing them for him. He was voted on City Council to be here as a member to do what each and one of you do. And for you to disregard him because he is out of town on business is not fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Martinez. Anyone else? Yes, Counselor.
I don't recall the council closing down at any time when any council member was absent. They continued with their business. So this is the same as that.
Well, I'd like to just add that we had an opportunity about a year ago to implement video conferencing, and it was voted down by the council. If we had video conferencing tonight, we would see Mr. Bradshaw. So people want to take their job seriously. They want to participate, but sometimes their work interferes. He had all the intentions of being back tonight, according to his email, and the trip got extended to the 22nd. So, again, we might look back at video conferencing so that people that we elected can participate at all the meetings. So.
Just remember, if you do the video conferencing, we'll need to do a budget adjustment. 'Cause
Yeah,
that was
I
like
understand.
$40,000 to
it's already,
$50,000.
we went through that, but I'm just saying, if we had video conferencing tonight, that would have solved the problem. That's
You
all.
don't know that, Mayor. You don't know what time it is there. You have all of this special presentation for one man. If we could all get the same attention and consideration, we would all appreciate it. But you have no clue unless you're constantly in touch with him, and you're just the same thing. None of the consideration for the rest of us here.
It would be for everybody. Video conferencing is for anybody that could not be
And
here.
Mr. Bradshaw, I'll represent again, indicated he didn't want to do it when he was off on vacation and other things. So neither did you, Mayor, neither did I. So this isn't the issue, though. So we're not here discussing that, but.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Joseph.
Take exception on that. What about what happened with Dr. Edwards? He was willing to video in.
Mayor, it's not on the agenda. You brought it up.
It's the discussion you brought up.
No, actually, I brought it up, so,
Charles
but,
brought it up.
yeah, she brought it up.
So,
Okay,
yes,
it's kind of
so
related.
Before you became in office, there were a lot of things that you apparently don't know about. You weren't savvy to. You didn't mention David Edwards one bit.
Okay, thank you.
For the issues.
Ms. Baldridge.
Baldridge, I live at 6368 Parsley Hill. I just thought of something. We used to have a regular meeting time starting at 7 o'clock in the evening for umpteen years. And I hear you folks saying we don't have enough participant input. We don't have many participants showing at our meetings. That's the reason you don't. I mean, people have to live. They need to work, come home at a reasonable time. If they have family, they have to put food on the table for them. And then they can go to a council meeting and participate. What we're doing is we're denying citizen input. Where if you look back at the times, we have a lot of history in this city. 7 o'clock was a meeting beginning, period. We never changed it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Kim?
I just have a very
Okay, excuse me, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
very quick comment. So I'm actually texting Will Bradshaw right now. It's 3:45 a.m. in Israel, and this is the quote. I'm just going to read it to you. I don't know if I have his permission, but nonetheless. I wish they would make this more about the citizens and not me. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Kim, and welcome.
Kim Crawford, 7007 Forest Oaks. There's just it's a small thing maybe, but it just sticks in my mind. Y'all are saying let's have a pre-meeting at 5:30 and the real meeting at 6. That's like putting lipstick on a pig. I mean, it's still starting the meeting at 5:30, and which is fine either way. I'm just saying, I object to the term pre-meeting. Let's just say we're starting the meeting at 5:30. Okay, because otherwise it's like trying to sugarcoat it, the meeting change. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Johnson.
William Johnson, Forest Oaks, Kennerfield. The diagram for the city has the citizens at the top and the council below the citizens. The poll that Councilor Bradshaw put out, if you look at that, it was strictly restricted to 9 neighborhoods. Based on where he lives, it would be 53 neighborhoods if he didn't go in and tailor the poll. So the poll was tailored to only go to those neighborhoods that are exclusively in Leon Valley. I took a screenshot about 5:30, and there were 132 votes, and there's been comment that, oh, that's just a few. Well, we've seen slides presented here on the animal ordinance that are based on less than a quarter of that as the, quote, citizen input. This is 132 votes. That's not an insignificant number. Not everybody has Nextdoor, and the people on Nextdoor, generally there's just one account per household, so that could be 3, 4, 5 people. I know in my household it's 2. So the 132 votes represents more than 132 citizens, and the citizens have spoken very, very clearly with this insignificant number, which is more than I've seen in a lot of the presentations presented here at this podium. 90% wanted at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. 90%, that's pretty significant and should not be disregarded as just an insignificant number. That's more than when this started last session. You, Councilperson Alcacer, had said you had spoken to some of your neighbors. I'm willing to bet that it wasn't 132 of them. This is a much broader net cast, and we have the results of it, and it's overwhelmingly for 6 or 7 p.m. Most of them, 66% of the votes were for a 7 p.m. start. And if you are responsive to the citizens, you will take the citizens' input into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
I'd like to respond there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a poll that is, Mr. Johnson, you may sit down. Thank you.
Excuse me. I think you can stand if you, are you ready, are you wanting to respond? Is that why you stood
I'm
back
going to
up?
respond,
Okay.
and I think I deserve the right to rebut.
Okay, very good.
If you have a poll that's skewed, those same 132 would maybe vote for me not to be here. If I presented the poll, I think it would be a different result. Each one of us presenting it, depending on how we do it. Actually, what I've discussed, and it's on a later agenda item, is to put this poll in the January meeting to try to see. The poll needs to be who would attend, who has attended, who would come. Does it matter if it's morning, noon, or night? Who works in the daytime? Who works at night? Not a poll, would it be 5, 6, or 7? So no one is disregarding any citizens. We don't know how many voted any one time or 6 times. It's just when you do a poll, just like in the national, look at what's happening on the national level. We're bringing it down to our level, unfortunately. Saying that we're not responsive, I responded to you as a citizen, and look what I got.
You got exactly what you asked for, but that's on a different topic. You cannot vote more than once. So saying voted 6 times, that's skewing or misrepresenting the data that's here. If you think the poll is inaccurate, then I would suggest that each member of City Council, based on your comments just now, put their own polls up and see what the results are. You say you would get different results. Do it. This is 2 weeks data. This is only 2 weeks data. It's 2 weeks till the next council meeting. Each of you can put your own poll up. Each of you can express the questions you want to express. But this is another method of soliciting citizen input that is being ignored, and it is a broader method than what has been employed in the past that I have seen since I started attending council meetings in May. So I would put the suggestion back in your court, do your own poll and bring the results back. It's very, very simple. It doesn't require computer genius. It's right there at the top of next door. You click on the button to make a poll and you write up the poll. And it is very straightforward and very simple. Put your questions up, phrase them how you want to phrase them, address the issues you want to address, and bring the results back to this meeting, to this council. It's that simple. There's no need to get all to jump into this fast. This requires a little bit of deliberation, I feel. And so I put it back on you. If you feel that way, then please do so. Make your own polls, get your own data, and bring them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Ms. Gamboa, good evening and welcome.
Maria Gamboa, Forest Meadow. I've been listening to all of this, and I'm a very good listener. I wasn't here at the last council meeting, but I remembered on Wednesday that I had missed it, so I watched it. And, it was a long, stressed out meeting. I could have walked away. I could have said, nah, and I'm going to go have a cup of coffee or whatever, or eat a piece of pie. I don't want to listen to this anymore. But I listened to the whole thing. I stayed there from whenever you started to when it ended. And I think that any citizen that is interested will do that. I've been coming, and to these meetings for a long time. And we have stayed. A lot of us have stayed till the very end. But you can count them on your hand, how many. I really believe that somebody that wants to come to a meeting will come because they're interested. If they're not here, it's because they're not interested. I remember when I was working, I couldn't come to them. But when I retired, I started coming. So you need to think about that. It's people that really are interested in what's going on in our community that will be here. Most of the time, I watch. And I see that people that come, and it's packed, it's because they're getting an award or it's something that interests them. As soon as they say their piece, they're gone. The rest of us, the 5 of us or 10 of us that stay, are the ones that are really interested. So think about that when you do vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Blackmore.
Name is Blackmore, resident of Leon Valley. We have a population of over 10,000 people in Leon Valley, which is good. But only a fraction of those people vote. Only a fraction of them care. I work with statistics in the military, in college. I know they can be skewed. Go either way. That may be true. It may not. Knowing the group it comes from, I would think it's been colored a little bit. I just want to leave that with y'all. And there's a lot less voters would be voting. We have a few people watch it on TV, on their computers, but very few of them voice of opinion. They ought to show up in council. Times, yeah, I'd like it at 7 o'clock because I can watch the news at home before I come down here. I really don't care. Whatever's convenient for the council. I know some of y'all work and some of you don't. And whatever's convenient for the council, and care whatever their thing says. I don't care about it. That's all I got to say.
Okay. All right, any other comments before we move on? Okay, yes, Councilor Hody.
I just wanted to say, I don't think there's anything wrong at looking at this. I mean, if we just stayed in a rut all the time, nothing would ever occur around here. I do not believe, as I certainly wouldn't have put the second down, and I really didn't speak with Councilor Alcacer in depth about any of this. It was just, start time, how long it should last. But, for example, there's a resident that I know that works Tuesday through Saturday, and Tuesday is her late day. She can never go to a council meeting, and she wants to. And, so that cuts out not only the twice a month Tuesdays, but it also cuts out the Saturday coffees. So, I don't know what the happy medium is. I hear a lot of angry folks in here, but I don't think Ms. Alcacer is trying to cut people out. We're just looking at some different options. I think we can all agree that the meetings last a long time. They last too long. I don't know what it's going to take to streamline it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't have an answer for it
Mm-hmm.
right now. I've got no problem with any time. I'll take off work if I have to. As folks say, you signed up for this, so then by golly, I'm going to do what I can to be here. And citizens have emailed me about different things, and I try to be fair about, and I try to put myself in their shoes the best that I can. And I really believe, I think the 6 o'clock is working. If we want to put some of the celebratory items at 5:30 and not start the actual agendized items until 6, for sure, that's pretty much going to keep us the same. Or, if we go to 7, I want a 2-hour meeting, as I don't know if Will did or didn't say that, but
I don't remember.
yeah, I have no idea. I wish, if I had known this, I'd have reached out to him and tried to get somewhat of an idea. Mayor, did he not talk to you at all about
this
anything?
is just one email. No, just one email. That's all.
He was assuming he was going to be here, but
No.
wasn't. So, I don't know. Next.
I don't think the issue is the length of the meeting. I think we all agree that the length of the meeting needs to be shortened. I am for that 100%. It's the time. It's the start time. I think that's the issue that I'm hearing. And I guess I had a question so we start at 6, and then bing, 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 at 9 o'clock, we're finished. So what if we're not done with the agenda? So what does that mean? Do we just carry over everything to the next meeting? I just want to be, have we thought about that?
Yes, that's the
So,
plan.
I mean, that's something, but,
I think if the agenda is lined up correctly, not that one is more important than the other item, but if it's lined up correctly, and as I understand it, you and the city manager work on that, or am I wrong? Is that right?
correct. And, I
Okay.
mean, there's a lot. I mean, this agenda comes.
So how are we going to
like
be able to
this.
put all this into 2 meetings? Do we need to have a third meeting, and maybe that one's during the day, or that one's earlier, or?
I don't know about a third meeting a month. Wow.
Well,
Okay.
this going until
Oh, I know what I was going
midnight
to say.
is
No, the midnight, that's gotten crazy. But what if we take this to the town hall meeting and try to get citizen, when we have more citizen input, there's about 100 citizens, and let them weigh in then. I think that we'll get a more representative.
So what are we going to do
Actually,
about
that's
the
coming
lady?
up later in the agenda.
Yeah, but I'm saying this particular question for the town hall meeting about times. Like I said, I don't think duration is an issue, is it, for anybody? I don't think so. If we're done by 9, I think that's great. It's just what time do we start? That's the issue that I'm hearing. And I'd like to hear from more citizens, and the town hall meeting's a great way to get more citizen input.
So that's actually part of the suggestion tonight for the town hall meeting presentation, is that we ask the citizens at the town hall meeting as well.
Okay, so should we not vote on this tonight and wait until we get
That's up to the body. I just want you to know
that's what I would say.
that was part of it.
Okay.
We'd like to try it out so we have something to present. It's not any change except trying to do, the last meeting, we had nearly 2 hours of awards and presentations. That part can definitely be condensed. We also had the idea of putting things like the animal ordinance that were on our 4th try as doing special meetings for things like that are going to be and extended. So maybe we used to have lots of extra meetings. Fortunately, we don't have so many, but what it's caused is extremely lengthy meetings, one after the other. And everybody gets on everybody's nerves. And really, Ms. Gamboa stays occasionally, but almost nobody has stayed. The one person who has stayed at a few of them isn't here tonight, Cassie Rouse. But, and occasionally Mr. Blackmore has been here after we've had a late session and we come out of an executive session. But anyway, I'm prepared to make a motion to try it. We'll have 3 meetings before, well, 4 meetings before the coffee, and we'll be able to make a little better determination. So my motion tonight is to do the celebratory and the presentations from 5:30 to 6, and do the meeting from 6 to 9 o'clock, 3-hour maximum. It doesn't have to go till 9, and to begin that with the first meeting in December.
And what about the coffee?
I mean,
Is that
that's
part
a
of the
different
motion?
item.
Okay, I didn't know.
Right, no, that's
Okay.
that's be
What
under
about
that
the
item.
coffee?
Because we had mentioned, we had talked about polling at the coffee.
Right, that's.
Like the
that's
town
what
hall
you had.
meeting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the town hall meeting.
It's different, yeah.
Yeah.
Need a second.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Charles to change the start time of the city council meetings to 5:30 for presentations and awards, and begin the regular agenda at 6 p.m. With a duration of 3 hours. Any further discussion? I have a discussion item. So where does executive session come in? Does that start at 9:30 or 9 o'clock after
Or
we've gone?
whenever, if the meeting ends earlier, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear because those are always pretty important topics, and the later we go, the more tired we become. So, okay. So it'll be at the end of the meeting. All right.
Or at 5 o'clock when people can make it.
We also don't need the attorney for the presentations at 5:30, so we could get the attorney here at 6.
I understand, but we need the counselors here.
Correct, right.
For executive session, so.
Letting Mr. Erkin know.
All right. Did you want to discuss before we vote? All right, Mr. Price. And if you'll speak into the microphone, please, so that we can hear you, that's very important. Thank you.
Stephen Price, 6300 Rue Marie Lane. As I said when I came up before, I represent the precinct and my precinct and precinct 2. So there was a comment made that citizens versus the council's needs. We need the citizens to be here. If you're going to do these awards and do these things at 5:30, there's still people get off at work at 5. The traffic on Bandera Road is so bad. I mean, even me just trying to get here at 6, I was late. Other meetings that I attended, none of them. 5:30 doesn't make sense. It's too early. So if you're going to put the motion on the table now, and you already have, I think that there's enough people in the room here where you could get a raise of hands and see what you think, get a poll. But if you're going to do this tonight, you're going to set a precedence that you've already done it, that's already acceptable, and the citizens are going to know that you made a decision prior to going to the town hall and asking them.
Okay.
You're circumventing the public's desire and the public's voice. So those that are here are the ones that attend these meetings. Ask them. Get a poll, get a show of hands before you take that vote. Because I got a feeling you're going to take the vote and you're going to stick to it. And you're going to have a problem. You're going to want to change it because people are going to get upset. They can't come to the meetings. It's already been said. They're not showing up. That's why they're not showing up. It's obvious. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Price. Okay, we have another discussion. Mr. Yarnell.
Hello, Yarnell, Canfield. I have a question on how this is going to work. If you get to 9 o'clock and you've got items left on the agenda, they automatically move to the next meeting, and now you've added items to that meeting. So how are you ever going to catch up? I would like an answer.
Yeah.
If you've got 3 or 4 items left, they're going to go on to the next agenda, at the top of the agenda?
I would think so. I mean,
So
again,
what
this
happens
is all
if
new.
you get to
I
9
don't
o'clock
know.
and you haven't finished that meeting? I mean, there needs to be, I want to shock some people, but I think I agree with Ms. Alcacer. We should have some kind of, she talks about having a questionnaire in January. That's when you're having a town hall meeting. Why don't we delay it till the town hall meeting and get some more information? Stacking these things together, I'm not getting an answer. I don't see how you're going to make it work. One thing you could probably do is reduce the time of the presentations by items on the agenda to 45 minutes. I mean, we've talked chickens now for I don't know how long. Where's the problem with the chickens? Why are we having so much time with that? It's taken up too much time. Other items come in here and take an hour. Limit the staff presentation time to something that's reasonable, and people will be able to come and participate. But I agree with Ms. Alcacer. Let's wait till January, like she talked about. Take the survey at the town hall meeting and see what happens.
But she wants to have 4 meetings that experiment with the 5:30 so that you have more.
Mentioned about having a survey, taking a survey in January.
I know, but based on 4 meetings at 5:30, so you can report
I missed
on
that
that.
part.
Yeah,
I missed that
definitely.
part. Okay, thank you.
We've had
Okay.
many years of doing this and observing, and if you're here, you come, you can see how many people for presentations are here early. And they come for the presentation and they leave. 95% of them do that. So you have it for them. It is a special, nice thing, and then you go on. We do our meeting at the regular time. As we said, everybody has agreed to try to cut things down so that we can streamline the meetings. If we had considered it sooner, we could have done a special meeting just for the animal ordinance. We had no clue what it was going to generate. And we've had, not only this will be the fourth meeting, but we've had umpteen meetings before this. So this is trying to do something that makes things better for everybody. Because I suggested it doesn't make it wrong. Thank you, and Mayor, I'd like to call the vote.
Okay. Mr. Martinez was up. Let me hear from him, and then we'll call the vote.
Benny Martinez, Seneca. Today's packet was 541 pages. As council, when I was on council, we get the packet on Friday. How can you expect, or staff expect, city council members to read 500 pages of stuff? You know, I requested several times when I was on council that a lot of these ordinances have taken months to craft, like this new plan development idea. Why hasn't council been given that a month ago and review it at their leisure? So when it comes to council, you don't have 500 pages to read over a weekend. There's a lot of better ways to do things. And listen to the people. Listen to the people. The people are your boss. They want 7 o'clock start time. You can still limit by crafting the times. You can keep it to a 3, maybe 4 hour meeting at the most. But you get stuff like on this agenda. You get halfway through. You're not going to get, in 3 hours, you won't get through the chicken ordinance. You won't get through the planned development ordinance. So what are you going to do? Carry that to the next? And then to the next. So eventually you're going to have a balloon that's going to pop. You won't have time to do it. Think, please, think. 7 o'clock.
Okay. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Charles?
Approve.
Councilor Rodriguez?
No vote. I choose to not vote on this. Abstain.
Councilor Alcacer?
Yes.
Councilor Hody?
Nay.
And Councilor Bradshaw?
I believe it's a tie. Is it not? It's not a tie. It's 2 yeas, 1 abstain, and 1 nay.
I believe you need a majority of the councilors to approve an ordinance, so it's in effect, it's not approved.
You need 3.
Yes.
You need 3 to, okay. Would you explain that, Mr. Erkan?
Yeah, I'd be glad to.
Thank you.
So you have 2 positive votes. You had 1 vote that's a negative vote, and then you had 1 abstention. So you have to throw out the abstention, and so now you only have 3 votes, which you would need all 3 to have voted in favor for the motion to have been approved.
Okay. Thank you. For some reason, I thought she said nay. All right. Very good. So, thank you for that explanation. And we will move then to agenda item number 7.3. Ms. Postley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending Article 15.02 zoning ordinance of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances establishing Section 15.02.027 PD Planned Development Zoning Districts and associated use and development standards, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening again, Mr. Milan.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. So I started talking about this item at the last council meeting. I pretty much got through the conceptual aspects. What's a planned development district ordinance? Why are we looking at creating one now? I think all the questions were asked at that point in time. I'd also given a previous presentation. So if anybody has any questions about planned development district ordinances in general, happy to start off maybe answering those.
I think I had a general, I went back through it, and I know you gave two examples, Paradise Car Wash and the Post Road mixed-use development.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me, what is going to be, why can't we just use the mixed-use development that we have? What's going to be different about the public PU on both of those properties visually and conceptually, just so I can understand that?
I'll answer your question in regards to both those developments.
Okay.
First, in terms of the mixed-use development that's planned over on Post Road, we can't use the mixed-use zoning classification because that classification is very prescriptive. It says you may use this provided you do these things. So it boxes in the possibility. And so for a development like the mixed-use project that's proposed, that project is needing flexibility. And so that's kind of what a planned development district ordinance or a planned development district zoning classification, that's the whole point, is to provide flexibility for the city council, citizens, developers to work together to craft an ordinance that's specific to that project and may need waivers on some things. Maybe the city wants to ask for enhancements on others. And so it provides that flexibility. And that's exactly what the problem is with our mixed-use district, is it says you must have X amount of open space. You must at least mix these certain districts together. So if the whole point is to provide flexibility and you have a project that can't meet the standards of the mixed-use zoning, then it doesn't work. And I think that that's why our city has never actually implemented a mixed-use zoning district. It's never done it because it's too rigid. And so that's kind of why I think we're looking to go in the direction of the planned development district. That way we're not boxing in a development. We're acknowledging development can be complex, and sometimes your standard zoning districts that say you must do it this way, sometimes they just don't work.
Is specific use permits part of this process?
Specific use permits can be a way to authorize one certain use that may not be allowed by right in a standard zoning district, but a specific use permit process, I would say it's only additive. It just says, you can do this one extra use provided you do it this way. Whereas a planned development district can kind of, it's able to go much further. Like I've said, a planned development district is kind of like an SUP on steroids. You can do a lot more with it. You can actually, take away different uses. With an SUP, you can only add that one use. With a planned development district, you can take away additional uses. You can say, okay, you're allowed to do this, but these other these other uses that are allowed in this district, you can't do those. So it really allows you to be additive, subtractive, creative, put provisions in that, maybe even dealing with performance or other things that you wouldn't really be able to do with an SUP.
I was just wondering why there weren't more suburban cities on your list that has passed this, if it's such a great flexible tool for zoning.
I would answer that question. There maybe aren't as many suburban areas in this region, but I think that if you look at other regions like Austin and other areas, you'd probably see, a lot more cities that do implement planned development districts.
I mean, we have 26 suburban cities, and we only have Live Oak and Fair Oaks. That's the only two.
I think Bernie has a planned development district.
Yeah, Bernie,
ordinance.
but they're outside of Bear County.
Bulverde does too.
And Fair Oaks has got a little portion of Bear County in it, so that's why I included them. So I was just curious why there weren't more, if it was such a, and I think you said I think your last comment at the last meeting, there's a lot of undeveloped land still in Leon Valley. Could we see that on a map? I'd like to, I guess we're landlocked, and I'd like to see that at your convenience. So
I think.
And is there a certain, what do you call it? A certain sized property for PUs minimum?
No,
I think it's 1 acre. I saw in your fees at the end of the presentation. So that it was all the way up to large lots. So I was just curious as to how many lots we have that could possibly be PUs.
Some cities will put that in there. They'll be prescriptive in their opinion. And Mr. Can correct me if I'm wrong. They'll be prescriptive. Sometimes they'll say you can't create a planned development district ordinance unless it's 5 acres. I think our mixed-use district ordinance limits it to 5 acres. Sometimes they do that. I wouldn't recommend you do that. especially in a city like ours where we have a lot of smaller lots, we're probably going to have a lot of infill situations. It's kind of something else that I think defeats the purpose of a PD is to have flexibility.
And the legal cost to establish the PU, you said there's going to be a cost to this. I mean, I saw the fees at the end, but legal, so what does that entail?
It depends on it depends on the nature of the PD. If it's a really complicated PD, there might be additional legal costs, and typically I think and we'll talk about that in a subsequent item. I think that the legal costs, there's probably going to be a proportion to how large the project is, how complex it is. If it's a smaller little PD.
But the developer would pay for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
all right.
We've got and I think there's the next item. We have a proposed fee structure.
Yeah, I saw that in the very back. Yeah, I did. It's expensive, and when you compare it to other fees that we have in the city, it's a lot more expensive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just
Mayor,
had this. Yes, please.
As our firm represents Fair Oaks Ranch, I think I can tell you why Fair Oaks Ranch has PDDs, and while other suburban cities may not. Fair Oaks Ranch hired Fries and Nichols, who is a very prestigious planning firm, to develop their zoning ordinance. And Fries and Nichols is aware of all the tools that are available in the toolbox. In a lot of your sister cities, they do things in-house, and unfortunately they don't have somebody as capable as Brandon, and so they just may not know about it.
I see. Okay, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. Okay, I know this is a second read, isn't it? Yeah, it's the second read. So I just had those questions that I had to get answered before.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else have questions for Mr. Milan on this? Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
So I'm going to go ahead and just jump
Okay.
right into the ordinance. I updated the PowerPoint presentation. I went ahead and just put all the sheets on there. I'm not going to read through every single little thing, but it's up there, so I've got my talking points, and then y'all can point to specific things that maybe you have questions about in the ordinance. Nope. Stop. There we go. Okay. So just like any ordinance, and first I also want to point out too, Mr. Akan helped us out with this, and as we were developing this ordinance, we reached out to his law firm, Denton Navarro, and they provided us with some examples, and so that was a really great starting point for staff to work with the zoning commission, and throughout that process, he was also really helpful in answering some questions and helping us develop some provisions. So it's nice to have him here tonight. So he's familiar with this ordinance and can answer questions about it as well. So first, just like any ordinance, why are we creating this ordinance? He had specifically advised us to put recitals in there regarding different aspects of how what you're trying to accomplish whenever you potentially create a plan development district ordinance. And so, like I've talked a lot about flexibility, making sure you're implementing the goals and objectives of the comprehensive master plan. And also, there's one specific one here that I want to point out that he assisted us with is potentially applying plan development district ordinances in cases where you have expansions of uses that are in buildings constructed prior to the adoption of the sustainability overlay in December of 2009. So that's really something that we've been running into. Like I said, the sustainability ordinance it's been a great ordinance. It's really upped the standards for development, but it's also kind of made it difficult because it made a lot of different uses non-conforming. In some cases, they need to stay non-conforming, but in other cases, there may be possibilities for some flexibility. And we've been looking at doing that with buildings that were designed for a specific purpose. And so what we're trying to avoid is just completely taking somebody's property. And so there may be some circumstances where, okay, if that building was specifically designed for that, is it in alignment with our comprehensive plan to maybe let that use stay in that building, not use a PDD to facilitate a completely new development for a use that's not allowed, but maybe if that building is specifically designed for it, a PDD could be an instrument if there's no other option in the zoning code. So those are the purposes of creating a plan development district ordinance. Applicability, it's really important to have your applicability in there. You want to limit it. That's our recommendation. You want to limit the extent to which you can use a plan development district ordinance. A lot of cities use them, and they've gotten a little out of control. In Leon Valley, we're proposing that a PD district can only be applicable in the case of a mixed-use development. If you have a situation where you have land that's located in close proximity to existing residential neighborhoods, and there's just some complicated adjacent land uses, and it's really difficult to figure out a good zoning district or a good way to zone that land, and it's kind of it's a tight fit where maybe there isn't any one good zoning district that could marry the existing surrounding uses. Also, plan development district ordinances can be a great tool to use when you have maybe some environmentally sensitive land, and say you're near a floodplain. It makes sense to not use pavement or asphalt, and perhaps go with some sort of pervious pavement or something that the code doesn't allow. Maybe you don't want to change the code, but you want to give a variance through this. Also, like I mentioned, to allow for the expansion of a lawfully operating non-conforming use, provided it has a building that was in place at the time of the application of the sustainability overlay, and the building was specifically designed for it. The way a PD district will be structured, every PD district, it'll have a base zoning district, kind of like a B2 or a B3. So you always start off with the base. You don't, where staff's not recommending that you just start from scratch on a PD, because then if you're starting from scratch, there's a lot of things you need to worry about. If you have a base district, a base zoning district, then you kind of set the standard, and then you can just add on top of that whatever you need to. You don't need to worry about missing things in other codes or in other regulations. So every PD district, it's very important that that PD district specify uses that are permitted in addition to the uses permitted in that base zoning district, and also, if necessary, specify maybe uses that are not prohibited or should be prohibited that aren't compatible. Again, the goal is to make sure that you craft a plan development district ordinance that is specifically tailored to the needs of that particular project and whatever the considerations are in terms of compatibility with other properties. Development standards. It's important to add whatever development standards are necessary to make sure that that project actually accomplishes the purpose, which is it either meets or exceeds the quality of development you would get with a standard zoning district. Typical standards that will be included in a PD district will address residential density, setbacks, building heights. Maybe the project's allowed to have a little bit more building height, or maybe it needs to have a little bit less in some areas. Lot coverage, parking, sometimes variances or waivers are allowed for parking standards, architectural considerations, streetscape design, landscaping, buffering. All those things will be definitely considered in a plan development district and written into the ordinance. Also, graphic depictions. Sometimes in a plan development district it may be necessary to have elevations adopted with that. Say it's a very sensitive frontage. If you can go to the extent of making sure that, okay, you tell a developer, you're allowed to have this development, we'll approve the PD, provided it's constructed exactly like this and it looks exactly this way. You're able to do that with a plan development district. You don't have to, but you can do that if that's necessary to ensure that the quality of the project that the community and the city council is approving is built exactly as it's promised. PD project plan, again, that's something that is very unique to a plan development district. And in other zoning, and sometimes even with SUPs, the project plan is not really adopted with the ordinance. That comes later and say that, we ensure that it meets the code through the permitting process. But with a PD, it's important that the plan for the project is adopted with that PD. That way, again, the purpose of a PD is to facilitate a particular project, not just allow for a range of uses, but to facilitate a project. So that's why it's important that the project plan is adopted with the PD. Additional items may include, if needed, timing for dedications of public improvements. When a street is constructed, when sidewalks are put in, when maybe water lines are extended, depending on if the project's phased. Maybe have a phasing schedule to make sure that somebody, if they say they're going to develop mixed-use development with a parking garage and you don't want the ugly side of the parking garage facing the street and they have to wrap it with units, well, you want to make sure that they're not able to just construct a parking garage and leave town and the city's stuck with that for 40 years. So that's why phasing comes into play, to make sure that we kind of troubleshoot the worst case scenarios on a project. Additional documents, like I said, signage plan may be necessary, parking plan, building material specifications. That's something that has been made a little bit challenging by the recent state laws, but we've been advised by TML, and I'm sure we'll get further advised by Mr. Akan about the extent to which we can do that in a PD, and maybe need to possibly do developer agreements or something. It just, we'll have to look at that a little bit further. That's something that's a wrench that's been thrown in it since we started working on this PD ordinance. Documents, there's lots of different specifications of documents we're going to need to have. That's pretty flexible. Staff can recommend, okay, you need to include this, you need to include that, and council's able to ask for that as well. In any PD, sometimes, there's things might change from the time when it's zoned to the time when construction starts. So, typical planned development district ordinances allow for a little bit of deviation, but nothing major. There's always a threshold. A typical 10% is a pretty standard threshold for most planned development district ordinances. When things change beyond that, then the project needs to come back to the zoning commission and the city council for additional approval, if that change is substantial. Typically for a planned development district, first thing, there's a pre-application conference, and then the project plan is reviewed by the staff. That's kind of like what we're doing with the mixed-use project. We're at the pre-stages. We're in a perfect world, we'd have a comprehensive plan that is telling us what that project should be. Unfortunately, it doesn't, so we're having to go to more effort to get the community involved and envision that project. But typically the staff can get involved and make sure that the project meets the intent of the comprehensive plan, future, to the maximum extent possible, the goals of a comprehensive plan or any kind of special overlays or strategic plans for an area. And usually you'll want to take that to the zoning commission for preliminary feedback. We probably won't just bring big complicated PD districts to the zoning commission for final approval first. It's usually at least a two-phase project, so we'll definitely have some procedures for getting preliminary feedback from the zoning commission. And then, of course, final approval from zoning commission will be approved just like a regular zone change, because it is a zone change. You're changing the zoning classification of that property, and it's an ordinance that creates that zone change. So it'll go through the same process as public noticing and approval, recommendation from the zoning commission and approval from city council on 2 readings. Already gone over the application requirements generally. So this criteria section is probably the most important aspect of a planned development district, because again, like I mentioned, I've gotten the question a lot: is a planned development district spot zoning? Well, I guess the answer is it could be if it's not done properly. I mean, any zoning can be spot zoning. Planned development district is going to have to withstand the same litmus test that any other zone change would. Typically it's not just a black and white, is it spot zoning or not? There are a lot of factors that you look at. Is it in conformance with your comprehensive master plan? That's usually a big key. Are you allowing somebody to do something through a comprehensive or through the PD that's just blatantly the comprehensive plan says no? Are you doing a backdoor for a developer? That's a huge criteria to consider. Again, does the land covered by the proposed PD district fit one or more of the special circumstances that we talked about in the applicability? You need to hit one of those applicabilities, or is it just a clear case of somebody's proposing a PD because they want to have a 5-story building and that's all they're proposing it for, or they're proposing a PD because they want a 3-foot setback instead of a 5-foot setback. It can't just be for a variance. That's a variance. So there needs to be there needs to be a cause that's being furthered by this plan development district, and it needs to be resulting in something superior. It needs to be pursuant to the comprehensive plan. So, like I said, does the PD district demonstrate a more superior development than could be achieved through standard zoning for classifications? Does the PD district demonstrate the resolution of compatibility of issues with surrounding development, or is it just spot zoning? The proposed uses and configuration of uses depicted in the PD project plan are compatible with existing and planned adjoining uses. The proposed PD district demonstrates consistency with adopted public facilities plans, including those related to water, wastewater, transportation, drainage, and other public facilities. Or is this a PD district that, say if you're in a rural community, just allows people to not have to extend water and sewer and not put in the necessary public improvements that everybody else does, and adequately provide facilities. And lastly, the proposed PD district demonstrates the provision of open space. If it's a mixed-use or traditional neighborhood project, but it demonstrates adequate provision of open space and recreational amenities to provide for a quality living environment. So generally so in answer to the question regarding spot zoning, and working on this, working with Mr. Akin, working with the zoning commission, working with our former city attorney, if we're following this criteria, we're really protecting ourselves from spot zoning. But when we're not following this criteria, the more you're not following this criteria, the more you're kind of pushing that envelope of making a zone change that could potentially be challenged. And I'll pause there too regarding the spot zoning if anybody has any questions on that, because I know that's kind of typically
Any questions on spot zoning this evening? Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
And so, like I said, it'll go through the typical process. As always, City Council, Zoning Commission can impose any conditions. That's really the nature of a PD. It's always going to have specific conditions attached to it. And lastly, we talked about this quite a bit, the Zoning Commission regarding the expiration of planned development districts. The Zoning Commission had a lot of feedback, had a lot of concerns about how we structure expiration. Some PD ordinances in some cities have expirations, some don't. It's our recommendation and the Zoning Commission's recommendation that this PD ordinance does have expirations. And so I'll go ahead and read through this and what we developed at the Zoning Commission. So first, expiration of a planned development district, except for the base zoning, including any applicable overlay district standards that are applied as well. All provisions of a PD district, including the project plan, shall initially be valid for a period of 24 months. So what that means is when the council approves it, the base zoning, any other overlays that go on it, and the project plan, site plan, all of those things are valid for a period of 24 months. So that gives the developer 24 months to get started on this project and start pulling permits. If they haven't done that, so if building permit has not been issued, construction hasn't begun, say financing fell through, unfortunately maybe there's a recession or something, then the PD district will expire and it reverts to the base zoning. And so that's where it's really important that you're creating a base zoning that is comparable with surrounding base zonings. Probably wouldn't recommend creating a planned development district ordinance with a base zoning of industrial and then subtracting a bunch from that, and then putting that on Bandera Road. No, that's probably not a good PD. You should have probably gone with a base zoning of B2 and then added things onto it. So it's important, as this PD ordinance is proposed, to make sure that base zoning is a feasible zoning district that could potentially be able to stand on its own. And so if no progress has been made, then the PD district will expire and the zoning of property will automatically convert to the base zoning specified. Lastly, City Council may, however, say there's some reasonable circumstances, the City Council may extend the planned development district for up to another 24 months for good cause, during which time the original provisions of the PD will be valid. And the Zoning Commission took the step to write in here only one extension can be granted. So you can't just keep that PD going when they're not making any progress on it. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Counselor.
I have a problem with that last provision, especially since you're creating it for like the place on Evers Road. They've done things that they weren't permitted to do. And it's been going on now for months and months again, well past the time that they did things. And now we create this district and grant them under this, and they have 24 months to do anything, and then another 24 months. And so for 4 years, nothing may be done, and that's a problem.
I would say, one of the beauties of a PD is this is just the expiration, but you can also write into it that and correct me if I'm wrong, you could write into a PD that, certain improvements have to be done in this amount of time, that this needs to be completed within 3 months or something like that. Is that something you could write into a plan development district?
Yeah, you could, yes.
Okay. So we can create a strict timeline on them that says, if you don't put the landscaping in within 3 months, we'll issue a cease and desist, and we'll put a stop work order since you expanded illegally.
And Mayor, if I may, if we go back to slides, page 6, where it says if a building permit has not been issued or constructed begun on the detailed plan within the 24 months, I would recommend that you say up to 24 months as determined by City Council. So then you would have the flexibility to if the case had cause for you to make it a shorter period of time, the code would allow you to have that flexibility.
So we wouldn't be bound by, like if I were the business person looking at this and saying, well, it says I can have all this extra time.
Yeah, that's why I would say up to 24 months, and then the extension also up to 24 months as determined by City Council. Because you might conclude that you want to give them 6 months. And in the ordinance, this would be the enabling ordinance, but the actual ordinance that would designate a property as a PDD, you would put in their expiration date within, whatever, let's say 6 months from the approval date. Well, let's say something did happen and they came back and said, we need some more time. You only gave us 6 months. And if you found their case compelling, you could say, yes, we'll give you additional time. And then you could determine up to 24 months how long that would be.
Okay, because I was just having a problem with the total 48 months and nothing had been done.
Yes, ma'am. And I think that's cured if we just change it to up to.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so with that's the end of the ordinance. Happy to stand for any additional questions.
All right, so this is a second read, so does the council agree with that amendment that our city attorney made? So in the motion, we would add that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, very good, thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Anything else? Any other questions? All right. And I'm not seeing anyone in the chambers raising their hands, so, all right.
I make a motion that we approve 7.3 as amended.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to approve.
Rodriguez.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought it was, I thought I heard. I must be going deaf. Councilor Rodriguez, thank you, I apologize.
No problem.
To approve 7.3 as amended with our suggestion by the city attorney. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
And Mayor, I would respectfully ask, and this isn't a petty attempt to get in front of the chief and the animal ordinance, but I did, when I placed the fee schedule consideration for this plan development district, we tabled that last time, so that technically, I think that was a first read, and so I put that on the agenda, and actually, I mistakenly put it on regular agenda. And so, if y'all want to keep the conversation going on that one, since it's related to the plan development district ordinance to create the fees for that, I don't know if we could move that up to just
Well,
finish up the dialogue, or we can keep it going?
yeah, I had that question for Ms. Pasolay too, because I thought 8.3 was not a second read, it was a first read, because I thought at the end of the meeting, we still had like 3 agenda items, and we decided just to move it, so we didn't actually even
Didn't
read it, I
table-
don't
okay.
think. I think we just
Yeah.
tabled it.
That-
So I think, I'm not sure, I'm not the
All right.
lawyer here, but we did,
Confuse it there.
yeah, we did not read it.
It was a
It was a carry, okay,
So, okay.
sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so then we move to agenda item number 7.4. Ms. Pasolay, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Animal Control by updating Article 2.01, General Provisions, Article 2.02, Impoundment, Article 2.04, Registration of Dogs and Cats, Article 2.05, Dangerous Dogs, Article 2.06, Dangerous Wild Animals, authorizing an amendment to Appendix A fee schedule, providing for repeal or severability and savings clause, and providing for an effective date. And I'm surprised I don't have that memorized by now.
Okay.
Mayor, Council.
All right, yes, good evening, Chief,
Good
and
evening,
welcome.
ma'am. So before I get started, I'm going to throw it back to y'all and ask, how do y'all want to proceed here? Do we want to just start at the top and start working our way down, all the stuff in blue? I didn't prepare a PowerPoint. We're just going to go straight off the ordinance. That was what was requested last time. Yeah. And so, or since y'all have had this ordinance now for quite some time, do you want to just go ahead and vote on it? That's totally up to y'all. I'll just throw it out to y'all, or we can start working from the top all the way down.
Okay. You know, I didn't have any blue on my I had paper ones, so I just had some questions, but I don't know if we need to go through it all. I just had questions on some of the points. But
The revisions that we ask them to do, so if you have questions, I would say go ahead, then we'll just vote on it.
okay. Ms. Alcacer, do you have a comment on that? Chief wanted to know if we wanted to start at the top or just go through and answer the questions. I just had some questions that I had, maybe random, I'm not sure, and then vote on it. Mr. Hody?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. Okay, does that sound good? Okay, and I'm again looking, these are just random questions, so it's packet 232. Chief, you have some fiscal impact, and you have $100 annually for pet grooming, kennel, and pet shop. Is that up from $50 for everything to $100 to $150 to $150?
I don't think most of those we actually had in our ordinances at all.
Oh, at all? Okay,
Those,
so I wasn't
are they
sure
in
because
blue, or if
I don't have the blue, and I'm so sorry, I just don't have the blue. It says amend Appendix A fee schedule, currently $50 is what it says.
Mayor,
So-
Mayor, I think you're looking at page 231 and 232 of the packet.
Yeah.
That was those first 2 pages are summary pages
Mhm.
from Chief's note. That actually comes in, I want to say it's 04.
Yeah.
It's, pet shop requirement.
I think, oh, there it is, yeah. Hereby amended to add fees. So it's,
those didn't exist initially.
okay.
And so we're adding pet grooming licenses and pet kennel licenses and pet shop licenses, so that they have to come get a license and maintain the stuff that's been put in there, all the requirements that have been put in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. On page 249, section 2.01.015, number 3.
It's in the packet.
Yeah, I see, I've got the packet. I don't, sorry. Hope
What
I'm
is
not.
the section thing up there?
Section 2.01.015, keeping animals other than dogs, cats, or horses. Number 3, the domestic fowl must be kept in a manner that does not allow them to create a nuisance. So I guess I wanted to know what is the criteria that you're going to go on that says creating a nuisance? I think if we have a standard, then it's clear.
It's going to be based on sound and smell is basically what it's going to end up. If it's become something that's got an overwhelming sound, it's going to go back to the ordinance on the nuisance laws.
If I may,
yes,
typically a public nuisance is an action or an event that offends the reasonable sensibilities of a person, whether it's odor or sound, light, but it's a reasonable sensibility standard. And so,
I just wanted that to be clear because you make it, complaints, and so I just wanted to have a standard so we could follow
in the
it.
nuisance areas.
Okay, well,
Section,
this thing is huge. So
subsection 3
yeah.
is what he's saying.
Okay, page 246, excess animal permit. Is there a fee for that? I didn't see it, and so I was wondering.
I don't remember a fee.
Okay,
it was just a permit that they had to come get.
Okay.
I don't remember there being a fee.
And then also a feral cat colony permit. Is there a fee to that?
No, I don't think there was a fee for that either.
And then on page 2, I think it's 55. How often are pet shop and stores inspected? Because in your ordinance it says they have to clean the fecal matter up every 24 hours and it has to be sanitized. So I don't see how we can, how our code enforcement can be on that. So do you just rely on customer complaints?
Well, we'd rely on both. We would do spot
All
checks or annual checks.
Okay.
Right now, we don't have it in the ordinance, so we don't have a system set up for how often we're going to check or anything like that.
Okay. And then just because I was attacked by a dog this summer, and I am just we have more loose dogs in our neighborhoods now. I've never seen so many. But what's the difference between a dangerous dog and a vicious animal? I know a vicious animal, it talks about biting somebody, but a dangerous dog listed on page 267 to 268, and there's 10 requirements, and you have to put up a sign in the front yard that this is a dangerous dog. I've never seen that in Leon Valley.
Those are basically something that has been put in most of your other cities.
Okay.
And it's basically if somebody has a dog that could be dangerous, we can order those types of things that occur. And so you wouldn't have seen it because we don't have it in our ordinances at this time.
I see.
It's all brand new, and it's what the laws have evolved to since 1972 when we did ours initially.
Okay.
and Mayor, if I may,
Yes, sir.
my recollection is the dangerous dog provision is in the Texas Health Code. And the distinction is that you cannot have a vicious animal, but possibly you could have a dangerous dog if you took precautions.
Okay.
Okay.
And there's your definition right there, ma'am. Dangerous animal that meets any of the following criteria: animal which by species or nature is vicious or dangerous to man, animal has bitten 2 or more people or 1 person on 2 or more occasions, animal has killed a person or another pet or livestock animal, and or an animal that has attacked a human being, and the nature of the attack or the resulting injury was such it might endanger the life or permanent health of the human.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't go to the definitions. I just went right to the ordinance. So, but I did see that you go to the municipal judge. Was there a section there where you can go to the municipal judge to determine
a lot of
if it's a vicious dog and if they put them down and stuff like that? I think we had a question the last time from Ms. Joseph, what can you do? And I thought, oh, that's a remedy.
That is a remedy. If we have a dog that's a dangerous animal or a vicious animal, then we can definitely take that person in front of a judge, have a hearing.
All right.
So there's due process for the animal and the person, and then whatever the judge decides at that point is what we'll take in.
All right. Well, that's all as I went through that stuck out at my mind. So if there's anyone else, yes, Councilor Alcacer.
I had a few also. The first one, that you still hadn't changed the definition of the cock to being a rooster.
I thought we did.
I saw it in there on page 234.
Councilor Alcacer, we actually created a new definition for rooster
Oh, you
It's
did?
alphabetical. It's the male of any chicken.
Right there. Rooster, show me the male. Yeah, you have any type of
Okay,
chicken.
so the other one is taken out, where the word cock is taken out?
No, it's defined
The
differently,
male
ma'am.
of any type of a chicken.
Go back up to.
I didn't see.
It was on
Oh,
page
yeah, it is.
234.
The male of any type of domestic fowl. So it's about the same.
So the rationale for the difference there is because in one of the other sections, we do specifically prohibit roosters, but don't prohibit all domestic fowl of male gender.
I see.
Why are we calling?
Because you could have a male duck.
Cock? That's a drake.
Okay.
You know, all of them have their own name, a gander.
Yeah. We didn't address those because we didn't explicitly prohibit any other male domestic fowl.
Then why do we need the word cock in there?
We can take it out if y'all want. By all means. Yeah, that's a good point. It does relate to cockfighting.
Okay.
Well, the only cocks that fight are roosters. The next one was, I think, 252.
Okay.
The barn cat. I've had several people say they'd like a barn cat here in Leon Valley. Can we add City of Leon Valley to instead of just sending them out?
Oh, anybody that's willing to take those cats, yeah, we definitely would be more than willing to give them to them.
And how do you distinguish between a barn cat and a feral cat?
Well, a feral cat is a barn cat. It's the
You're
same.
saying the same thing.
Yeah, we're saying a barn cat program, meaning we've worked in the past. It was with Castroville, and any feral cat that needed to be removed, we would take them out there so that we don't have to put them down. We're very proud that we've not put any animals down in several years, dogs and cats, unless they were really, really injured. And this is one of the ways that we're able to do that.
Okay, so, but then we can just also add it, because you put them going out of county, so just City of Leon Valley, people can have them too.
Well, anybody that's willing to take them, yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Well, then they need an excess animal permit,
No,
possibly.
unless they're keeping more than 3.
Okay.
Right.
I think they
And
would.
then there was, I don't have the page mark, but you had, and maybe it was under that same one, the C, you had something about the cruelty to an uncaptured animal. So I wondered why, if captured, you can be cruel to a captured animal, but not an uncaptured one? I wasn't clear on that. And that's, I have
It's
it on
number
item
C. 2.01.020, cruelty to animals.
Point, what, ma'am? Sorry?
.020, cruelty to animals, subsection C is what Councilor Alcacer is referencing. It's amazing what you pick up. Yeah, I didn't see that uncaptured wild living creature anywhere in the city. .020, cruelty to animals.
Almost there.
There it is, number C.
And what's your specific question, ma'am?
Well, you said to uncaptured. And what if you have a captured wild animal? You can be cruel to it?
No, ma'am. I think what that's trying to say is excluding uncaptured wild living creatures is if there's hunting going on or something like that, then, you shoot it, that could be considered cruel as well. And so I think it's more talking about the non-livestock and livestock animals. And really that whole thing doesn't really even say anything, because it's just telling you that it's against the law, state law. It's not really doing anything for the code, but it is one of those areas that when our guys went to the different classes on for our animal control guys, that they came and said, this is one of the things that we should put in there. I don't really agree with it, but we did, because that's like saying, I mean, we're not referencing all laws that have to do with the state of Texas criminal laws in here.
I don't think that maybe my question's not clear. Why don't you eliminate the word uncaptured?
Or it's cruelty to animals.
So you don't need the word uncaptured.
I'm good with that too, ma'am.
It sounds to me like if you capture it, you can be cruel to it. That's the problem I had with it.
No, I don't think that's what it means, but okay. I understand what you're saying. To be honest with you, both A and B can be removed, because all they're saying is there's other laws on the books. It's not saying it's a violation of any of our laws. It's just basically saying these are the laws that are on the books. And more than likely that verbiage is probably right out of the Texas Penal Code without looking it up. So I'm good with us taking A and B out, because neither one of them have anything to do with our law, which is C. And
Okay, but we're dealing with C, taking out the word uncaptured.
okay, I see. Well, it's also up there in A, ma'am, is what I'm saying. Okay.
So
Okay,
otherwise
so-
abuse
right, and
any
I don't-
wild living
I
creature.
think that's why C is in there, is because the penal code excludes uncaptured wild living creatures. And so what you're trying to do is say, okay, the penal code excludes that, but we want to include it locally. And the reason it excluded from the penal code, if it was there, then you couldn't have hunting. But here in the city, you want to prohibit hunting. But I see no, I think both suggestions are well-founded to just eliminate A and B because it's already in state law.
Mm-hmm.
Make C A and remove the word uncaptured. So it should be a violation of this code for any person to intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly beat, cruelly treat, overload, or otherwise abuse any wild living creature. I think that would solve
Okay. Is
all
that
problems.
agreeable to everyone? Okay, great.
I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, the next thing, and again, I don't have where it is, but you have an item that says you can have 4 dogs.
Oh, yeah, where did I see
And 2
that?
of them have to be spayed and neutered. I wasn't clear why you were leaving 2 out. If you don't spay and neuter an animal, it means you're breeding, which means you have a business. I mean, there's no other reason not to spay and neuter them. You have that in a couple of places.
Do you remember where exactly, ma'am, you're talking
Area
about?
where there's a number of animals that you can
What is
have
it?
per acre.
Section 2.2.01.013? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what the question is.
2.01.013, page 245 in your packet.
So Counselor, the rationale in this one was, if people are running a business, that's covered under pet shops and kennels and all the other requirements for those sections. If someone wishes to have a dog at home that they don't want to have fixed, then that's their prerogative. We're not saying you must spay or neuter all animals.
And that was what the past ordinance said as well. It was 2 and 2 as well. I don't think that's changed. You couldn't have all 4 of them be unsterilized. That was in the current ordinance that we have is in there as well.
But the problem is that an unsterilized dog in particular, and the cats, you talk about the roaming, looks like it applies to both the cats and dogs. And we were trying to minimize the cats roaming, and certainly the dogs, if they're not spay or neutered, they're going to cause more of a problem.
Oh, absolutely. But if the cat's roaming and we capture it, it's going to get sterilized.
And is it going to happen to the dog too?
If, I don't think we're sterilizing dogs at this time, ma'am. No, ma'am.
But there's a,
But the dog would be, wouldn't be,
that's why
well,
it's there.
the answer is no. I mean, we're not requiring them to be sterilized before we return them. If we capture a dog, that's not something we do. Yeah, if we go to get rid of them, yes, they'll be sterilized before the other place will take them.
So, but why, my question goes to why are we exempting them? It's
Exempting,
I mean, two unsterilized animals is not a plus for anybody unless they want to breed them. And if you want to breed them, you're having a business. There's no other reason not to spay or neuter.
Counselor, I think there is plenty of valid reason. I don't have a dog, but hypothetically, let's say I had a dog that was a show dog and I wanted to stud him out, not necessarily breeding at my home.
Well, that's what I'm saying, it's a
But
business.
again, that's covered in other areas of the ordinance. What we're covering in this section is the maximum number of animals, and it was actually a request from the animal control officer that we add this piece to specifically call out no more than 2 unsterilized, so that we're allowing citizens to have animals unsterilized if they so wish. If they fall into the criteria of other business type activities, then obviously you have that in those sections. But this allows the most flexibility without, to your point, rampant unsterilized animals.
So what about including if they get loose, they get sterilized like the cat?
that's nowhere in our TNR program. You're talking about changing. Glad somebody does.
If you own show dogs, they cannot be spayed or neutered. And most of the people that own show dogs go from city to city showing at those places. If your show dog got out, you wouldn't want them to sterilize it. You just ruined the showness of that dog. Now, you may decide to breed that dog later on. You may decide to wait for a few years before you breed that dog, same, as a male. And at that time, they would get a permit, I would imagine. I haven't read the ordinance, but for those years that they are not getting pregnant and are not being bred, you want a show dog intact.
I understand that, but it just seems that that's being discriminatory toward the cats.
Well, the cats don't have to be fixed either if they keep them in the house. They can keep 2 of them in the house that aren't fixed, but if they get out roaming and we see that they're not sterilized and somebody captures it or we capture it, then just because the TNR program.
It might be a show cat.
Just because the TNR program, why we would do that.
On page 244, you have a thing about wild animals, that if the resident captures them, they have to get rid of it, but if they don't capture it and they call the city, then the city will get rid of it?
No, we won't get rid of a wild animal at all. It's a violation of the Texas Wildlife Code. No, we don't remove any wild animals at all from just out in the general. If somebody captures something here on El Verde in their yard, the city doesn't remove that animal. That's up to the owner of that property to remove that animal if they don't want it there.
But people, we see that people are calling about skunks and snakes and stuff, so.
I can testify to that. Y'all wouldn't come get the things that were bothering me, so I had to call Wildlife Rescue.
Yes.
And they got them.
Yes.
So you won't get rid of the pigs either?
No.
No, it's wildlife, and our guys are not only they're not trained, but there's state laws that keep us from doing a lot of that work. There has to be somebody that's completely specifically does that kind of work.
And then you had, on page 262, you talked about notifying the director, and it's referenced a couple of times. I had to search for what the heck you were talking about, and somewhere prior to that, you had a definition of the director, but it just was kind of hard to find for anybody trying to read that. I didn't know if there's
Where is
any
that
better way. That
Section
262.
Oh, definitions. Is it in blue or is it in black? Okay. Okay.
But where I read, when you see that, that's way like at the beginning, and then way down 262, you come across,
Director.
yes, that's where I saw it for the first time, and I said, who the heck is that supposed to be? So I didn't know if there was an easy way to cross-reference it to say who we're supposed to, or why it couldn't say the police department rather than using the word director.
Yes, ma'am. It's a method to try and reduce redundancy in the code.
Well, I
right?
understand that, but it's just if it's not anywhere near and it's not self-explanatory. I mean, I came to it and I said, who the heck is the director? So I had to go searching back and found it in the definitions, but I didn't find it helpful.
Okay, we'll write it down and we'll add it to it. Not a problem.
I think that's all of the ones that I had.
Okay. Councilor Hody. Oh, and then, excuse me just a second. City Attorney,
Oh, I was,
you had a clarification.
yeah, as I was
King.
watching, run through the ordinance, I noticed that in 2.01.016, which is on page 250, the keeping or harboring wild animals is prohibited. And I just wanted to point out that may be why that other section 2.01020 talks about uncaptured animals, because it's prohibited to keep or harbor wild animals in your city.
Okay.
Right, but it just seemed to me that you could, I still think taking out the word uncaptured.
That's fine. I just wanted to point that out.
Right. I think it was consensus to take that word out and eliminate A and B and start with C as A.
Good with that? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Councilor Hody.
Ms. Moritz, are you available to go back to the 1990s and answer a couple of animal-related questions? So we were talking about the show dogs, and I get that. And I can't remember if there's any kind of a exclusion in there. I know there was like a medical exclusion, isn't that right, Mr. Hefner? Do you recall that? But I don't remember if there was one for the... Anyway, what are your general thoughts? Well, let me preface that first, because in 2.01.002, number M, or letter M, we added that cats allowed outdoors must be spayed or neutered. Is that a reasonable thing to add?
It's reasonable to add it, certainly, because you don't want litter after litter after litter of kittens hiding under everywhere. I remember that one year I brought home 30 litters of cats that I had to raise at the house.
Right.
And so for that reason, I would absolutely say if you're going to have an outdoor cat, definitely get it spayed or neutered. It also cuts down on the instance of spraying. And, they walk up to a house, they spray all the bushes in the front. So when you come home, you get that permeating smell. And so if you neuter a male cat before the age of 4 to 6 months, they typically won't do the spraying.
Okay. So since I think there was a change to allow, well, I know there was a change to allow cats to run at large because that's what they do, and TNR. So if I turn my inside cat loose outdoors, is that running at large, and is that okay or no?
It's okay as long as they're spayed or neutered, whatever it is.
Okay.
So yes, we don't know where the cat lives if it's outside.
Gotcha.
So what matters is if they're spayed or neutered. And so if we catch a cat that happens to be your inside cat and it's captured and somebody says this cat's not, we don't see the notch on its ear, the cat's going to go get spayed or neutered.
Okay. I'm just of a mind and that with the exception of show or medical reasons, that every dog and cat, you know what Bob Barker says. So, can we take the lead and just say that? I know it's a difficult thing to enforce, or you can't look at them, with the exception of an ear-tipped one, and know that it's spayed or neutered.
Yeah, monsters aren't going to crawl underneath that dog.
I got you. But is there anything wrong with putting something like that in here? And does anybody strongly disagree with me on that? Because I've never owned a dog, but the cats are all the difference in the world when you get them spayed or neutered. So I just think we should, all of them.
I agree with you. I don't care. Any dog or cat I think should be spayed or neutered. There's too many pets in this world. There's too many animals that go without homes and have to be killed. There's just period. So I think that if you're going to have a dog or a cat that you intend to show and breed later, you should get a breeder's permit for it, period. Any other animal, any other dog or cat should be spayed or neutered.
I second that.
Can I just insert something here that I just thought of a Leon Valley example that I don't know if it would change your mind or not. But I get concerned about people like Miss Karen Seifert. She has dogs come and go out of her home for a year so that those dogs can go on to be service dogs for PTSD victims that have, just left the service. And so that would mean we would have to spade all of Miss Seifert's dogs that she's...
That's an exception. I mean, of the type of dog and, a visually impaired person, that just needs to go in as well.
And it's not a service animal when Miss Seifert has it yet, right? Until it's 1 year old.
But
and then
doesn't she
they-
have a permit for training?
Not a permit through the city. And I'm not sure, but I think those dogs are already spayed or neutered as well. I mean, I'm not 100%. But I do want to go back to something that we brought up about it being a business. People can run certain businesses out of their homes. And having a pair of dogs that you want to breed, a breeding pair, I think that's really what they're talking about. So you can't have two breeding pairs so that you start getting crazy in your house. But there is a part in there that also allows for a certain amount of additional animals, while basically a litter of puppies under a certain amount of age time, under 4 months is what it was. So I think that's really what it comes down to, is allowing people to have breeding pairs. People can have a breeding pair and breed them, a couple of times and get rid of the animals and make money. But that's not illegal in Leon Valley. If they're having a lot of animals and it gets up to a certain level, yes, that's a violation. But having a breeding pair right now under the current ordinance is allowed. And the current ordinance was 4 animals, or 4 dogs or cats, and no more than 2 of them could be unspayed or unneutered at this point. So that really is that part of it's kind of a holdover, and that's why when we met with our esteemed colleagues here, she asked for it to be put in because of her concerns as well. But if y'all want to go the other route.
Well, her dog that she has presently is going to be bred a couple of times because it has the right temperament, and then it's going to be spayed.
Right.
She's got a female. But going along with what Mr. Hody was saying, those who want it for purposes of breeding or show, they can get a permit, and otherwise they should, they should be sterilized.
So I hate to even say what I'm about to say because we're getting so close. So I need to go do some research on a breeder's permit. We don't have it in here, and figure out what kind of language and things to bring back to y'all at the next meeting and discuss the breeder's permit. Sure, absolutely.
So I've heard breeder's permit, I've heard medical exception, I've heard training of service dogs, right? We have a good friend who trains dogs for the blind. She's a school teacher, and they're not circumcised, or they're not circumcised.
Spayed or neutered.
They're not fixed, right?
Fixed.
Sterilized.
There we go.
Sterilized was the word I was looking for.
Sterilized.
And so I think in the intent in our writing was to be generic enough that we allow for certain circumstances. If I just want to have a dog and I care for that dog, his temperament more unsterilized than sterilized, right? Or, whatever the exception could be. That's why we wrote it the way we wrote it. As Chief mentioned about breeding pairs, all of these requirements don't kick in until dogs are 4 months of age. So if I have a litter and I get rid of those additional dogs after or before 4 months, then I'm still within regs, and we don't have to go and codify specific language for a breeder's permit. We don't have to codify specific language for what qualifies as a medical exception. If I have a service dog that was in the military and was my bomb sniffing dog in Afghanistan, and I want to bring that dog back, right? Is that a medical exception? What if that dog's got 3 legs and not 4? Is it a medical exception now? We just go down the rabbit hole as far as all of the different ways that we could write an exception. And so I think our intent in the way we wrote it was you allow for 2, that's a reasonable number, to be unsterilized for any purpose. And then from there, we can address other things with excess animal permits. If somebody's breeding cats or has a feral colony that's getting excessive, you can address those things. So I think in the interest of simplicity and to address this tonight and not have to come back, as Chief mentioned, for another meeting, I think it's a reasonable compromise.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I'm serious. Yeah, but. Okay, yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
Nothing.
Nothing?
I'm just off
No?
moving forward.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Mr. Hody, you are still questioning.
Still flipping pages here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So this is why I like working with Mr. Hefner, because he always brings me back to, reality or what's considered reasonable. So again, everything here depends on what people are going to actually do. And we all know that not everyone has their cat sterilized, or not everyone has a purely indoor cat that they end up turning loose because, it's tearing up the leather furniture. So would it be reasonable, and I've lost the section now, how many we can have, and 2 of them, the most 2 of the 4 can be unsterilized. Can we just add in that right then and there that those 2 could be unsterilized for the following reasons? Or is that clouding it up too much?
You got to go define all of those.
Okay, all right. I'm good.
Okay. Anything else? I think, Ms. Joseph, you moved up to the front that you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Lynn Joseph, Trotter Lane. I had a question about, with cats specifically, if they're chipped. When you pick up a cat, do you automatically check for their chip that, say it's somebody's show cat that got out and they had it chipped, do you chip them to find out so you know whether or not to spade and neuter them?
I really don't have an answer to that, ma'am. I would need Heather and them to answer that question.
Okay.
I know that we I've never heard of a chipped cat being returned like that. I've never heard of that, but I just got heard of it. Don't mean it doesn't happen. Dogs all the time.
Dogs all the time, but not cats. Okay. All right. Very good. Yes.
Kim Crawford?
Yes.
I don't know how to put this. I think what they've got about 2 can be unsterilized is reasonable, because I think the statement that was made that everybody that has puppies or kittens is a breeder. It's not true. There's a lot of families that, and I'm from West Texas, sorry if this gets gross, but a lot of young kids were taught about birth by watching their dog have puppies, just a family dog, okay? Maybe that doesn't apply to a big city, but I'm just saying there are lots of reasons. You love your dog, maybe you just want to have puppies in the house. They're not necessarily show dogs, they're just a dog that you love dogs, you want to have puppies. You're responsible, you make sure they go to good homes and all that. Not everybody that has puppies is a professional breeder. Okay, and I just want to make that clear, and I think having at least 2, the option, it gives the right to the citizens to do what they want with their dogs. The city otherwise would be mandating that we sterilize every single animal we get, and I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else? I just had one final thought. If I get a phone call from a citizen and they say, Mayor, now what's the new regulations on chickens? What would I say?
Eat them. Oh, no.
I mean, as far as
no.
putting them in your backyard and there's no more, distance, I just
So
want to
we're
know
going to put some things out.
Will you? Okay.
Yeah, just like how we have with everything, we're going to do as little enforcement as we can.
Mhm.
The last thing,
Okay.
like we do with everything, we won't be giving citations, but we'll put it out. And just like we do now, if we have a complaint, we'll go to them and educate them, just like we do now, and making sure that they understand the law and give them an opportunity to fix it, just like we do now. So nothing's going to change, but we're going to put out stuff in social media. There's a lot of changes. We'll urge people, but probably the biggest ones are your chickens and your cats. But the vast majority of those we'll deal with on a one-on-one basis when they come in. And we don't have too many roosters. We do have a few, but we're not out looking for chickens or roosters. Like we said before, we'll wait until we get that phone call, and then if they're in violation, just like we do now, we'll go and ask them, explain to them the law, and ask them to get rid of them. Give them that time frame to get rid of them. And if they refuse to get rid of them, just like we do now, then we'll have to take enforcement action. But we try not to take enforcement action on just about everything that we do that has to do with city ordinances. If you get a ticket from us, you deserved it. You flat out refused to do something that was, you were told, you were warned, and you were given several warnings before we actually have to take action. That'll be no different with the chickens.
Okay, just anticipating that phone call. So.
Sure. So,
Yes, sir.
Mayor, the one thing I would tell you if you get that call from a constituent is, and we actually discussed this with Officer Rodriguez.
Did you?
Some calls will be made, complaints, because a neighbor has a chicken and they assume it's a rooster, right? We've clearly banned roosters from Leon Valley. City attorney gave us guidance that said, as soon as you vote, could be tonight, that goes into effect. That is in effect. There's no grandfathering clause. And again, Chief Savaggio mentioned, educational, right? We're going to work with people first.
Okay.
But that's the biggest thing I would say is if your neighbor suddenly goes out and buys chickens, don't assume it's a rooster till you hear it crowing, right? Because it's very normal.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Have we talked chickens and cats and dogs enough here? We have. All right. So, are we accepting Mr. Hefner's soliloquy on the where the chief wanted to go research or what was that? Yeah, that plus something else. It was another permit that you were saying, breeder's permit. So we're good with the generalization. Is that that was the? Yeah, we're good with that generalization. Okay, just wanted to be sure if there's any other changes, additions. Okay, all right. We may be able to put this one to bed if y'all want to make a motion.
I would like to make the motion that we accept the animal ordinance as discussed.
Okay.
I second.
The revisions.
To include the
As
revisions.
discussed, or, yeah.
Right.
He's
All
been
right.
writing them down too.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Hoding. We have a second by, Counselor Charles, to approve the ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Animal Control of the City of Leon Valley ordinances as amended and over these last, many, many meetings. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Ma'am,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. We did it. Just took, what, three or four meetings?
No, it's more than
6
that.
or 7 or 8 or 9?
So two things, ma'am, just to clean up a couple things. One thing.
Okay.
Originally, we had on this ordinance on our first read, we had the noise ordinance, which was 8.07, which was a totally different area. The city attorney recommended we take that out. We can use the first read because we talked about it, but we need to put it into a separate ordinance. So on the next ordinance, hopefully the next opportunity that we can have come back, we'll put 8.07 in there, and we'll finalize that one, but we'll work with everybody to make sure we're doing it
Regarding
exactly
noise.
right. Correct. We initially had it all up in the one, but we were told take it out and make it a separate
That's
one.
with 10 minutes continual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
I remember that.
And the second thing is, I just want to thank these two gentlemen for their hard work, but also the CPAC, Citizen Police Advisory Committee, spent months going over ordinances from across the state, not just San Antonio area either. We're talking, they did a lot of work. And to get the framework that y'all had to hear today.
Great.
And the vast majority of those changes that were made came from either the CPAC or, you know, I know, and I don't have an answer. We get up here and sometimes 100 people is enough to sway us, and other times it's not, as far as surveys and things like that. So, but we put this out in front of 5 different public meetings, a lot of discussion, a lot of people have had input on this. And I just appreciate all the assistance that we've had, not from only CPAC, but y'all as well. And all the citizens that have given us feedback on it as well. So thank you. It took a long time, but it was a long time coming as well.
It was a community effort.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. All right.
I'll echo what Chief said. And I know
Okay.
that chickens got beat up a lot tonight and other topics on the agenda. But just to remind everybody, this hadn't been updated since 1972. That's 11 years before I was born.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
you guys know. So
Okay.
all of the blood, sweat, and tears, and CPAC did all the heavy lifting. Councilor Hurdy and I just got involved in this 6 weeks ago. So bravo to CPAC, and thank you for citizens who sat through it for so
Well,
long.
Mr. Hefner, thank you for coming forth. I mean, you just kind of came out of the blue, and I think that was real instrumental. And you and Mr. Hody, you know, kind of did that extra hurdle.
What can we sign him up for next?
I know. All right, thank you. All right, then we're moving on to the regular agenda, and I know we still have quite a lot to go, but been a lot of discussion tonight as well. 8.1, discussion and possible action to consider swimming pool facilities and operations and approval of a resolution authorizing the extension of an agreement with San Antonio Pool Management Company to operate and manage both city swimming pool facilities for the FY 2020 swim season. And we have our Public Works Director, Melinda Moritz, here this evening to present. And I believe you've got, did I see Chairman
Mr. Diaz had
Diaz?
to go home. He
Oh,
was not able to stay.
Oh, okay. Mr. Diaz was here, and I think we have Karen Friedrich. She's on the pool committee, and Irene Baldridge. And yes, very good. Thank you. Good to see you. Okay, very good. So we have some committee members here. If you'll
Yes.
begin, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City
bet.
Council. I'm going to show you 2 different PowerPoint presentations because one kind of depends on the other. I don't want you to make a decision on a resolution for the pool contract without knowing where the buildings are as far as renovations are done. And it's the other one that goes first. Sorry. It's going to be at live, so it won't.
Oh, that's Sony.
You're not going to be able to get to the 19th because it's showing live right now. You can click on live. little bit. Keep going back. No, the other way.
It's further up.
Other way. It's before the park master plan. There you go.
All right, good work,
So
Crystal.
for this one, oh. Okay, so the background, we've been having discussions about the swimming pool facilities and the development of a new park area over at the Leon Valley Community Pool vacant lot on Peachtree. At the time, staff was directed to look into remodeling the existing restrooms and install landscaping on that vacant lot adjacent to the pool to provide for a new park area. So I contacted an architect and then several vendors so that we could see what was our best course of action and also what's the best value for the taxpayer. It just doesn't like you. So let's talk about ADA compliance, because that's the first thing we have to look at with those buildings. The law that was in effect for ADA compliance in 1991 did not include swimming pools and other recreational areas. Those were added in 2012 as a part of the 2010 ADA standards for accessible design. We're under Title II, and that states that state and local governments must perform a self-analysis to determine what buildings and rec areas need to be brought into compliance. Agencies with over 50 employees must develop a transition plan. We have over 100 employees, so we do fall under this rule. We must budget for bringing all facilities into compliance. We can do it in multiple years. You don't have to do it all at once, but you have to demonstrate that there is a plan in place. The regulations state that if you have more than one facility of the same type, at least one of those must be ADA accessible so that a disabled person has access to the same facilities and programs as the rest of the community. So for example, we have 2 pool facilities. One of those must be ADA accessible. Now the problem with our 2 pool facilities is that one has a party room and one does not. So the obvious choice would then be to make the one that has the most facilities at it the ADA accessible room, because you have to remember they have to have access to the same facilities and programs as the rest of the community does. We have 4 parks, at least one and maybe more, depending on the configuration of that park, must be made ADA accessible. All of ours will be by the end of the year, and most of the picnic tables will have been replaced with ADA tables by the end of the year as well. We have 1 library. Ours is ADA accessible. When we built the children's wing, we also remodeled the existing library, so now the whole place and the patio is ADA accessible. We have 1 city hall. We gutted it to the studs. It is now ADA accessible. Fire station's new. That one works. Our sidewalks, we have a plan in place, and we are budgeting for that for the next 5 years. In order to comply, and if you're going to do it over a period of time, you can redevelop your internal processes in order to be able to service maybe an ADA employee or an ADA customer. So for example would be if you have a library book sale and the library annex was not ADA accessible, you could actually bring a list of the books available for sale out to the curb to the handicapped person. They could make a choice. You would go back in, get the books, bring them out, and transact your money that way. At the pool, the concession is not ADA accessible. You could actually have the attendant come out and bring the food to that disabled person, and they pay, and you take care of that. So you can do those kinds of processes to try and get to compliance before you actually make structural changes to things. So I took the architect over to the Leon Valley Community Pool because remember we wanted to add on to the back of it to put the restrooms to service that other vacant lot. He said building an add-on to it is not advisable. The building is already shifted, and the addition would eventually shift and crack and possibly separate from the building. A separate new building can be installed at a cost of about $85,000. We budgeted $60,000, so if that's the way y'all want to go, I would just have to come back for a budget adjustment for the remaining funds for that. The existing buildings and portion of the patio are not ADA compliant. The cost to bring the building and the patio into compliance is between $130,000 and $180,000. The building is wood frame and siding, making it much simpler to remodel. Or you can demolish the entire facility and install a brand new prefabricated building with the additional restrooms for that park for about $180,000. And this is the exterior of the Leon Valley Community Pool. And this is a separate pod right here. This is made up of the concession room and a storage. And then this separate pod over here is the restrooms. And then you see this gigantic roof structure. I call that the Raccoon Hotel. Nothing is up there. Nothing is stored there. It's 3.5 foot tall. And all it does is cause us maintenance nightmares because the raccoons and everything else try to get into the roof for warmth during the wintertime. So we're continually fixing that for no reason. For the raccoons? This is just to show you the spots over there where it is not ADA compliant. We set a level down. You can see there's a lip into the bathroom on both sides, but the men's and the women's. And this is the entrance to the restrooms. The doorway width is not ADA compliant. This is the concession room and the part of the concession room in the back where the food is stored. None of that's ADA compliant. And there's not a good way to make that ADA compliant. What you can replace it with is a prefab building so that you're not spending $180,000 to just remodel the existing building and then also have to go buy another additional building to provide restrooms to that vacant lot. And so this is kind of what they look like. And this would be the little concession. And that's what they look like. So they're not bad. They don't look like a double wide mobile
You
home.
see those in parks. A lot of parks have those type of
They
buildings.
build them at their site, bring them to the site, and assemble them. So it's a lot cheaper. This is the bad one. This is Forest Oaks. Since we were already at the Leon Valley Pool and I got that bad news, I said, well, come with me. And we're going to go to the other one. So the facility and patio areas are not ADA compliant, and they need to be brought into compliance. That pool facility is not compliant in any portion of it. The building is made of CMU block walls with a brick veneer, and it's not easy to bring it into compliance. Almost the entire patio area is out of compliance. Whoever built that pool built it to drain. They were afraid of people slipping and falling on a wet surface, obviously, so every part of it has different levels and different slopes to get it to drain quickly and efficiently. The cost to remodel this facility, according to the architect, and I almost fainted, was between $900,000 to $1 million. The cost to demolish and construct a new prefab over there with fixing the patio areas too is about $400,000. And this is the front of your Forest Oaks community facility. Here's restrooms that are not ADA compliant. There's not enough space in there to, number one, get a chair in there, but also to turn it around. You can see on this second one over here, you have this sloping concrete floor, which is not easily fixed. You can see that this is one of those really efficient drains. This over here needs a 5-foot clear flat space for that ADA chair. This step right here, it'd be wonderful if you could just make a little ramp to go down, but the ramp on the other side of that door is also not ADA accessible, and it needs a 5-foot landing as well. This shows you this slope here, that's out in the parking lot. The whole thing is made of a series of sloping flat, sloping flat, sloping flat decks. And in this here, a non-disabled person has trouble standing here. You see this start to go downhill. So if you got 1 foot here and 1 foot here, you're already sideways. And this is the front of the concession window. And this is what a prefab building could look over there. And I asked the gentleman that has that building, I said, is there any way you could match the surrounding homes? Because you want the building to fit into the neighborhood. You know, don't want to slap down something weird. And so he was saying, sure, you could match whatever veneers you wanted, if you wanted stucco, if you wanted rock. So anyway. So here's the cost estimate. Forest Oaks pool for the facility would be about $327,524. The community pool, without building a new restroom or anything, would be $205,890. If you wanted to just say, let's do all this later, but we'll come up with a plan, and you just wanted to put a new restroom in place for the vacant park area, that would be $84,875. You have other considerations. You have 4 facilities that still need to be brought into compliance. Public Works being one, the library annex the other, and then both swimming pool facilities. You could plan this for future capital improvements over several years, or you could obtain bond funds now. You could get a bond for $4.5 million. Public Works would be about $3 million, and we already talked about the swimming pools. The library annex needs to be moved from its current location and placed where the record storage building is now, and that's that building that's behind the Leon Valley Cafe. Right now, you've got the library board of directors having to truck books from the library down Poss Road through that intersection into that building. When they have their sales, they're parked all around that corner. It's just not safe. It would be much more efficient and safer for them if we could move it closer to the library. To do a new library annex prefab building would be about $130,000. So here's your options. You can obtain the bond now for all 4. You could budget over the next 5 years, do the pools maybe in 2021, library annex in 2022. Public Works you could also do in 2022 if you funded it with a bond. You could fund it in another manner over time. But just remember, we also are working on Heber Creek at this time, and depending on what the feasibility study says, we may need to go out for a loan or a bond or a grant or something else to pay for those improvements as well. So you've got some big ticket items coming up. Oh, and one more thing, that back deck at that pool is blazing hot. Can I have a budget adjustment? These little wave shades I think would look really nice over at Forest Oaks Pool. So I was just going to point them out to you. Okay, and now we can go to the next one.
Melinda, I just had a question. Do we have a timeline on getting into compliance, or does it just, did I read and what I understood you say, we just need a plan in place? Or is there a specific?
We're actually behind the power curve because that law came into effect in 2012 and it was retroactive back to 2010.
Okay, but, and the only way we found out about it was when we brought the architects over.
Yes.
We were not aware of it from.
I was aware of some of the things, like the step down from the community room at the Forest Oaks Pool, but I had planned, we'll just put a concrete ramp or something there. But then when he came over there, he started pointing out all the rest of it. And I knew the restrooms over there were too.
Right.
But what did not occur to me is that that is a CMU block building at Forest Oaks. It is not easy to renovate.
Okay. And have we had any accidents over there because it's not ADA accessible and it's all these slopes and stuff? Okay. And who is it that's going to, who are we going to get in trouble with? Is it the feds?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I just didn't know the
Feds and the state, the
and the
Department
state.
of Justice.
And is it citizen complaint, or do they come by and they inspect, or?
Typically, it starts off with a citizen complaint, like we did for the Evers Road sidewalks.
That's right. Okay.
And so ever since we got that complaint about the Evers Road sidewalks, I've been worried about getting the sidewalks and getting a plan in place for that, and then looking at the pool facilities, trying to figure out. And I thought the Leon Valley Community Pool was already ADA accessible because they did remodeling over there back in like 2009, 2010. And so once you get in through the doors of the restrooms over there, the interior of those restrooms are ADA accessible, but not the patio and not the way in there, and not the concession stand. I think that they were so focused on the restrooms, thinking, well, it'll be an employee who's in the concession area. Well, we don't get that luxury. We have to plan for the employees too.
Now, you had a suggestion of a bond. Now, a bond is where we put it to the vote for the people. And that's what you were suggesting?
That's one of the ways you could
Right.
finance. You could also do
Okay.
certificates of
Right,
obligation.
and that's without a vote, which,
Well, the state law just recently
Is that right?
changed, and so I don't know. I have not read the full law.
Okay.
But there's something about certificates of obligation that's changed too.
oh, that you have to have a vote?
I don't
Oh,
know.
you don't
Like
know.
I
We'll
said,
look into that. And one last thing, and I'll let everybody else, but you were saying about Hebner Creek, and we talked about it on Saturday's meeting. We just passed a constitutional amendment with the new flooding, and,
Yes, the
and we
state
might be able to
flood
get some money from that, right? Okay. Just wanted to,
they're trying to decide now whether they're going to do 75-25 grants and revolving loans, or if it's going to
Okay.
be the other way. And so
Okay.
we've weighed in with our opinion saying grants, grants, grants.
grants, grants, grants. Okay, all right. Anything else before we go on to the next? Okay, very good, thank you.
You were talking, I don't know if this is one or it's the other part, on the possibility of selling one of the pools.
That's in this
Okay,
next slide.
so we'll go this one. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, cool. And so part of this you've seen at the last one. This is just a carryover from our last presentation. But San Antonio Pool Management provides management and oversees our pools. They go from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Last year they were open from May 25th through September the 2nd. And here's our attendance. The only thing different on this slide is that we actually gave you the dates at the bottom, so that you can see from when it started in May, and then it switches to June, July, and then as you can see the last weeks in August were pretty low attendance. And so for attendance, Forest Oaks Pool had 59% of the population that went, and then Community Pool had 41%. The total for the season was 6,794. Now these numbers represent visits, not 6,794 new people. You know what I mean? It's people that had season passes, people that came with daily passes, and then other members too.
Okay, and those last 2 weeks in August, were those, I thought it was just weekends rather than the full week. I think they closed about
they
August 15th.
closed it for a week.
Yeah, they closed it, so those were just weekend numbers?
I think the 1 week was a week, and the next week was weekend.
Okay, all right, just because those numbers dropped so much, I wanted that clarification, thank you.
So the contract that we had last year, it was a total of $101,330. This coming season, if you operate both pools, it'll be $101,730. So they didn't increase it very much. The pool repairs that we did for Forest Oaks, we did all the multi-port plumbing. We placed all three on the main pool. The manifold on the main pool, a section of the backwash line, replaced the baby pool backwash valve. We had leaks, so we did the leak detection, and it found out that 4 of our skimmers were leaking. And in order to fix these skimmers, they actually had to bust out the concrete around all 4 of them. It was not an easy fix. We replaced 2 of the 3 pumps on the main pool, 1 pump on the baby pool. And then we replaced the baby pool backless system. So for 2017, your repair costs were $14,374. For 2018, we replaced that entire back deck because it was fixing to fall onto the tennis court. That was $29,000. And then this past year, for all the repairs you just saw, it was $20,000. So your total for these years was $63,388. What's outstanding, and this can be done over these years, for 2020, you're looking at about $13,831. 2021, it gets expensive because that's when the plasters needs to be redone. So that's $44,000, almost $45,000. And then in 2022, $9,400. So for a 3-year total, it's $68,000. At the community pool, again with the pumps and the multi-ports and with the plumbing, these are old pools. They were built back in the 70s. So in 2010, you had asked about the expense that we had back then for replastering it.
I remember that.
It was $36,900. 2014, we did 21, almost 22. 2018 was electrical. We found out the pool wasn't bonded. And then 2019 repairs were pretty cheap. So the total cost for that over that period of years is $67,966. Outstanding at the Leon Valley Community Pool, you're looking at $11,000 next year. $48,000 the year after, $8,000 the year after. So after those 3 years, that one also is up there at $67,000 for repairs. So both facilities need to be remodeled to meet the ADA regulations. Forest Oaks, actually that one's older, built in 1968. That's your cinder block construction, larger, needs the most renovations. Community pool, built in 75, smaller structure, wood framing, easier to renovate. These are the costs from the architect, and this is not for the prefabs. This is if you actually attack the buildings and the facilities themselves. At Forest Oaks, it's demolition, redesign, reconstruction, renovation. Leon Valley Community Facility, the renovations are to the structure and to one of the patio areas. Did that go right? So the total revenue was $39,629. The revenue versus expenses, if you take out the pool revenue, your net cost to operate was almost $67,000. Recommendations for the coming season: make season passes available for online purchasing. We actually found a software system, ActiveNet, that'll not only allow us to do the memberships online and, the season passes, but it'll also do our park reservations online and our community and conference center reservations online. So we'll be able to split that cost between them, and that'll come to y'all soon.
We're actually vetting that through the EDCD tomorrow, and it'll be on the next council agenda.
Improve the communication of the hours at the pool. Again, with the new software system, you'll be able to post all that very clearly for everyone to see. Improve advertising and marketing the pool party information. We found direct ad marketing that I think we can do at Public Works very cheaply. I'll bring you all the costs. Purchase cash registers for each pool. Extend the pool season operation and pool parties into the month of September. Offer and market the water aerobics, and then somehow work to secure a swim team coach. I think I've asked 50,000 people, do anybody know a swim team coach?
Oh, I think I know somebody that.
Get their name. They're hard to come by.
No, but I'm the Cooley family. I think one of the Cooley, Matthew or one of them said that they would help. I think. Did I dream that? I hope not.
Oh, he said it.
I think he said it. So I think we should follow up with them. They're a wonderful family.
We'll corner them.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Oh.
And these are recommendations that the pool committee came up with. All these recommendations prior. Yes. Very good. Thank you.
So the
Good
water
job.
aerobics, San Antonio Pool Management has agreed to train the staff and hold water aerobics once or twice a week prior to the pool opening. So pools were opening at noon. This would be in the morning hours. They'll supply 2 staff members and charge outside of the contract. And so they would be charging the aerobics members themselves. So we wouldn't have anything to do with that. Swim team, they are also offering a reduced rate for that one, $17.50 per hour to staff the guards prior to the pool opening. So if we could get a swim team together, they would also practice in the mornings.
Okay. I just wanted to say, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, we only had a 1-hour class, right? Yeah. It says 2 hours. So one lifeguard would only cost, it'd be a little bit cheaper. So twice a week. Okay.
And so you have some contract alternatives. The proposal 1, operate both pools, same as last year, and budget for the ADA renovations in future years. So that's going to be your $101,730. And if you take out the revenue, it's going to be, right around 62. Proposal 2, run one pool through August 3rd and keep the other one open until the end of September. And so your cost there is $97,848. You actually save $4,000, and it keeps one of the pools open till the end of September. Proposal 3, run only one pool. Your total would be $53,836. Then you have to figure out what to do with the other pool. You could fill one in and construct a large splash pad and keep it open from April through October, because you don't need lifeguards at a splash pad. You just leave it open to the public. You can run them longer. The preliminary cost estimate for this is not cheap. It's $350,000 if you got a splash pad that is the exact size of the pools. You can downsize that to a 1,500 square foot, and then also get grants, which would cut your cost. And this is what it would look like. Size-wise, you can pick all kinds of different amenities. But I told Tim to throw me some stuff in there that older kids, you're looking at kids from 1 to 15 before they shoot out the door and have their own, idea about what to do with life. Proposal 4, run only one pool through September, and then sell the other facility. So Leon Valley Community Pool Facility is in a floodway. You shouldn't encourage any building on that lot. We have a high water mark up at the park. That water actually got into the pool. Not very much, but it did hit the edge of the pool. The Forest Oaks Pool Facility is located on Evers Road. It's zoned for office. You could market it. I don't know to whom or, but it's there. And so these are just your proposals. This thing's running my... So at their October 30th meeting, the Pool Advisory Committee decided to recommend on option 2, run the one pool through August 3rd and keep the other one open until the end of September. And so that's the one where you're going to see that savings of about $4,000. The Leon Valley Community Pool has been open to everyone since the 70s, as it was donated to the city at the time of its construction. Residents of Grass Valley, Canterfield, they've brought their children, their grandchildren. They were not allowed to be at the Forest Oaks Pool. That was strictly for the Forest Oaks resident. Forest Oaks Pool, everybody's been going there since the 70s, and again, they brought themselves, their children, their grandchildren. Both facilities had swim teams, pool parties, concessions, and residents of both areas are very fond of these pools. They have great memories there. So the question is, can the city afford to have both pools open? If one or the other is closed or changed into a splash pad, how to choose which one? So I'm just cautioning the citizens and the city council and myself to look at these options with as much objectivity as possible, because that's my son, that's Kevin and Coley Wallace's sons, and that's David DeWitty's son at the pool when they were 14 and 13 years old respectively. So I too have fond memories of that pool. They are now 39 and 37.
Do they have fond memories?
No, I asked my son, I said, this is what we're going to discuss tonight. What would you think if I said I was going to destroy the pool building? He goes, oh, good. That thing is ugly and it's outdated. What are you going to do with them? What are you going to do? So anyway, that concludes my presentation, and the Pool Advisory Committee are here, as is David Dimmeline, if y'all had any other questions.
My.
Lot to digest.
I know. And this is going to be on the town hall meeting. We do have this on the agenda for the town hall, as I recall. I don't know. I appreciate all the efforts for the pool committee. I think we've got to, I don't know, it's expensive, and I think we definitely need to get citizen input on that as far as, money and bonds and all this other stuff. But also I'm looking at, if we don't make a decision tonight on proposal 1, 2, 3, or 4, then we're behind the 8 ball again for next year,
We spoke with the San Antonio Pool Management Company, and they said they're really great people. They were like, we don't care. If you want to operate one pool, great. You want to operate 2 pools. You want to go to September and shut one. It doesn't matter to them.
But do we have to make a decision by? Can we vet this through the town hall meeting?
I don't think that I would wait till January to make a
that's
decision about hiring them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It seems kind of obvious to me. You are going to operate a pool. Whether it's 1 or 2, you're going to operate a pool. And so to me, I would say, yes, let's make a resolution to go ahead and approve them as the contractor for another year, and then we work out the details of that contract.
And all the other stuff that needs to be done. That's
y'all let me know.
High-ticketed items. Okay, so anyway, I like their recommendation of proposal 2. I like the committee's proposal, because I think we've got to have, I think it's too drastic to make the decision and without hearing from more citizens. If we have to make a decision tonight, I don't know.
First read, isn't it?
It's the first read, that's right. No, it's not a first read. It's not, it's a resolution. Yeah, so that's why I read it. That's right, so it's not a first read. Yeah. And you're saying that we have some time, but we don't have time till we have to decide tonight Is that what you're saying, to at least hire them?
The contract's not officially up yet.
Okay.
The problem that you run into is that this is the time when they start planning their
That's
season.
right. Mhm.
And, either side has the ability to back out of the contract, for terminate the contract. If we wait too long, they're going to say, I'm sorry, we've already got 6 pools, I've got this many lifeguards.
Sure.
We just can't fit you in.
I got you. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, does anybody from the pool committee, would y'all like to add anything or give your pitch for what you'd like the council, what you'd like to, since y'all have been working on this intimately? Good evening, Karen, and welcome.
Karen Friedeck on Forest Bend North. I was not prepared for this, so bear with me. We moved to Leon Valley in 1975 and have been in our house ever since and joined the pool at that time. So Forest Oaks Pool is very near and dear to my heart, and I really don't want to see it close, but I don't want to see the Leon Valley Pool closed either. My personal opinion is last year we got a late start with everything. And so advertising, pushing it, marketing, and all that stuff was basically non-existent. I have ideas on what we can do to promote both pools and get things rolling. And so we don't have that huge loss at the end of the year. The other thing is, you all talk about the splash pad. My view on that is you want to put it at one of the pools that decided you're going to close and fill in. But what happens to the family who has kids from 16 years old down to 3, and the kids want to go to the pool? Well, the little ones, they're going to want to go to the splash pad. But the bigger ones don't want to do that. And we have a limit on how young or how old you can be without an adult with you. And so how are the families going to split themselves when they've got these 2 age groups that one little one wants to go to the splash pad and the bigger one wants to go to the pool? I think that's going to really divide things up. And my daughter lives in Delaware, and they went to the base pool there in Dover. And they used to have a baby pool. They put in a splash pad. It was not a success. I don't know why, but I noticed that when I went with her, kids didn't go to that splash pad. They want to be in the pool and have a good time swimming, not splashing around in the splash pad. But I can't say that that would be a good idea or not here, but that was just my observation and what she told me from up there. But I really think that if we get going, hiring San Antonio Pool Management, start marketing the pools. And I would like to see, I don't know how much they cost, the banners that go across, like Huebner at Bandera and maybe even Evers and Wurzbach, and advertise a pool like that. So many people don't even know that those 2 pools exist. Yeah, you can drive by, but Evers and Seneca, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I look out my front door or down the street, you can't even get across. But do you know what? Some people go, I didn't know that pool was there. How do you not know a pool isn't there when it's right there in front of you or beside you? They don't look. So we need to be upfront, a big banner across the fences to say, Forest Oaks, Leon Valley Pools, contact, not this little bitty thing that we got last year, but a big banner on the fences that it's in your face that shows pool, you can come here. And there is something said about the Forest Oaks pool being only for residents of Forest Oaks. That was true when it was first opened. But as time has gone on and the kids have gotten older, and I'm just as guilty, you don't join the pool anymore because you don't have the children using it. So those memberships were open to people in Oak Hills, to anybody.
Right.
And so if we hit people outside of Leon Valley and to come to the pool, maybe we can bring in more revenue. So that's my thoughts.
Okay,
So,
very good.
Thank you.
Early, yeah, exactly.
Start marketing early.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right. Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
I agree. We need to do something now. The problem is we were at this same spot a year ago, and nothing's really been done to solve the problem. And I would like to see if before the town hall meeting we can get something on the possibility of selling the pool, and if it's, if it's feasible, I think that getting the revenue like Ms. Friedrich is talking about is good, but it won't solve the $1 million ADA problem. And I do think that Public Works, we've been trying even longer to get something done for them and the working conditions that they're living through there. And so I think we need to work on a resolution. And I hate to say we're going to do this and go on and nothing's done for another year, like has happened this time. Now you did a fantastic go through. It's very stress producing, I guess, but it needs answers, and it's not going to be, we'll forever have the thing of they want this pool and they want the other pool, and we don't show by the numbers that we're a two-pool community for need and usage. And I had just the opposite effect in Ohio, where everybody just wanted to use the splash pad and no one was in the pool. It was okay because it left it more for the adults, but so it depends on where you are, but we have had lots of requests for splash pads. I don't know that filling it in is a resolution, but we need to get some answers. So I'd like to have more information before the town hall meeting if that's feasible. I do favor the proposal of closing one early and extending one later and going through September. September was exceptionally hot, so was October this year, and now we're getting cold before it's time.
Is that proposal 2? Is that the one? Yeah,
Okay.
I agree, because it was awfully hot, and I was really wanting that pool to be open, and it was closed.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes,
This is Karen Friedeck
Sure.
again. In my years of being on the board down at Forest Oaks, as soon as school starts, the pool dies because people are more involved in school activities, football,
Band.
volleyball, you name it. They're more focused in on those activities than trying to get a kid to the pool. And it just happens. The pools don't have that demand anymore. First of the year, yeah, everybody wants to swim. The pools are open. Let's go. But as the season goes on, and you can tell by the numbers, as the season goes on, the numbers start dwindling. And come mid-July and get into August, the numbers start really going down. So that's just a fact of life. And personally, I don't recommend keeping the pool open in September. I think that's going to drains the money. Yes, we did have an exceptionally hot September this year. And yeah, there are a couple of times that I thought, geez, I'd love to go to the pool. It's not open. But I survived. And I think when you're looking at money, that is going to be more cost effective to close it than it is to keep it open.
Well, it shows otherwise on the
Yeah.
chart, and they're talking about weekend openings.
Yeah, I was going to say just weekends, right?
We tried it at Forest Oaks to keep it open on the weekends.
Oh, did you?
Through September. It was umpteen years ago. And keeping it open through September, it was not worth the money. There wasn't anybody to come. And so you lose money in the concession stand because you filled it. To me, it isn't worth trying to keep it open. But that was my years of experience on the board down there.
Okay, thank you for those comments.
I'll stay around in case I need it.
Okay, very good. All right, anyone else have thoughts? Counselor Charles, Counselor Rodriguez, Counselor Hody? Anyone in our chamber still? It's getting late. We've got...
Just one question.
Yes.
So are the splash pads that you knew of and the one that wasn't used, are those charged? Is that a season pass thing too, or is that just open to?
It was at the base in Delaware.
Oh, okay, so that doesn't count.
No, so it was, you're part of the military, you got on.
They do both. You can charge for it or you can not charge for it. One one of the recommendations I had, though, from one of the companies was not to man it. They found that when they had personnel on staff there, that it tended to exacerbate fighting between children because they had somebody to go tell to. They said, don't have anybody there. That way they work it out by themselves. You know, you can have a concession stand, but nobody to go tell on. I was like, oh, okay. So.
My only experience with the splash pad is Hemisphere, and that's open, free, no guards, very crowded all the time. So, but isn't there a proposal for the Peachtree lot to have some kind of a little splash pad thing right there?
Concept
Bubbles
4
or
that was brought up, yes, there was a bubbler or a spray ground out there.
Right. Okay. But I mean, you say 350,000 for a splash pad, but that doesn't include excavation. Didn't you have another figure for excavation and filling in?
I think that was the total cost for both the excavation and, yes, because the amenities themselves were 175 or 125. It was the actual excavation and getting it ready for it that was the more expensive. That was the 225,000.
Mm-hmm.
So the total was that.
Was 350?
Yes, ma'am.
Including all of that. Okay, just so I know. Yes, Councilor Charles.
So long-term, if you made the smaller of the pools a splash pad, that probably would, and thinking about all of the renovations that we would have had to do for ADA and bathrooms and so on, would it be more cost-effective to do that?
Well, you got a problem. You have a real problem. The Grass Valley Pool renovation, facility renovation, that's a lot cheaper. Demolish the building, put in a restroom, put in a splash pad. The splash would be the most expensive. Then you turn around, you look at the Forest Oaks pool facility, and that thing's going to cost $400,000 to $500,000 to fix the patios and the buildings and everything else. You can do it cheaper with you could put a prefab over there. You can look at the same thing, demolish.
There's also grants available out there for half of the splash pad, so that this is worst case scenario.
I like a splash pad.
A lot of people do because moms, and this is,
We have a lot of little kids here.
Well, I have to get after my daughter a lot because she, has 2 kids, but her face is in her phone. And I hate that when they're around the pool like that. I like them, because you can be at a splash pad and your kid's not going to drown if you're stuck in your phone. That's just me, though.
Yes, Councilor Hody.
So I know that we're talking about the Peachtree lot and what to do with it, and there's been some sort of decisions. Does the Grass Valley Pool have enough room for both a splash pad and a pool? And then, I'm not suggesting we do this, and then we put the other one on the market, or which one makes more sense?
Does have room for both. If you were to leave the existing pool, take out the baby pool, demolish the building totally, and then just extend, put a splash pad, maybe a half size of that splash pad or even smaller than that on the other side where you were going to put the landscaping and the bubbler and the chessboard and all that stuff, then yes, you could fit both there.
Can we get, not make a decision tonight on which plan to use and get a decision, get information on the planning for everything? What you said, the law had changed and you need to check whether we need to have a vote, because that will make...
Oh, on a certificate of obligation
Yeah.
for funding for that, sure.
Right, because then we can think, because we have to think broad scope and not temporary, and that's what we keep doing. And I think it'll help. And then we'll have more time to contemplate.
Vicki probably knows it right off the top of her head. So.
Okay.
Well, this item is going to go to the town hall, so I'd like to see us develop some questions so that we can get or maybe table, Francine's going to want us to break down and discuss. I think this is a really important topic to talk about because it's a big ticketed item.
Well,
So-
right, but I mean, in the meanwhile, we
Oh,
don't
in
have
the
to
meanwhile.
make an instant decision
No, I agree.
tonight.
I don't want to make a decision tonight, because it's too overwhelming, really. But anyway.
You know, I guess we have to be cautious about letting memories guide our financial, what's best
I put that
financially.
slide up there because even
Yeah.
I had, when my son said that, I was like, oh, you tear down my pool.
Mhm. Okay, so what additional information does the council want Ms. Moritz to obtain? Let's make sure we get that down.
So I've got market feasibility on the selling of the Forest Oaks pool facility, and I've got the laws on certificates of obligation.
And what would be the total cost of the Grass Hill pool if you renovated the pool, put up a prefab building and a splash pad?
With a splash pad, okay.
So there'd be something for everyone.
Okay.
Well, when you get that marketability, let them look at both pools.
Well,
I think.
the only problem with
But
the
you're
other
saying
pool,
Forest Oaks cost too much.
no, the Grass Valley or the Leon Valley Community Pool is in a floodway or floodplain.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we really want to redevelop that for sale to someone
I
else.
see. Gotcha.
Right,
All
and
right,
you can
thank you for
redevelop
that.
it as
Yeah,
something else at
okay.
the park, you could, whatever you
All
want to do with it. But the one that's got the zoning and is actually, could be marketed, and I was thinking, what could you do? The tennis court, you could possibly sell to the people next door, and they could make it a parking lot, because they have inadequate parking at that strip center as it is. But that would mean then that you'd have to replat that property into 2 lots, and, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or concerns? Yes, Councilor Hody.
So we got that. Do we need to go ahead and make a recommendation to retain the pool managers?
I would say so.
Yeah.
That way we've got them locked down, and they've already, like I said, we've talked to them, and they're just real amenable. They're like, well, just let us know what you want to do.
But we can get back with them as to what proposal at a later date?
Right.
Okay. I mean, I think we got to have at least one pool, if not 2, just in a transition, I mean. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. And Karen,
There was a lot of people very unhappy last year because we didn't have a swim team in Leon Valley or Forest Oaks. So would it be okay for the pool committees to go forward and try to get a swim coach going to have a swim team? Because if we wait too late, that's what happened last year. By the time everything was resolved, because SELA backed out, San Antonio Pool Management came on board, the swim coaches, the leagues were already booked, and we could not have one. A
Right.
lot of unhappy families because we didn't have a swim team. For a lot of people, it's a big thing for their kids to be on a swim team. So can we go ahead and start pushing or start looking for a swim coach for a swim team?
I say yes, because I think
That's
we
what
need it.
Melinda's been asking for.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who finds them, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, then when we meet, we're going to start, because there's a couple of people on our committee who have access to hopefully some swim coaches, so. Yeah, so. We'll start working on it.
Talk to Rebecca Cooley too. She's in Grass Valley.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so do we need at least a motion for that?
Yes, to pass the resolution.
To
that
pass
says
the
we're gonna
resolution that we're going to
San Antonio
use
Pool
San
Management.
Antonio Pool Management.
I didn't give you any other
But
documents.
specifically, we'll get back on the specifics later. Okay.
So move.
All right.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to authorize the extension of an agreement of the San Antonio Pool Management Company to operate and manage the pools, some kind of I don't know if
Pool
it's.
parentheses
pool-
S.
Yeah, pool parentheses S for 2020, specific proposal pending. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Now, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm just looking at the agenda. We're going to be here till 1, I'm afraid. But is there any of the remaining items that we can postpone to the next meeting? I would suggest the executive session when Mr. Bradshaw's back, because it has to do with the council. But I don't know. I know Mr. Milan has been waiting for his fee thing. Can the Parks Master Plan, can we push that off? See, this is what we may be coming into with the 3-hour limit. I mean, if we end up going that way. So.
The Park Master Plan one doesn't require y'all to make a motion on it tonight. It's just to present it
Yeah,
to y'all,
right.
and then we just put it out for public view.
Mhm.
So
And it was very detailed. I won't tell you what I was doing. I was looking at the 2014, and then I went, oh, wait a minute, there's the 2020. Anyway, it was my error. I'm just throwing it out. Is there any of the remaining agenda items, 8, 2, 3, 4 and 6 are the same, duplicate.
And 3's just is the second read, and I think there's if there's no.
It's the first read. It's the first read. That's what we decided. It was the first read.
Oh, but it says first reading held on November.
It was a carryover.
Ah.
And I mean,
you can push the park one to the next one.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt my feelings.
Won't hurt
We've
your
already got it
feelings.
posted on the website with a little survey for people to make comments on.
Oh, good. Okay.
I would like noise included in it. The noise, the thing people are always talking about, I didn't remember seeing anything about I know we have the noise ordinance, but I just think it should be in the park thing too.
It is. It's in the back.
Okay, I'll look again.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot. There was a lot of information.
What about the
It really
personnel?
was.
See? Look, this is cool. Click on that. Go over, scroll down. Look.
There it is.
Look at that. They can go in there and put comments in, and it comes to me.
Okay. Yeah, I had a comment about the shadow mist, but that'll be later. But yeah, okay. How about 8.3? Mr. Milan, you'd like to present this one since it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'd like to get this one. I think this item will be one meeting behind the PD ordinance, but
Okay.
we can have.
Because this is the first read. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, set.
I'll be fast. This is pretty simple. Our current fee schedule only has a standard zone change fee requirement for standard zone changes. So right now, we charge zone change fees based on the size of the property.
The city secretary needs to read the ordinance.
That's right. I'm sorry. Thank you. That's why you were looking at me. See, after 10 o'clock, my brain starts to turn to mush, and I can't.
We vote to move the 8-2 over, or are we just, is it consensus? Is that what we're doing?
I think there was a consensus to postpone 8.2, am I
8-2.
correct?
Yeah. Mhm.
And then you need to read
We'll vote on
8.3.
that to postpone.
No, if you make a ruling to postpone and no one objects, that's all you need.
And no one's objecting. Okay, so we can move 8.2
I
to the
wasn't sure where
12.3.
we were for a second.
Okay,
So we're doing 8-3 now.
We're 8.3 right now, so Ms. Pasale, I'm sorry, would you please read that ordinance? And thank you very much for stopping me.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending Appendix A, Fee Schedule, Article A 13.000, Zoning, Administrative Fees, establishing Plan Development District Zoning Request Fees, providing for repeal or severability and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay,
Thank you again, Mayor and Council.
Mhm.
So right now, the only fee that we have for zone changes is just for a standard zone change. Obviously, we've talked about PD districts, how much more complex they are, how much more time, staff time they're going to take, legal review, probably some engineering review. We still get an engineering deposit, but separately, but we do need to take into account how much extra work and time is expended. All PD ordinances that I'm familiar with, they always have a separate fee for a PD request. And so right now, for a standard zone change, if it's 1 acre or less, it's $350 for the zone change, for the zoning commission consideration, another $350 for the city council, so that's $700. Whenever you get up to a 1 acre site like the Paradise Car Wash, we've talked about that, then it gets a little more expensive, about $1,200. I'd say our zone change fees are a little low, probably average to low. And so these are the PD development district fees that staff is proposing. I came up with these just based on other cities I've worked for, San Marcos, Bulverde. Those were some of the standard fees there. They always have a max limit on it. I think in terms of, in my experience, those are reasonable. We just look at the mixed use project that we've been working on. I've spent tons of time on that already. Zoning Commission, Council, we've all spent a lot of time on that, so I think we can all agree. We can already look at that one firsthand and see how much time is spent on that one. So what staff is proposing is for projects that are 1 acre or less, it's a $1,000 fee for Zoning Commission and a $1,000 fee for City Council. So for an acre or less, it's going to be $2,000. So, and then for projects that are over an acre, again, when it's over an acre, it means it's probably mixed-use projects, going to be a lot more complex. Staff's proposing you have a $1,000 base fee plus $125 for each additional quarter acre over 1 acre. So for our proposed mixed-use project over on Post Road, that's a 3 acre site. You do the math on that. That's going to be $2,000 plus another $125 times 8, which is going to be $1,000 for Zoning Commission and another $1,000 for City Council. So they're looking at $4,000. My opinion, I think that's very reasonable, especially for a very complex project that is going to be a very valuable project as well. In my experience, these are fees that would be reasonable and would not be fees that our development community would have an issue with. So these are the fees that are proposed. We can always, as with all fees, we'll be tracking it. If we get projects that come in and, we try to quantify the time as much as possible. It looks like, the project blows out those hours. We'll look at raising it. Similarly, it looks like some of our, hopefully we're not doing a lot of PDs. That's really the goal. But we do need this ordinance, and if we do have some PDs and maybe they're smaller and we feel like we're overcharging people, we'll go back and revisit the ordinance. But for right now, I think this is a good start.
Okay. I just want to be sure PDs don't apply to residential, correct? I'm just thinking of that big vacant property that we have over there in Councilor Alcacer's neighborhood that needs to be developed. A PD would not be appropriate for that?
It depends on the nature of what's proposed over there. I think the goal is for that to be large lots.
Sure.
So, that's a good example of, a situation where PD isn't needed, because I think
it's not needed. Okay, because we
probably
did
a
change
standard zoning
to that
district would work.
larger lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and you said that these fees you've researched and they're reasonable and within line with other cities that you've either worked with or looked up.
They're reasonable with other cities that I've worked with. I didn't do an exhaustive review on it. These are fees I've worked with that I think are reasonable.
All right. Those are my questions. Anyone else? All right. Then this is a first read, so we'll put this one as a second read on 12-3.
Yeah.
If there's no other questions.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We move on to discussion and placement of items approved by the council regarding the 2020 Town Hall agenda. Ms. Kinsler, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Oops, there's my little thing. So you all asked last meeting, I believe, that I come back with further discussion and the possible prioritization of the items that you all agreed upon for the 2020 Town Hall meeting. So what we're trying to do tonight is get final consensus on what you want to see on the agenda and how you want it prioritized for January the 25th. So below were the suggestions that the council agreed upon during the 10:15 meeting. I took it upon myself to put some minutes in there, and feel free to hack away at those. I was just trying to save a little bit of time tonight. I don't know why there's not one behind water main conditions. There was one originally. I'm not sure what happened.
Ms. Kitzler, could we explain what is the water main
Here it
conditions?
is.
What's
10
our
minutes.
goal? What's our goal there? I mean, I guess I don't understand. Is that the sewer?
My understanding was the goal, I had 10 minutes on there. My understanding was the goal from last time, excuse me. Tell me something.
I'm sorry.
My understanding was the goal from last time was that we were going to explain to the citizens the water structure, the age of the infrastructure, the number of breaks, why they break, what needs to be replaced, what are the age of the water mains. That's what my understanding was. Is that
with an idea of cost in the future?
Sure. What they're made of. The assistant city manager was just pointing out some of them are still made of lead. So it's just a comprehensive discussion from what I took away last time.
Okay, I just wanted some clarification on that. I mean, jump in. I think as far as prioritization, do we want to put the most important at the top? And I guess they're all important, but I was just thinking, the pool is pretty important, and I think
The nice thing about Dr. Romero is that she keeps us on our time track.
She
And so,
does.
I would ask that you give me input also on the minutes that I have up there, whether or not you think I'm off, and you want to add more or less to each, because she will hold us to that.
I would like to see the home rule charter reduced to maybe 30 minutes and the pools increased to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Is the other thing that the assistant city manager had suggested was number 5 be maybe we could move it to a coffee.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask, though, because I'm not. I guess I'm confused. I have not been able to go to any of the meetings because we have the census on Monday after. Anyway, what's the timeline for when they're going to be finished, and do citizens get to give input on what they've come up with as suggestions?
We've had this discussion. I think this is
I know, and I
our
guess
third time.
I keep thinking that this is different than the first charter where the council and citizens, other than the committee, where you went and you did citizens for her, didn't get any more input, but this is supposed to be different.
So this is informational purposes as far as the Home Rule Charter Amendment update. You've never had this. You never had a charter before. Your first charter was defeated. Your second charter passed. And so it was informational in nature to the citizenry. Now, this is your first time actually looking at amendments. So once the Home Rule Charter Committee is done, the amendments will come before this board. By January 25th, we ought to know what amendments are going to be on the ballot. And we would then have the opportunity during the town hall meeting to explain the amendments to the citizens. At that point, it's really too late to get input because you've already voted. This body's already voted.
There's no possible change. They can't.
That was
they
correct
can't recommend a
because of the
change.
timeline from Bear County.
And as much posting as has been done in every possible way, there aren't any citizens showing up to the meetings. They just aren't.
No, it is definitely posted on all social media.
Okay. Mr. Hody?
But it's informational purposes, Mayor, to answer your question.
For some reason, I thought, so the only way that you can have influence on the process is to actually go to the meetings and give your 2 cents.
Or come to the council meetings and
whenever
it's time.
So in other words, when it's presented to the council, that's a time to add or subtract or change?
Absolutely. And the other thing that there's a citizens to be heard during the Home Rule Charter.
I understood
and
that.
The same rules would apply there as apply here. But I got an email tonight on citizens to be heard. and people have sent in comments to the home rule charter that have been read.
Right, okay. And then, do we know which meeting in January that this will be presented to the council, the home rule charter?
Right now,
Amendments.
we don't know. I'm going to almost assume we're going to need to use both council meetings in January, if not even also have a special, just depending on how quickly things go. I'm just not sure yet because the committee's not there yet.
All right. All right, but what I hear you say is by January 25th, it would just be informational. The citizens that come to that meeting they'll get the final product, is what I'm understanding. That's going to be.
They'll get the final product, but they'll get what is going to be on the ballot.
In the ballot.
It's not the final product, it's just what's on the ballot. Then they decide as to whether or not they adopt it. This is 100% citizen-driven at the polls.
So they're measures, so it'll show a measure, and then it'll have the wording for the change. Y'all will see that at the council meeting, the way Charlie Zeck is our attorney for the home rule charter. Charlie Zeck is our attorney for the home rule charter, and the way he has it up is the measures, and then you can select. And so, for instance, if I'm just going to throw one out there, if term limits is on there, it'll have whether or not you either approve or you don't approve of that measure, and then you move on.
So we're
be
taking them
measures.
individually.
Correct.
Not
Each change,
as a whole.
And then the
Okay,
council
great.
has the ability to either approve all the measures that go on the ballot or
Okay.
not approve any of them. You don't have to take any of the recommendations for the
okay.
committee. You don't, any of that. So.
Okay.
Or you could include additional measures.
Or you can
We can
include
additional measures.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay.
But the voters vote on them individually, not as a charter. The first time they voted on the
As
entire
the whole
document.
thing, yeah,
This
that's-
time, it's individual changes.
Okay, good, thank you for that. Should we reorder it, though? That's what I was thinking.
That is your call.
I know.
That's why we're up here.
I just think that,
The only
water
change I
main
have is
conditions-
30 and 30 for home rule and pool.
I mean, I know that's important, but I like other ones better. Census 2020, we'll be ready to go on the 25th with lots of promotional, educational outreach that we're trying to develop on the committee. But anyway, it's very, very important, as you all know, to get our numbers up, get people to, and it's going to be different this year, as we've discussed before. I won't go into that, but it's all online.
Do we need 45 minutes on number 5? Melinda was just explaining to me that there's so many programs.
What you're
45
seeing is
minutes?
5 says Alverde.
No, it's just 20 minutes there.
I wonder if I have the right agenda. Number 5, I have follow-up on Alverde 2020.
Yeah. It says 20 minutes.
Oh, I'm looking at the.
That one we could.
Sandra did, that's okay.
That one we could probably move to a coffee, I think. I mean, we made a lot of progress last year on this, and I know the city is working with CPS Energy, and y'all are I'm not able to go to it on Thursday because of the conference I'm going to be at, but energy efficiency of our buildings, and I mean, that could be reported. I know she's working on that, but I don't know. So all of those times that you put equals our 4 hours?
Well,
A little less
now
than
my
4
time
hours?
the time is different on the agenda than what I had up there.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure why.
I'm sorry, I used the last agenda. I actually put in on the agenda that Ms. Kinser's using on number 5, I messed up and put 45 minutes
Oh,
first.
yeah, it's just 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry? What's the time on 3? Did we say 10 minutes or 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes.
And I think we need to, I had asked for it before to go, to have the part on
the meetings.
No, well, the meetings, yes, and that would
Yeah.
be short, 5 or 10, it's just a few questions. But the thing on, that Melinda's doing for the infrastructure, the possibility of a bond or whatever, the costs there need to go
That
in
would be with the
conjunction
pool.
with the pool maybe, or as a
Or
separate one.
the water
following.
main conditions.
No, the pool.
Not the
I think
water
the
main.
pool. I think, and And also,
on the, getting the, parks, the Public Works.
The building.
Yeah, and since she tied it to the pool, maybe just after that, but we need an update on that. Again, we keep putting it off, and it was important, it was a top priority and a few years back, and it just keeps getting thrown away, and we're under ADA compliance for there too.
And that one will definitely need to go to the voters.
Well, that's what she was saying, whether or not she was going to check with the bond to see if it had to go to the voters.
Or the certificate.
A certificate of obligation versus a general obligation, the law changed on a certificate of obligation. Do you remember?
I don't remember.
She was going to look it up. Melinda was,
Okay.
that was on her list.
Okay. It definitely changed eventually, and I just can't remember.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
prior-
I don't want to speak.
Prior, a certificate of obligation, you did not have to go to the
That's
voters,
correct.
but that changed, and I can't remember if there's the ability to petition to put it on, or if.
I feel like it was a certain amount at one point. One of the amendments had to do with if you had a CO over a certain amount. Remember?
Yeah, I believe that's correct. If it reaches a threshold amount, you have to go to the voters.
But I'm not sure where it ended up, and so I don't want to misspeak.
Well, Q&A, I thought we had citizens to be heard there. Didn't we have that on one of the agendas?
What we did is we looked at the town hall meeting from last year, and the city secretary pointed out to me at the town hall meetings what we had been doing historically, instead of citizens to be heard, was question and answer period for the citizens.
Which is the equivalent.
The same thing. But we were just being consistent with our prior agendas.
We can still answer their questions if it's factually or the ordinance, right?
It's agendized.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a question that's not on the agenda, that's what I'm saying.
Correct. If it's
that's what I
anything
mean.
having to do with items 1 through 8, you could answer policy, but if it's anything outside of 1 through 8, you could only give factual answers.
That's right. So, but that's the same if it was citizens to be heard.
Exactly.
So
exactly. She was just being consistent with what you called it in the past.
That, Sandra. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I thought last year, I thought the council kind of sat up there and we heard from the citizens, and that's why I thought it was citizens to be heard. And why do I remember that? But
I think you're thinking of coffees.
Coffee? Oh, okay. All right. So, any reordering of this? I'd like to see it reordered. I really would, but I think the pools is important. The home rule charter is important. They're all important, but I'm just saying as far as higher priority, census.
This is what I'd recommend.
Okay.
I would recommend census. It probably won't take 20 minutes. The census, I don't know. But census, the home rule charter, and the pool in that first 3.
Well, the first 2 you need, 1 and 2, so then you...
Yeah, then it's 3, 4, and 5. Those move up to 3, 4, and 5.
Okay. Ms. Basile?
You know what, I stand corrected, and Ms. Kinsler, I checked back and I looked at the Word document, which was a draft, and it did have Q&A. And then I just now checked the PDF, which was the final, and it was changed to citizens to be heard. So whichever you want to do.
I'd prefer citizens to be heard, to be honest with you, since it's the same.
Right. So I have both in my
and I think
file.
We want to hear from you. I think that's important. So, does everyone agree with Ms. Charles? Did you say the census first, and then the home rule charter, and then the pool?
That was the order.
In that order?
Yes.
So that would be 3, 4, and 5.
That would be 1, 2. Oh, I see.
Well, we see we've got 1 and 2 we got to keep. So 3, 4, and 5 would be census, home rule, and then the pool.
We have to add what Melinda did tonight to the pool thing, either as
Correct.
a separate or in conjunction.
I think in conjunction. I think in conjunction. And maybe, and funding option or whatever to the agenda.
That's an agenda item with lots of questions and discussion, I foresee.
And then Bandera Road.
So 6 would be Bandera Road.
I mean, that's, and.
I just have a real quick question. Maybe I've forgotten, what time is it now? The Bandera Road update. What is this meeting that's coming up?
I know.
Is that going to pretty much tell us what's going on and either drop it completely from here or, make it minute based on whatever we're told at this upcoming
Well,
meeting?
and it could be very, very short, but we've had it on for 3 years in a row, I think. To me, what's critical about Bandera Road update for 2020 is that the preferred option will be developed. And people are passionate about I think they are, whether it be a boulevard or a flyover or whatever. I mean,
We do have a meeting coming up in December, and so what about a table in the back with Half and Associates, like an information table, or letting them do like a quick 5-minute presentation just to keep it on the agenda, and then have them in the back available for questions?
Yeah, I think that would be good, because at the
I don't know how many
stuff
people are
we
gonna
were
come.
sent indicated that the Bandera Road they were already going to be putting in the options, because they talked about one going online the 18th yesterday, and then the next one was going to. So I think they're going to be there by the time the
You mean
meeting
preferred
is.
options?
I
No,
think
not
so.
yet. It's it's not.
What is it they were putting online incrementally?
Well, right here, it just says the discussion of how to improve congestion and mobility on SH16.
Was the stuff we were sent.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Did
not two preferred options yet.
Did everybody get that?
So if there was really nothing new to add for Bandera, what if you reduced Bandera to 10 minutes and you gave an additional 10 to the pool? So you moved the pool from 30 to 40. I keep trying to throw more time. I want to throw more time in that
I agree.
way.
I would just like to keep at least Bandera Road because I don't know how many people are going to show up on the 11th or whatever, but this is,
So would council be amenable to that? A 10-minute update on Bandera Road and 40 minutes on the pool?
Right. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank
and
you.
then, was it back to 30 on the home rule charter? We changed that?
Yes, Councilor Charles, I have 30 minutes for the home rule charter.
And so then the last one would be the water
main conditions.
And the
5.
the council meeting questions will take 5 minutes.
Maybe we ought to put those up at the top. 1, 2, 3, do council meeting questions.
Do you want, I can do the meeting questions during the
at the top.
city manager's thing, if you want.
Well, but it's new information, so it's not an update from the
No,
2019.
it's not. No,
so it'd have
that's
to,
right.
I think it would have to be agendized.
Yeah, you're right.
So I would like to see it because you'll have probably pretty good attendance at the very beginning of the meeting. People start dropping off, they'll come for what they want to hear and then they'll drop off. But
kind of point that was made earlier.
I think if you can capture the most people, then you can get a better input. What do y'all think? Is that all right? Add that question or questions? I'm not sure what.
You want to agendize it and put it above census? Is that what I'm hearing after the city manager's update?
I think so. Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And what would you like me to call that?
You had an idea. It's 5 minutes till 11. I'm really.
Would you be amenable to me calling it citizen input on dates and times of meetings, council meetings?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
I'd like to read this to you, if you don't mind, just a second. Pencil's horrible. Okay, so 8 and then 9. So here is the order that I now have. 6, 7, 8. I feel like we're missing something because we added an item.
What were you titling that last one? Citizen input on what?
I'll reread them all
Okay.
right now. So I have, of course, the welcome by Mayor Riley, introductions and procedures by Dr. Francine Romero. Yes. Welcome by Mayor Riley, 5 minutes. Introduction and procedures by Dr. Romero, 5 minutes. City manager's update on 2019 town hall meeting, 10 minutes. Citizens input on dates and times of council meetings, 10 minutes.
Are you going to have some kind of questionnaire?
Oh, definitely. We will develop that. And the thing that we'll use clickers, and what we'll do is I like to run them through the university because questions should be non-biased,
right.
And they should be written correctly. And so I like to do that as much as we can. Number 4 would be the census, and the time on that, Sandra, is 20 minutes. Number 5 is the home rule charter amendment update. The time on that is 30 minutes. Number 6 is the pool, and that goes to 40 minutes, the update on the pools. Number 7, God bless you. Number 7 is the Bandera Road update. That goes down to 10 minutes. Number 8 are water main conditions, which are 10 minutes. And number 9 is citizens to be heard. But because I added an extra item, I feel like El Verde. Where did you want El Verde by 2025?
I think we talked about moving it to the coffee.
Okay, and then we'll move that one to the coffee?
That would be
March?
April, the 4th Saturday in April.
So that's going to leave some play time with some of these minutes. So I might add 5 and 10 minutes here and there to each of these items, if that's okay with you, just to make up for that. Okay.
And if you'll please include something in the thing where it says update on pools to make it clear that it's not just the pools.
Okay, so right now it's worded update on pools for 2020 season. How would you like the wording?
However Melinda has it, I mean, that's information that needs to be.
It's a lot of
out there.
information, yeah.
It's everything about the pool.
Well, it's not just the pools, though. It's also about the
So how about a analysis of Leon Valley, or comprehensive analysis of Leon Valley swimming pools?
Well, it's all about the ADA requirements for all of our facilities.
right, including the library annex. So that just whatever title you can come up with to include all that.
Comprehensive analysis of Leon Valley swimming pools, annex, and whatever else she's got. Is that what you're thinking?
Public Works.
I already have that.
Okay, thank you. She can help.
I'm wondering if we should separate it out.
Well, that's what I said, either
You know
one
what
or
I'm
two,
saying?
as long as
I think
they
we ought to.
follow each other. But
I mean, because the pool is, I mean, the annex and public works, those are separate from the
that
pool.
had to do with the ADA. That's why it came all together.
Oh, the ADA.
Well, it has to do with ADA, and it's expensive, and it's going to require us to do something
so then
funding-wise.
use the word ADA in the title.
Okay.
Then I think, just so people know, that's the common link between.
So
the
comprehensive
annex and the-
analysis of Leon Valley swimming pools, annex, public works, regarding ADA compliance.
Compliance, yeah. Okay.
Right? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, are we good? Or you want me to try to do it one more time?
No, that's good.
I think we're
We'll
good.
go
Thank
back and
you.
listen to the minutes.
Scrapping 2020 pool season language?
I'm scrapping the 2020 pool season language, and it's going to read comprehensive analysis of Leon Valley swimming pools, annex, public works building regarding ADA compliance.
Okay, can I throw in a monkey wrench here?
Mhm.
What about getting input on
The 2020
one
season.
pool, two pools through September, not September. That's,
Agreed.
you know, I mean, we just said that we'll continue with, but I'd
Yeah,
like to.
that's going to be your next read, too.
Yeah.
She's going to come in and she thinks that needs to be determined.
Yeah, so do you want to put that on the?
She said as long as, my understanding was,
The
that
contract.
she said as long as they had the contract,
Right.
they were amenable. So I
Exactly.
think we have the time to do it, but I think it's more important to make the determination of do we have to sell it or not? Do we have to do, what do we do with it rather than do we extend it?
I'm going to move this one up to 60 minutes. This is not a 40-minute item. Okay.
No. We just have an opportunity to get, some citizen input here, so.
Major decision.
So we can really, the
Decision,
thing, the
exactly.
nice thing about it is we could literally break this out, and Mary, we can talk about this with Francine on January 2nd, but we can literally break this out into, we have to, into 3 sets of questions and then 1 set of questions regarding funding, and so this is going to have to be well orchestrated, and Melinda's so good. I'm sure she'll do it justice.
Okay, all right. Okay, anything else? So, Sandra, would you mind just, can y'all just summarize that and just shoot it out to everybody to make sure that we're all on the same page?
I can do that. Mm-hmm.
Would that be? Okay.
And so if I summarize it, and we're not on the same page, then it'll be back on the next agenda.
Exactly. If
Okay?
anybody has some changes, then just let us know. Okay. All right. So that was number 4. Okay. How about number 5? Is that something, Ms. Kinsler, we can, 8.5, we can move to the next agenda?
Mayor, I'd recommend that I could probably do that in 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
That's a quick one.
All right.
What's interesting, I was just talking to Habib earlier about this today. The reason that
You have to read it?
I have to read it. I have to read
sorry.
it.
Has to read it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Presentation.
I'm usually that police.
I just thought that presentation, discussion, and possible approval to amend the Leon Valley Personnel Manual 7, Article 7, Section 3, Part 2, Subsection D. And Ms. Kinsler, if you'll proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not going to read through all of this, but I was kind of confused when I first got here. I've never seen a personnel manual under a council. And Habib and I were talking about this today, and that's because you used to be a general law city. Now that you are a home rule city, in most cities you actually just see the personnel manual as an administrative policy. But I like keeping it like this. I like the transparency. I like that the council's more intimately involved with it. So I'm happy keeping it the same way, but we did have this discussion. So what I'd like to do is there's just one section that I'm really interested in amending. The subsection is referenced up there, and it reads, all regular employees may accrue up to twice their annual rate of personal leave. The amendment will allow department directors to accrue up to 100 additional hours over the allowable max at the discretion of the city manager. The amendment would also allow the city to buy down leave within the constraints of the budget. That's how many hours per pay period each employee gets of personal leave. And then you see below that a table that shows you how many the firefighters get.
So
and
that's annual, 271 hours. Is that what that is?
Sorry,
No.
how much you can accrue.
But they can accrue during their whole tenure?
No, during 1 year.
Just during 1
No,
year. That's what I
not
wanted.
Not during 1 year.
Okay,
It's
let me-
their maximum allowable amount that they're allowed until they're maxed out, and you can't accrue any more leave. So for instance, like if I'm at 431 hours, I can't accrue any more leave. I'm maxed out. But to get to that point, it takes a few years to get there. It takes some time you would never have to take off to be able to get to that max allowable amount. So that's not what you accrue in 1 year. You accrue 8.30 hours a pay period. So you can multiply that by 26 pay period. It's 174 hours. So you would accrue 174 hours in that 1 year.
Annually.
So if you took no leave, for instance, in 16 years or more, you would be maxed out at 3 years, 3.5 years, whatever. So that's what is approved right now, and that's what's sitting in the personnel manual. So every 2 weeks, that's what an employee gets. That's the maximum that they can carry. So what's happened is I'm concerned about the department directors, and that's what we consider the FLSA exempt employees. They're encouraged to take time off. They're encouraged to find a work-life balance. None of us do it. However, there are times when the workload, it doesn't allow for it. It especially, and I'm going to give you a case that's been on point here for the last almost year, and that's the city secretary. There's no way she can take time off right now. So she just sits there and continues to lose it. And I feel horrible when I know she's been here on a weekend and she comes in Monday with her leave slip. I feel horrible signing it knowing she's already put in 60 hours the week before, where she puts in a leave slip for 4 hours and she'll say, no, please sign it, because all I'm doing is losing all my leave anyway. And so I'm trying to come up with a way that department directors, maybe we can keep them from maxing out or help out a little bit. So what's happening is several of the directors right now yearly are losing their personal leave. Sandra was just the example I gave. She's flooded with open records requests. All the additional meetings, such as the 312 hearings that went on all summer, special projects such as large street repairs or the building of the bridge, took extra time for public works. But what I would propose, goodness gracious, what I would propose is that we have an option so that we could buy down the leave time if we wanted. So an employee basically could go over their amount by 100 hours, and we could either let them sit there at 100 over, or we could buy them out. We could not do that this year because we didn't budget for it. But right now, under this proposal, employees could be paid out. Well, actually, employees are paid out their personal leave so if Sandra were to resign tomorrow, she would lose a ton of leave. If we let her keep going another 100 hours and she were to resign, then she would get paid that leave. That would be a liability to the city. If she did not resign, then next year I would ask for a budget consideration so that she could get paid out for at least 100 hours of that leave. So at least she's not losing it every year. Does that make sense?
No, but I'm too tired. I can't seem to process it. I need an example, and I need it, figured out. That's what I need. I'm
Okay.
a visual person, so. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm actually very tired.
So, give me a countdown.
And I'm not real good at math,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, so for instance, I'm currently maxed out. I've lost leave,
Years.
For a long time. I'm maxed out at 431 hours, and I try to take a day here and there, and it pulls me down by 10 hours, but I've been here for over my time limit, so I gain 8.3 hours every pay period. But if I'm off and somebody covers for me, that means their job is going undone too. So when I get back, that person has double the workload, and so either way, if I take off a couple of days, I come in on a Saturday because I'm so far behind, and so it just becomes a never-ending cycle. So currently right now I'm maxed out at 431.60. What Ms. Kinzer is proposing is that I be able to go up to 531.60. If I do leave during that time, the city would owe me the 531 hours or 0.60. Or she'll budget for next year in the actual budget. When we bring back the budget, can I pay Crystal out 100 hours so we bring down her leave amount versus paying me out at the time I leave, and that would be anybody else that would qualify.
And how much is that? I mean,
everybody's
100
salary.
hours would be
Everybody's
2.5 weeks of your salary.
2.5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So
Exactly.
it just depends on how much you get paid an hour.
Or we could talk about paying it out at 50%, which some cities do. I just hate it that certain employees don't have this issues, and there's several directors that are literally just stuck in this cycle right now because they cannot take the time off. The way this city is operated, there's no way.
So I think we pulled a leave report out of your 9 or 10 FLSA exempt
I'm
staff.
sorry, would you repeat that?
So we pulled a report. I think out of the 10 FLSA exempt staff, I think there's only 3 or 4 that would really fall under that category.
Yeah, we're not looking at 10 or 12 directors. We're looking at several that basically live here, that lose that amount of time.
Okay. Counselor Charles?
Yes. Do you have a program of donating leave?
Absolutely, we do.
So
and
does
they
that
do
come out
donate.
of, does that come out of your annual leave or your sick?
Comes out of your personal
It
leave.
comes out of your personal leave. So
Yeah.
we just had somebody out recently. I just sent out an email. He's requesting leave. He had a police officer. He was injured, medical emergency, and those of us that are especially that hit the max tend to donate our leave because we lose it. So we do donate leave. A lot of us do for various employees that have had some serious health issues or their kids have had some serious health issues.
I just want to make sure I get, so you have 431.60. Oh, well, I can't even ask a decent question. I just don't know how you lose it if you've earned it.
Well,
I don't
lose it, but say next pay, like this coming pay period, I'm supposed to gain another 8.3 hours of personal leave, but I don't because I'm maxed out at 431.
Oh, you
So
can't.
she doesn't.
Oh,
I don't
okay. So
gain
you
any more
can't.
leave.
You can't add to it. Is what
That's
you're
right.
saying. I see.
And we have to do that for liability purposes. We have to set a limit.
So that 431.60 equals a certain amount of money that we have to set aside in the budget as
Just
a
in case I
liability.
live.
We set
Just
aside
in
as a
case
liability.
You
Or
leave.
you fire me, one or the other.
Okay. All right.
So how would you gain the extra 100 hours?
So what would happen is, I think Sandra's in the 6 years to 10 years, Sandra? So Sandra's would go up, for instance, to 403.68. Crystal's would go up to 531.60. I'd have to look at the other two. They would just go up by 100 hours. And do I think they're going to start taking leave? No. Do I think they're going to have a better work-life balance? No. I just think that it's a way to, they're not taking their leave, and so they may as well, with everything that they're losing every year, they may as well get something for it. And so I'm not inclined to, at all, to increase the maximum amount allowed for anybody except the directors. And I left that in there, that it was at city manager discretion, because there are certain directors who really adhere to a lot more of an 8 to 5. Actually, no director does, but some directors are a lot better at adhering to a normal schedule than others are. They don't live their weekends here. And so, it would just be certain directors, I'm fine taking their leave slips because maybe they've only worked one meeting that week or whatever. But there's other directors that they're maxed out and you feel horrible to take a leave slip because they want to go to the dentist for 4 hours and they've just pulled off a 60 or 65 hour week. And I take them, obviously, and we deduct.
So will it apply to the firefighters also?
No, it would only apply to FLSA exempt.
Okay, all right. I don't have a problem with it.
No.
We need a motion or just an okay?
What do I have it as?
It says possible approval. And do you need to be specific as to which director or just directors in general? Okay.
So yes, we do need a motion. I just wanted to look at the wording and make sure.
It said
So we do need a motion. And no, I would just say all directors or all FLSA exempt employees.
Okay, so I make a motion that all FSLA directors who
Hold on.
are
It's
run
not
out of
FLSA directors. FLA. We're so tired.
FLMA?
FLSA. Non-exempt.
With the city manager's discretion, because we don't want, I don't want it to get carried away either.
Yeah, I don't want the city paying out 100 hours for 12 directors when it's not 12 directors that have been here every night and every weekend.
And we encourage you to take your time.
We do.
When possible.
We do encourage it, but.
Well, like Christmas time, I think we turn in, even though I do come to check.
Right.
But we do take our time during then, so I'll knock down some hours during that Christmas break.
You just need to pretend you've been hit by a truck and you just take the time off. I so move.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcazar and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve agenda item number 8.5 as presented with city manager discretion. Right? All those, any other comments or discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
Thank
Okay.
you. We knocked that out in 11 or 12 minutes, so we doesn't have to be on the next agenda item now.
Okay. All right. So what's the pleasure of the council on number 7? 8.7, the executive
I just
session.
wanted to touch base and then continue it to the next meeting. I wanted to touch base with the attorney.
You do want to go into executive session?
Right, for, to get some,
Okay.
I would get rid of touch base. Get rid of 8:35.
I just, again, well, okay. I just hate that we don't have a full council, and I think that's something we might could just put off because it's 11:20, but if the consensus is to go into executive session, then okay. Okay, let me read the caption. The City Council shall meet in executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, subsection 2, consultation on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas conflicts with this chapter. And this was a agenda item that was requested by Councilor Alcacer and Councilor Hody. And the time is 11:20 in the evening.
Library Annex.
Regarding ADA compliance.
I want to thank the 4 of you that are still here, in case you're not here when we come back out, which I don't expect to be very long. I'm sorry.
And the new needs to be capitalized. And then let me take another peek at it. How's that? Okay.
You want to peek at it before I print out 8? Or do you want to go ahead and print them out?
I want to peek at it because I want to look at my notes and make sure that it's exactly consistent with my notes, but I really thank you for doing that.
Okay.
I could be back on Monday.
Oh,
but
yeah,
remember
that's what
we
you
were
said,
gonna do
yeah.
Just in
Mhm.
case he slices
You
and
bet,
dices
you
and
bet.
I don't come back. I just wanted to have
Sure,
my leave.
I agree. There's no.
It's so late, you can hardly think or
I
speak.
know. I hope this is only 5 minutes. I doubt it. It's probably going to be 25 minutes. I've got to be downtown at 8:30.
On the website, the speed bump policy. I'm sorry?
Speed bumps, percentage on the street that have to agree, is it 9%?
I would be guessing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, that's what I thought. There's only been one, in my whole time, there's only been one street to kind of accomplish that.
Right, so I was thinking, I knew it was a lot, so I was thinking of something else because all of a sudden. Away from the.
When?
So I don't know.
You guys,
Yeah, if you're coming from sunlight. Not to the right, but to
Can't see it, but I know it's there. Yes, yes. I'm having a bout. You're welcome. Okay, please do, thank you. Oh, come on. Now you work for me? There you go. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Oh, you've been with me. You know I paid. I came late today. Just I knew how today was.
But I came late yesterday because I had posted.
Oh my God! I'm on my way. I'm on my way. My daughter left her overnight, and my son was gonna watch her and take her to see. Oh my God! smiles, you're like, well, what are you doing, you know? I makeup, my plain, I said, that's not your plain makeup, girl, you better go put that away before you get in trouble.
I was gonna get, Melinda wanted it. Well, I think she was waiting for, her to get here. Or is it that, or she can take it to the cats over there at the thing? Yeah, Melinda will take it. Are you Mr. Powers?
I am.
Okay, I thought so.
For all the work that you've got piled on you and how
Oh.
quickly you got to my application.
Oh.
I just want to say
If I
thank
don't,
you.
then I get buried.
I'm hearing how much is just piled on you.
Actually, Chief, remember, I was telling you about Mr. Powers earlier. This is Mr. Powers, the one that wants to be on the CPAC.
Oh, okay, cool. So,
Um,
right now,
I'm
we don't
gonna
have.
show you in a minute when she wakes up in the morning. That's just put together.
Back up even further.
But I'm like,
So, they've had a hell of a time figuring out where the parameters of some of the neighborhoods are.
Zoning meeting.
Okay.
Oh, good.
So.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that.
So.
yes.
For the first time, I think, they kind of got a handle on it now. Basically, when I went in a year and a half ago to try to increase a couple of the neighborhoods, like I think we were trying to add a neighborhood and add a person for the apartment complex and a business route. They had a hand, ended up with 26 neighborhoods and all kind of crazy stuff. And they added Capital 1, Capital 2. They added Seneca 1, Seneca 2. Those neighborhoods don't really exist. Forest Oaks Estates. So when they went in this time, they looked at the plats, they looked at everything. So right now, if you go by what the maps are that he's creating, there's only one Canterfield. There's only one Forest Oaks, there's only one Seneca. So we need to come back in front of council and say, he does, and I say, okay, here's this. Do you wanna change this back to, or not back, do you wanna change it to only recognize Canterfield has one rep, Forest Oaks has one rep, and Seneca has one rep, because right now there's 3 reps in Seneca and 2 of them live a walk from each other, and it's really messed up. Long story short here, we have 2 people in Canterfield right now. One of them's supposed to fall off. I don't want them to appoint somebody just yet, unless they want to. That's what we talk about. If they only want 1 rep per neighborhood, might say Canterfield is unique, we want 2. Forest Oak is unique because it's big, so we're going to separate them however they want to separate them.
Big wash down the middle.
Whatever it is, exactly. So 2 of the openings we have right now are in those neighborhoods. It's yours in Canterfield and in Seneca. So I want us to take that back in front of council and say, what do y'all want to do? You're more than welcome to come to the meeting regardless at this point.
That was going to be my other question.
Absolutely. We have
all of the meetings.
Absolutely.
All the city meetings, all the committees are open. Except when they go in executive session, of course, but all of the meetings are open.
But I need to ask them what they want to do, because we've discussed it about coming back and fixing it. The mayor, because the mayor's one of the biggest, I'm not saying issues. I understand her concern, because she thinks she lives in Forest Oaks Estates, but there's no such thing. And so, but some people like Mr. Prophet remembers Forest Oaks Estates, but he believes Forest Oaks Estates is what is actually Canterfield. So it's like, I don't know, I wasn't here 4 years ago, I don't have an answer for you. These are what the plats say.
I went home after the zoning meeting and I looked up Canterfield. Canterfield is pretty clearly defined because all the streets are equestrian based.
Right.
kind of hard to confuse that. Forest Oaks. All the streets are for something.
But go to BCAT,
Trees or.
go to BCAT and see what they have it as. So that's where we have to find where do you live. We go to BCAT and you see that you don't live in the subdivision you think you live in. You live in something completely different.
Because there is no.
It's confusing.
There is no force states, you know, in the area you're saying the Canterfields. I agree with you. All my guys, it's real easy. They have horse, whatever. No question is. But
to talk to the people that live there.
and they've lived there a lot longer than some of them that I've been alive, basically. So I'm not saying they're wrong, you know, and I don't care one way or the other. It's what do they want us to do, and they might just go, we want to keep it like it is, and we'll appoint a second one, and it'll be you. I think it's the first one.
I don't have another person.
So long story here is
We gotta define the neighborhood before you can.
We're trying to clean it up. We put terms on there to where they're staggered. We've done a lot of things to it, so it's getting there. So if you could just hang on.
Yeah, just let us get from council.
I like your idea of, hey, when there's suspicious activity, you wanna be able to tell your men, this neighborhood.
Right.
And everybody knows what that neighborhood
Absolutely.
is. And if I'm out walking, I may not know the exact street I'm on, but I know which neighborhood I'm in. So when I call, I can say, hey, I'm in such and such a neighborhood and I just saw.
Absolutely.
That makes complete sense to me. And everybody's referring to one neighborhood, this is the neighborhood. Not Forest Glen, not Forest Glen Estates, not Forest Oaks, East, West, Canterfield, South.
Exactly.
I have your application for another committee. Which one was it?
It was for the zoning.
So, there's an alternate. I think there's a spot open for that. Maybe I can get that on December 3rd.
My
You have
MO
one
in every
left.
community that I work with. If I'm going to live there, I want to be a part of it.
How long you been here?
There's a twisted story. So I've been coming to Leon Valley for over 7 years. Years ago, the neighbor across the street from them was selling their house. I wanted to buy the house so that I could move his son. Son could be across from him in his failing years, and then when I could find a job down here, I would have a house to live in. Now, his health is declining quicker than we thought, so in to that house, Bill bought it out from under me so I wouldn't have a mortgage. And just now, as of October, got a job with Service here, so now I'm full-time living here and a resident. Cool.
And that's your hat I found.
Yes, thank you so very much.
You were like, who could have this hat? Crystal found the hat
Where'd
owner.
you move here from?
From Richardson.
Okay, from near Dallas.
Up in Dallas. I was up there.
You know whose hat that was?
Where you from?
Florida Keys.
I can't
Coral
say.
Gables, Florida.
I can't say that I've been there. I can't say that I would agree with your moving here or Florida Keys. Except hurricanes.
If you had lived there, I grew up down in the 70s and the 80s, and I was there for various Castro.
I told somebody that they just looked at me like, oh, I'm like, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Off of
When
Smithson Valley High School.
halfway through my junior year of high school, the state board told me, you don't have enough credits to graduate because you have to study Spanish.
Oh, wow.
Out. I'm out. The requirement was 2 years of a foreign language. I wanted to study Greek, Latin, Greek. I got my 1 year Latin in, I was going my senior year to do Greek, and they said, oh, but you have to have at least 1 year of Spanish to graduate. And I went, then there's no way I can fill my 2 consecutive years of a foreign language credit. I would have to do summer school. You know what? I'm in all the AP classes. I've got enough credits to graduate. I'm flipping out and left the state of Florida, southern Florida.
It's beautiful there. That's all. I mean, I've never lived there. It has changed. really has. I actually hold a dual citizenship. I'm a citizen of the Commonwealth Republic. Owns the Florida Keys. Everything south of Homestead. We declared war on the United States for exactly 8 minutes because they had set up the roadblocks for the vehicle inspections coming up from the Keys looking for illegal aliens. We couldn't get off the Keys to go to school because it was a 4-hour traffic jam because it's 1 lane in and 1 lane out. You got it. And they'd asked the state of Florida to move the checkpoint up a quarter of a mile to where the road came out to 4 lanes so you could get more vehicles through, and the state of Florida said no, so we said okay. And we had the mayor of Key West hit a U.S. Navy sailor with a stale piece of Cuban bread and declared war on the United States Navy.
They give like trips out at work.
8 minutes later, they were in sloppy joes having margaritas. I've never even heard of that. And we surrendered.
Yeah.
But we developed our own currency. We have an official passport that is recognized in the Caribbean, and in Western Europe. I can go to Spain, France, Germany. So is that public passport? Is that all part of territory of the United States?
Also, the biggest for a show.
Never even heard of that. Yeah, it was a tongue-in-cheek thing. Yeah. But then the Caribbean and southwestern Europe said, you know what? Sympathize with you. We will honor your passport. That's where international travel by sea, not by air. Oh wow! Yeah, because I went down to Homestead quite a bit when I was still active. That was a beautiful area. It is. Even more beautiful NASCAR track now. Yeah, oh really? I haven't seen that. Like I said, Hurricane Andrew went through and wiped out the Air Force Base, so half of it became. Wow, yeah, it's been a while since I've been down there. But it is beautiful. That's not my favorite area of Florida, though, where Tyndall Air Force Base is up the Emerald Coast. Yes. To me, is the most beautiful of all. I've never seen it. I've traveled the world. I've seen the sand fall through your fingers. It just powdered sugar. It's exactly how I describe it. It's like powdered sugar. You walk in, it's like, this is weird. It doesn't clump on you. It just falls off of you. And the water's just beautiful. Yeah, that's really, really.
Sounds nice.
It is. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to be in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Because it's on the Gulf side, but it is absolutely gorgeous. The white sand beaches of Hawaii and all that don't even, it pales in comparison. No,
Really?
It's crazy. Yeah. It's beautiful.
Okay, I'll go.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when people think of sand, they think of scratchy, coarse, itchy. The beaches, referring to the sand is in your hand. It's like sugar. It really feels like sugar.
What part of Florida?
It's in
Like if I was to take a trip?
It's everything north of Naples around Pensacola. Mexico Beach is, I don't know what else sticks in my head. Yes. Mexico Beach is right there.
Is it safe, Chief?
Yes, it's not real Mexico. It's
safe for me to go?
It's they got it hard.
I know, what is this thing keeps undoing?
I don't know how it works.
That stuff is slick, it doesn't stay.
It does.
It starts to like.
Catherine, you look very nice tonight. I forgot to tell you.
As Esther told her, she looks like a queen of Sheba.
Well.
Okay, we're back from executive session at 11:42. Reconvene into regular session and take action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. Is there any action the council wishes to take from executive session? Okay.
We have to say that we're going to continue to do it again.
No. The city manager will take care of that. I don't think you had, I don't think there's any action you need to take tonight.
Okay, it was not. Agenda item number 9, citizens to be heard. Okay,
He's like,
and
uh-uh.
so if there's no objection, move to adjourn at 11:44 on 11/19/19. All right, good evening.